Well, welcome back to CX Coffs Harbour International Sports Stadium for the Inferno National Touch League 2021. The men's opens game, the Hunter Western Hornets taking on the Sydney Scorpions. And I am joined in commentary by Touch Royalty here today. Maury and John Kennedy, boys, welcome aboard. How do you see this one going?
Mate, I definitely think this is going to be a tight, very, very tight game here.
Mate, I'm just grateful to be here, mate. Thanks for inviting us up here. But it should be a spectacle today.
Yeah, looking forward to having you on board. Like I said, the insight you guys will be able to provide. You've been at the top of the game for a long time, boys, and it is an absolute pleasure to have you joining me as we see the Scorpions get underway, the first opportunity in attack. So let's see if they put on a set piece and what they can contribute to the opening of the game here.
The boys will be just feeling each other out here.
Yeah, that opening
Lovely.
5 minutes.
Oh, that's a
nice
great
ball. A good defence too there, coming by the way of Jack Edwards.
Tyler Love will be looking for something here, 4 and 3 possibly.
Jordan Marshall King, talk us through the hairdo there, boys.
Not sure, but it looks good.
Long ball, right to left pass, but called forward.
Just on that, Geordie Marshall looking fast with that pink hair.
Yeah,
Loving
very
it.
slick. As now the Hornets get their first opportunity coming off their own line. That's where you want to end your sets in attack. And pretty tough dig here for the Hornets boys, but they make their way up over the half line. The Scorpions rolling back in defence. Is that something we're going to see?
Yeah, we'll see that a lot, mate. Especially with the Hornet boys with such a great driving pattern. They'll be looking just to suck right back to the line there.
Yeah.
The Scorpion boys will feel a lot safer back there. I think just from the past, the boys have handled that a lot better.
Yep, fair call. And we see now the Scorpions on the attack over the halfway line. Good opportunity here again. End-to-end stuff in the men's opens.
Kieran Toner, Nathan Wong there.
Nathan Wong gets that one down quickly. Loses the handle there. As you said, the opening stanzas, they're just feeling each other out. We'll see some little errors like that, and then the boys will regain their composure. As now Lincoln Little pushes the Hornets up the field. Does that very well, Lincoln.
They'll look to sweep on here and try and jag a middle up and run off the back of that.
A little bit of contact there, just slows the play down. Dylan Thompson asking some questions of the referee, and he just said, play the ball, son. And there we go, long ball.
Bit of a time waster, that one.
The boys will just walk there.
Just give them time to reset.
That's it, feeling each other out, like we said.
Jordan gets the ball underway from half there, just brings the ball back into the middle of the field, centres it up. Now we'll see the driving pattern the Scorps, but I like to play the ball out wide early.
You'll see a lot of bit of what we call freestyle with the Scorps boys. They like to just throw the ball around and find a weak defender or someone out of pattern.
Yep.
Sometimes we can get caught up when we're driving out like that, but get a good crack.
Good wheels here, out of half. The Hornets back on the attack.
Good young prospect there for the Scorpions. Finn Watkins.
A lot of new faces and names in the Scorpions outfit. Bit of a transitional year for the Scorps boys.
Yeah, there's a couple in there. Was lucky enough to play with Kyle, number 23, in the Para Eels side last year, and he's a great young prospect coming through as well from the Central Coast team.
Great defence.
Good to see the German boys in there. Now, good opportunity here for the Hornets, but the Scorps boys are solid in defence. You can see the communication working in numbers. Thompson, nice ball.
Yeah.
I think that's Blake Potts.
That's beautiful from Dill Thompson. It's one of his go-to plays there.
I do apologise. I think that is Blake Potts, who my score sheet has a different number, but I'm happy to call that. Nice reach from Potts. He gets the ball down to the ground quickly for a tall man.
It's also a great line that he stepped back there just to allow Tomo to play with his eyes up and find the great pass.
Yeah, nice point there, mate. The eyes up footy, we've talked about that, and these guys are certainly fantastic exponents of that.
It's a different play. I like that from the Scorpions.
So here we go now, Simbolin.
Geordie Marsh on the sweep.
Last touch, not square there, or not through the legs. The referee calls the infringement. So a changeover.
These 1%ers in touch with especially attacking that line against a great team like the Hornets, that might come back to bite them in the butt a little bit
It's
if
critical, mate.
if they're not careful.
Yeah, those simple mistakes, as you said, the 1%ers, so important.
It's something that the Hornets do well.
And they know how to capitalise on those, the simple errors. Sorry, really well coached. Carly Banks, one of the ultimate tacticians in the game. She's got these guys, primed for whatever eventuates. You talked about that eyes up footy. They have set patterns, but they're able to respond to what the defence does as well and change on the run.
I think that's why they've had such great success in the past years at this tournament. The boys always turn up and have a red hot crack.
Yeah, absolutely. The Scorps they've acquitted themselves here quite well too. That's a nice shift out to the wing. It opens the field up for the return play now.
Yep. Great energy from Kieran Toner there.
Nice ball to the outside as well. Great defence.
I think we're going to see Jonathan Palau, a normal winger, at link for this game.
Wow.
Yeah.
Georgie,
Yeah.
stepping up in the world.
Yeah.
That's right.
He's been at the top of the game for a long time, Georgie. It'd be great to see him in there. And he'll get to understand how you guys feel on the touch field, generally speaking.
Yeah, that's it.
Georgie jumps in at link every now and then for us at Hornsby, and he can do a job.
Absolutely.
The magician. Oh,
Little,
could be. Intercept. He's away.
yeah, good shutdown defence there too. Had to be made, as you said. It looked like Little was away. The second phase play really important now. The sweepers. This is what the Hornets do well. They sweep on in numbers into great attacking position. There's no reset periods for these guys. They just sweep in and they're straight in the game. Oh, nice pass. He saw the guy had lost his footing there and then got a ball away.
Wow.
But good recovery from the Scorps. That's great scramble defence as well.
It's be a test here. Boys will have to stand up from the Scorps.
See Daniel Langbridge just hanging around the fringe of the ruck there.
6 again.
Only one of the Langbridge brothers playing, by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's right. We have Daniel here. Alex might
be
not
resting.
be he might be resting this one. You're right. Yep.
Yeah, can't see him down there. Oh, wait.
Great touch, Simon Lang.
Yeah.
No, my apologies. He's there.
Langy come up with the line there and shut that one down nicely.
Well-known defender, Simon Lang. One of the best in the business.
Absolute best in the business, mate. Does the hard yards in the middle.
Great read, Kieran Toner.
The boys will look for their left to right passive here. Sweeper.
Is that Rudamar on the sweep?
Yeah, Rudamar on a sweep. Changed up. Back to the link.
Great touch.
Oh,
play
he's saying
through.
Playing through Nathan Leveron.
You're saying Nathan was off the line there, I believe. It was a great touch. As you said, he come across. It looked like he'd done all the hard yards. We'll see it on the replay here.
Yeah, that's right.
As you said, that man tucks into half, gets a good dish off the deck. So important, that quick release. And I think 100% right there. He never retreated to the line.
Yep.
So a good call from our on-field referee.
That's that 7-metre rule.
Coming into play.
Absolutely. And so a second try for the Hunter Western Hornets on the Painaway scoreboard. They lead 2-0. The Scorpions, they're still in the game here. They're not going to die wondering. Tyler Love gets down to the ground. Potts comes across in cover.
That looked good. Scorpions might need to go to Tyler a little bit more. He's looking sharp.
Jordy Marshall. Yeah.
Nice give there. Oh, just not quite the distance needed.
That's it.
Great defence from the Hornets boys.
I think the boys from the Scorps should stay out that. It looked troubling.
Absolutely right there, mate. And we see a bit of contact. Again, they just put their head down and get on with it. Langbridge, there's solid contact.
What's he got there?
They're going to call that against the attacker, I believe. Oh, no, we've got 7 on.
Yeah, 7
on.
Yep, so the contact there was inconsequential, the initial infringement, back over to the interchange area for the 7 on. So we've seen that a few times now in these games. How important is that interchange area for you guys when you're on the field?
Well, if you get that transition wrong, it stuffs all your momentum going into the try line there. And the Hornets boys, that's what they live on that. So if you can, be better in that transition phase.
Good play here.
Oh, that looked good.
Yeah, that transition phase, you'll handle them a lot better.
That was that young fella, Finn Watkins, that you talked about. He was in nice position there, but Daniel Langbridge just gets the fingers in the way and knocks it down.
Just does enough.
Yeah. So another opportunity here for the Scorpions. It's Kai Simmerlin with the ball now. Can he dive? He
that's
gets
a
outside
great
his
try.
man. Beautiful try. Points to the ground. Says that one was down, sir. I'll have that one. And he finds his name on the Painaway scoreboard once again. Now the Scorpions back into the game. Hornets 2, Scorpions 1.
Great movements from Kai here. George shapes the pass long and comes back to him short side and just gets Tomo a little bit caught out of shape there.
Just on the line, I think, before he lost control. And that is all it takes. So good job, young man. But, yeah, beautifully constructed. As you said, lead-up play there. He was very heavily involved as well around that ruck area and got the just rewards.
That's right.
So Lincoln Little takes it back into the 7-metre line. Here they are looking for the penalty. Touch was called. So drawing that defender up off the line. The referee talking to the defenders, making them move forward. That's 7-metre rule.
Alex Langbridge.
Yeah, Alex is on now.
Jonathan pull out. Up, helping out. Nice, Simon Lang.
Yeah, half court. Langy, as you said, so important in defence. That's control that he has in that position.
Called him Kevin Durant at Hornsby just because of that wingspan.
Yeah, nice.
Especially on Alex Langbridge, he's got some wheels.
No, he's got some wheels and he's got some skills, and you've got to have a man like Langy in front of you if you're in that defensive position, that is for sure. So now, good penetration here. Jordan out of half. Just a little bit of a pump there. Can't release. Well defended by Blake Potts, and a transitional play here now for the Hornets.
Straight into it, the boys.
Yeah, good metres here.
I'll sweep on. Find the middle.
Connor Edwards, that was, come on at pace and earns the team the penalty there. The retreating defenders getting caught up out of the line.
Big set for the Scorpions here.
Kieran Turner looked to slow that momentum down there with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you've got to make that call, don't you, and give away a penalty to get the reset.
The boys are doing a lot of plays on the links here today.
Jake Fitzpatrick there with the ball. Langbridge now. There's Thompson on the sweep. That's where he's dangerous. And then the little... He looked to go long there, and then just that little drop ball back inside.
Great touch.
Edwards not able to get through that wall of Scorpion defenders. Thompson again.
Dan I took him short side.
Had a crack on the link again. That's great D from the Scorps. They'll be happy with that.
Yeah, it's really well structured defence there. There didn't seem to be a chink in the armour at all right across the field.
The Hornets boys had good variety there. Dill went long on the 4 and 3 the last play and then come back short side, just keeping the Scorpion boys on their toes.
Always thinking, and that's the beauty of the skill set in this division where, some of those key players, they can do it all. They can go long bombs, they've got the quick feet, they've got short passing skills, and it just keeps the defence guessing. But you talked about earlier that the Scorpions' defence rolling back because they feel comfortable, and that's certainly indicated there the way they're defending that line.
Yep.
So here we go again. Extra metres there for Jared Rodemer.
Just in the first 13 minutes, you can see how the Hornets boys are just getting down here with ease, and the Scorps boys.
Long ball out to the right, tap back inside.
That's a great read from
Sam Kelly. Well done. Another young prospect coming through. Big potential, great winger.
That tap in back inside so important on those long passes, but he really read that well then.
So hard. Made it look easy.
Georgie Pilau popping up to help out the middles here. It's
Done
good
that
stuff.
A couple of times now.
Yeah. We're seeing it. Are the Hornets boys seeing it?
It won't take much for a few of those fellas out there to have a quick look, I'm thinking.
Yeah. Mark Roberts, Mr. Consistent himself.
The glue.
The glue, that's it. Every team has one. You're talking constantly out there, Mark.
Up there with Simon Lang in the defence department.
Tap on
that's
here.
play on.
Yeah, nice play. Blake Potts, heads up footy we talked about. And that is big Tom Dafter over in the corner.
That was a great battle.
You see it here. Good pass delivered. Finds a man.
Backwards.
He has a quick read. He's back to the defender, but he knew exactly what was required. And just taps that on.
Yeah. Great play. Classy act.
So 3-1 now on the Pain Away scoreboard, and Pain Away, Australia's #1 joint and muscle spray and topical pain relief cream. We thank them for their support here at the 2021 Inferno National Touch League as the Scorpions roll on, looking to strike back here. That's a good ball from Jordan. Here's your young mate Finn.
1%er.
Yeah, last touch was late. You said, sometimes you're better off not to force those passes and just reel it in and look for the next phase.
Probably a lesson the young fellow will take away from this game.
Yeah, among many over the course of the tournament, I would have thought.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's what the game's about, isn't it? It's about learning every time you take that field, different things are going to present.
Yep.
And it's what you take away from it that's important. As we see the Hornets link a little, the big dive over. Geordie just caught a bit short then, I think.
I think he may have got him, but the ball was down. That looked pretty classy for me.
That's that heads-up footy you were talking about before. It didn't look like anything was on. Little sees the Scorps boys rolling back and just seizes the opportunity. He gets, I think the call was 100% right.
Yeah.
Well done, Lincoln Little.
That's where that rock and back defence can hurt you on those sorts of plays.
Especially with a class act like Lincoln there. He's known for that.
Yeah. That speed or the momentum he took into the line there allowed him to then go, well, I'm going to have a crack.
Yep.
That's right.
So now the Scorps with it all to do. 4-1.
That's 2 from 2 errors down that end.
But that's that scoreboard pressure really putting it on there now, and they've got to make some better choices, the Scorps boys.
That's right.
So 3.5 minutes remaining. They'll be looking for half-time here. The coaching staff will have a quiet word in their ear.
Yeah, Harry Berryman and Dave Roberts, they'll be, I guess, mustering the boys at half-time to find something.
It's great to see H in the coaching role, stepping up into the coaching role with Dave.
Yeah.
Some good experience in that coaching outfit.
Definitely.
Yeah, we're blessed to play with both the boys, so, they do have a lot of knowledge and will help these young blokes out.
We're certainly seeing that out there at the moment.
Kieran Taylor just fell over there in the background. He's just making his way off the back. Hopefully he's all right.
Yeah, he looks to...
Bit ginger.
Is it a foot injury there? Possibly he's just... He'll get some attention. They'll look after him. Pain Away as well. They'll get some of the sponsors' product onto that injury, young man.
Pain Away. Great product.
Saved me a few 20s.
Absolutely. As the Scorps boys roll on. Last touch now.
Georgie will be off that. He was looking for a strike dump.
He wanted the strike dump and just didn't get there. So changeover for the Hana Hornets. Not as deep into enemy territory as the Scorps boys would have liked there to finish that set. So Potts takes it up over the halfway line. This is good defence, shooting up out of the line there. I think that was at Simbolin.
Yeah, Simbolin.
Yeah.
He's looked dangerous in the first half.
Langbridge gets the back turn. Marky Roberts just turned in defence there. Opens up the space now. The flick pass back. No control on that one. Yeah, good call from the referee. Good scramble defence from the Scorps boys too.
Geez, Marky did well with his back turn there. The Langbridge boys coming in hot. Tough gig.
Very tough gig.
Another 1%er coming out here. Boys need to muscle up in Scorps boys.
You can see Georgie there down on his hunches. He's pulling in the big ones.
If we're running off body language, there's a few things on.
Yeah. Very important, isn't it, that body language? As a player, you look up over at the opposition sub-box and you get a read on how they're feeling and just how much in control you are. As we see now.
Thompson will try and put the cherry on top here before the half.
The Scorps boys will be looking to stop this.
Well, they need to, mate. They really do. You don't want to be 4 tries behind at half-time. Tough gig to come back from. As good as these guys are, tough gig to come out against an opposition like the Hornets. As I said, so well coached, so well structured, and the skill set that every player has out on that field, it's a tough turnaround.
That's right.
Tyler Love, drive in.
Finn.
He's good here, Finn. Nice ball too. Great shutdown there from Jesse Jenkins coming in off the wing. You had to do that. Geordie was looking for the flick-on play, but didn't get the time and space needed. But, you've really highlighted Finn Watkins there. He's had a bit of a mark on the game so far.
He's a very good young player. He played State Cup up there for Para, and he was, the boys were talking about him quite a bit, and now we get to watch him here. He's doing a really good job.
Daniel and Alex Langbridge on there together. There's Alex, the big ball outside, the tap back inside. That's what we talked about. And just the importance now. They're 4 behind on the scoreboard as we go into half-time. 10 seconds remaining. We'll see it here on the replay. Langbridge out of half. Too good. Gets that nice direct pass, but then the tap in back inside. I think Horro read it really well as a wing defender, but you can't stop that quick hands back inside like that.
That's the new long ball in the men's opens,
Yeah.
that one there.
Yeah.
If you don't have, I guess, a defensive system to try and stop that, which is very hard, you're going to see a lot of tries scored from that.
So, yeah, I'll just wrap it up for half-time. We've got some ads to run, but 5-1 on the Painaway scoreboard. The Hunter Western Hornets over the Sydney Scorpions. We'll bring the second half action live to you in a couple of minutes' time.
The world sporting landscape has changed forever. This is the new normal. New logo, new sizing, new templates, new range. But for the same great quality and service you've always expected and demanded, visit the team at Inferno. Inferno. It's comforting to know some things you can always rely on.
We are back live here at CX Coffs Harbour International Sports Stadium for the Inferno National Touch League 2021. The Hunter Western Hornets well in control here at 5-1 over the Sydney Scorpions in the men's opens. Boys, just give us a quick wrap-up on what you saw out there in the first half.
I seen a classy Hornets outfit, ready to play round one. Scorps boys, just a few 1%ers letting them down, actually.
Yeah, much the same in Murray. Like we were saying, the Hornets boys are just so well drilled, understand their roles to a T, and if you come out and make these sorts of mistakes, you're going to find it hard.
Yeah, put yourself in the Scorpion sub-box. What would have been the message delivered there at half-time?
Back to basics.
Back to basics,
That's
yeah?
exactly what we were talking about there. Like, just hold the ball. Let's finish the sets. Let's get some momentum getting into the try line and see if we can...
As we were saying, we're asking good questions when we get down there. We just can't seem to finish.
It's that last
Execution.
last little clutch play that you're looking for not coming off. So we'll see if that was the message delivered as the Hunter Western Hornets get us underway. The tap play there by Alex Langbridge. And I'll just settle down here. As you see, no real sort of pace. It's all about control, momentum control for the Hunter team. Daniel Langbridge, change of pace now. Alex picks up that long ball, and there's the inside play again. Good read. Jordan comes across in cover.
What are they going to say
Offside.
here?
An offside call played back in the middle. So no advantage, but that was great defensive read there. Jordan threw himself at that attacker.
The old pop-in was on again too.
Here he goes. He lost his footing there, so that's
Geordie.
a great recovery, Geordie.
Yeah.
He's got back up. And
That's
made a great
awesome.
touch. That's a great touch.
Yeah, we thank the Bar TV boys for the great replays that we are seeing.
Simon Lang.
Yeah, Langy
There-
again. Mitchell
there's
Wilton
KD.
was.
Got the Langbridge boys there.
Look for that left to right again, I reckon.
So Wilton takes it down this time.
Little bump.
Dan.
Daniel is looking for the play-through call there. Doesn't go his way, but another penalty. So a full set of 6 again, 7 metres out. You know, as a defender, boys, you look up at that Hunter Western Hornets, how fit Daniel Langbridge, Alex Langbridge, Dylan Thompson. They're coming at you thick and fast. Where do you hide?
A bit of courage has to come into play, that's for sure. You just got to back yourself a lot more, and sometimes these policies in touch, they can't really help you.
Yeah.
Defence policies, I mean. So, yeah, you just got to use your courage and man up a bit and do your best.
And we talked about Langy, how important he is out there. Mark Roberts, you know, Roberts had his back turned there, but still was able to regain composure, control, as you said, courage. And that's exactly what good defensive pressure there forces an error. So yeah, a nice start for the Scorps boys here.
Yeah, we need this. We need to just roll down the field here. And as we were saying, ask a nice little question in attack.
So I'll just put it out there for the viewers at home that aren't aware of who Maury and John are. Long-time Scorpion stalwarts, so there may be a little bit of bias in the commentary here when they say we need to do this.
I'll apologise now.
No, you don't need to apologise, boys. It's great to have that insight and to know what these players are thinking. I mean, you've played a lot of years with some of these players and you know integrally how they're going to perform, and it's great to have that insight. So I just want to let the teams know at home, it's not complete bias. You're great lovers of the sport and the work that you put in back in development. I mean, Kate, you know, talk us through your business that you've got up and running now. Sell yourselves a little bit while you've got the opportunity.
Oh, thanks, mate. Well, we've just started our own business, K Squared Sports.
Touchdown here for the
Nathan
Scorpions. I'll
Wong.
just interrupt you there, mate.
Too easy.
One of our
That was
good
a
mates,
great
Nathan
play.
Wong, gets down low. I think he was offside.
Yeah, it could have been the call, and that's it, heads up. You hear that call from the referee.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Langbridge just got caught short, I think. It was
Just a
nice
mix-up
work
in
from,
defence there.
from Nathan. Yep, well done.
Nathan Wong.
And just
Mate,
points
still
back and
got it.
says, yeah, excuse me, just for good measure.
Just in case you didn't see it.
Yeah, so K Squared Sports Style, give us a shout out what you guys are up to.
Yeah, so we're just running, I guess, a youth program where we help 13 to 17-year-olds in strength and conditioning and holistic well-being. Something that we're very passionate about.
Wow.
Straight
Something's
through.
happened there.
Simon Lang got mixed up there, I think.
It's a little bit of lack of talk. We might see that in replay here as we see. We've given him so many raps there, Langy, and his control on that defensive line. But Dill Thompson, the fast footwork, we can see here.
Pulled his corner.
He pulls there and then just gets caught short. He stumbled a little bit and
There's a little hesitate from Dill
Yeah.
Thompson, might have stuffed him up there, and Dill's gone straight through.
it's the thing with Dylan, left and right feet. You don't know which way he's going to go.
Plenty of speed.
Like
Yeah.
we're saying, the courage is required.
Yeah, so the holistic approach to sports development, 13 to 17-year-olds, and
Yep.
you know, how do people get involved?
Well, you can reach us online, obviously, but a lot of our stuff's coming out of Narrabeen Sports High School at the moment, where we're running their high performance program and actually just helping any of the kids with their holistic well-being
Great.
and sport development, as you mentioned.
Yeah, great stuff, boys, and it's great to see you putting back in and you know, helping out the junior talent, because this game, as you can see, we talk about, you know, Finn and young blokes like that. that grounding that you give them early on, that we're going to see some magnificent transitions, I'd say, in a few years here.
Definitely. What's happened there? The ball just come.
Yeah, it looked like a
Flying
bit
out.
of heavy contact. Bit of heavy contact, but the referee just says take it back, square up and play the ball, please. We see a replay here.
Kieran Toner's getting time here. It was a bit aggressive.
Yeah, it was a bit of a body block, wasn't it? There was no effort to make a touch in there. It was just a...
Bit of a tactic there to slow momentum, I think.
we've seen him do it earlier on, and, you know...
He's a very good mate of ours and seen it a bit with him, but didn't come off that there.
He wears his heart on his sleeve, Kieran, and he just puts it out there. And
as I was saying, you come onto the game with great energy. Great energy. Love it.
he's a man you want in your corner.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely. So Kieran, you know, just forced substitution there, but he'll be fine. Oh, he's
He's time.
binning.
Yeah,
He's time.
he's got time. So the boys have got 5 on.
The beauty of it is they're coming off their own line, and they've
Lovely.
made some space. He's calling him on the inside.
Young Finn would have been shut the gate there, I think. Oh, heavy contact.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Bit of Geordie, you reckon, milked a bit there?
Yeah, but, you know, all credit to him. You've got to do whatever it takes.
That's
and
it.
the referee came in and made the decision, so they'll get the opportunity now.
Scorps can score with 5 on here would be very handy.
You see it happen more often than not, don't you?
Yeah,
It's
you
just-
do. You see it quite a bit. Oh,
And
that
you-
1%er.
Exactly, mate. You need to do the simple things well, and that's costly. Kieran's still got a bit of time left.
I think it's 3 sets.
Yep. Yeah, a touch in flight.
Good honesty there from Jordan Horrow.
We've seen that a few times in the game where the referees weren't quite sure, but the player says, no, sir, I touched it.
It's great to see.
It's a great part of our game. You've got to love the honesty. The ones that aren't quite so honest, they get found out very quickly.
That's right. That's correct.
It spreads on the touchline very fast.
Oh, you do not want to get that name for yourself. That is for sure and certain. So now another turnover. So the Scorps boys will bring it off their line. Kieran, he's just cracking to get back out there.
He's keen as.
He won't be happy that he's left his team and man down, so he'll look to inject himself whenever he possibly can.
Simon Lang, Caden.
Oh,
Oi. Little dancing feet there.
Looked like a little Oz tag move there, that one.
Little hot stepper with the little twist.
Little hips going there. Had the tags on, I think.
So now, good shift out wide early. Defence comes across in cover.
I think this will be the last set here for the boys to hold them out. They'll do a good job if they don't only score 1, is it? Or have they scored 1 with the 5 yet?
No, mate, and Kieran's back on. So
Oh, he's on.
yeah, we're all good
We're
to go.
back. We're back on. Missed it.
It happens like that here, mate. It's you blink, you miss something, the game rolls on. Waits for no man, the game of touch football.
Georgie Pilau in the lane there.
Lowest
Passing
lane.
that is.
He loves it. He'll go through the play in his mind again, and I should have done this or I could have done that. But he just gets on with it and gets the job done, Georgie. One of the real personalities of the game.
Yeah, he likes to be called Jonathan as well. If you see him out and around, just call him Jonathan. No, that's a personal joke.
So now the Scorps boys reset the defence here on the line, and the Hornets, the little in half.
What we got here? Little link play again.
Turns it back inside, good shutdown. Langy pushes hard, that's good cover defence as well.
Yeah, that's great. Cover.
Yeah, really well
It's easy.
read there.
Happy with Kyle there sweeping around just to help Georgie out as well.
It was nicely done, good lines.
Oh, I thought he slipped through there. Caden, great touch.
Multiple players in motion. How is important, as a ball player, you look up, you have options. How important are those unders lines that we saw run there?
Well, the off the work ball, that's something that me and Murray go on about at K Squared. We just talk about, you know, you're going to help that ball player out so much if you're working off the ball.
Yeah, a lot of players think their job's done if they're 1 or 2 men off the ruck. That's not true. You've got space to create. So see
Great
Jordan pick
strike
up there.
Wongy.
Oh,
Referees bring it back for an infringement.
8 on. Oh, 7 on, sorry.
Yeah, another one. That's one apiece, eh?
One apiece.
Great attacking opportunity. Stolen by that 1% play that you talked about again.
That was a great strike done, but I think it was Tyler Love who got it down for Geordie Marshall. You're asking a big question there.
So now, good opportunity to extend the lead here. They're out by 4, the Hunter Western Hornets. As again, we see just slowly taking the ball forward. Then a change of pace here. Langbridge affects the touch just to get the ball down. Good cover defence again by the Scorps. So Roberts out there now. So important in that middle.
Tyler Love, very handy too. But the boys will ask.
Yeah, not square. Good pick up by the referee. Right on the
Thompson
job
looking
there.
dangerous.
The Scorpions would look to get a try on the board here. I think will help out, get some momentum back. And
Another try here really changes the complexion of the game.
That's right, 10 minutes to go. Hornets boys will do their best to stop it though.
This is good. Outside his man. Oh,
is that?
They come off the
that's
foot.
not play on.
Kieran's
Bit of confusion here. For mine, when that ball hit the foot, that's a dead ball.
Yep.
They can't play on. They have to take it all the way back to where it hit the Hornets player's foot. Sorry, the Scorpions player's foot, and bounce back up to the Hornets player.
What's happened here?
So there's the pass, and you can see it bounce off Jordan's leg there.
Yeah.
And Tomo decided to play on, but the referee should have held it back as soon as it hit Jordan's leg.
Yeah.
So they'll take it back to that mark to bring the ball back into play. And the Hornets boys reset. We see that
do what they do best.
That interchange play so important in the structures of the Hunter Western Hornets team.
Scorps boys will try and suck out here.
Just gave away all that territory there. Blake Potts with the ball in hand. Didn't want to take the option of going through the line. Got the ball away. Quick tap taken. Referee had his finger up early.
Tournament control is
Kieran dropped back to the line nicely there and made that touch. Solid defensive effort.
Back to the referee's room. Or if you are located
See it?
at field 5, can you
Yeah, he
please
makes
make
the
this
line
known
perfectly. So
staff
good cover defence to
members at
Jonathan
field
Palau
five?
again.
As
Comes
we
in,
are
helps out.
racing
Palau magic.
to give you
Well
the
known for it.
scorecards.
Look at that change of pace there in the short ball.
did he get it?
I think he got him before the ball was down.
Is that Kelly again? Great touch.
Jeez, that's a great
Awesome
touch.
defence. That was so quick, that change of momentum that the Hornets boys put on, that beautiful pass, and the shutdown defence was just exceptional.
See what the boys can come up with here. But
A few
on.
tap-ons
Double
there.
tap on that one, went forward the last one. The referee's coming into position to call it.
Look good.
Had a bit of success in the first half. Why not?
Yeah, you've got to go back to the well, don't you?
That's it.
So now the Scorps boys driving hard off their line. That's good meters.
Kieran Toner.
That's Petro Simonasiva meters, those ones.
Just eating them up. Down we go.
Nice then.
Nathan Wong again. This is
Shame.
good out of half. Short ball.
Oh,
Ball down.
ball down. Mark
Three
Roberts,
calls that one
great
down.
line. As you mentioned before, those unders lines working off the ball. Mr. Consistent,
Yeah.
Mark Roberts.
Caden with the wheels there on the short side.
Yeah, once you get the defence on the back foot, they have to make some quick decisions. And we see here, that's a good roll ball, but well picked up. Caden takes his man, pulls that link, and great transition to the deck there from Mark Roberts. As you said, the line just on the outside.
Just
But
enough.
to get that ball down to the ground as quick as he did, that's a special skill as well.
Yeah.
So they're back in the game now, 6-3 on the Painaway scoreboard. Scorpions with a job to do here, 6.5 minutes remaining. So, boys, I know you need to get away to play in your very next match, which is the game straight after this one. So I'll ask for some final thoughts as we make our way into the final 6 minutes. How do you see it going? Have you seen enough from the Scorps to say that they can come back, or is it a little bit too far?
I think that the boys might get a few back, but I think the Hornets have done enough today with it. Like we're saying, the 1%ers get down the field and just finish down there. I think it'll be a little bit hard.
Good to see how we go at the end of this set, actually.
Yeah, look, good
Course,
roll
Murray.
in again. Look at this. Long ball, I think.
Oh, that's...
He's going to call that play on.
That's a try. Hold on, take my words back.
They're going to have a chat here, the referees. Yeah, we've given the all
That
clear,
looked
so
good
that was
from
a
there.
long bomb. It looked to go forward, but the hands delivering the pass back. The referee's on field, call a play on. We'll see it here in replay. That's a good dump, good control.
Hayden again. He's got the hot hand.
That's a Hail Mary, that pass, but it worked.
35 metres there.
So 640, you want to take it back?
Yeah, I'm choking a bit. But we'll see. You know, I'd never say never on the boys, but yeah, like, I have to say, like the Hornets, I reckon.
Sometimes the heart and the head sort of complete
They're a
like
classy
that.
outfit, the Hornets.
They
Very
are a classy outfit, as you guys are, and I wish you all the best with K-Squared Sports Style and in your next match. But thank you very much for joining us, boys. We'll let you go early so you can go and do the proper warm-up, and we look forward to having you back in the commentary box soon.
Thanks, Andy.
Take care, boys.
Thanks, boys.
So I'll keep the run going and wish the Kennedy boys all the best as they make their way out to the field number 3 for their match. And the action still coming here in the men's opens game. The Hunter Western Hornets in control at 6-4 with 4.5 minutes remaining. Changeover. So a penalty here just as the Scorpions look to drive off their line. They give away a penalty. Looked like a forward pass off the ruck. Nathan Wong, unfortunately, gets high fives from his team. He's just trying his best there and went a little bit too fast, unfortunately, for the Scorpions boys. The Hornets, what a great outfit they are. Mentioned the skills of the individuals out there, but as a team, they work so well together. The coach, Carly Banks, has all the plays up their sleeves to equip them for whatever happens on the field. Nice ball back outside. This time change. Blake Potts has had a hot hand in this match. The ball back inside. Too good, too fast. A beautiful try this time for Jake Fitzpatrick to take him out to 7 tries to 4. And just the skills of these boys at pace. Langbridge gets the ball back inside. That's a nice pass. There's Potts. Gets the ball away to the winger. Winger knew that he wasn't going to get to the corner, and there was Fitzpatrick, who handled earlier in the play and tucks himself back into an attacking position and is able to get across the line for the team's 7th try on the Painaway scoreboard. So well and truly in control of this match now. I know John started to see a change from the Scorps, and they've done enough to know that they are right in this competition. Early days here in the men's opens. And the one thing you can count on from the Scorpions boys, they will never die wondering. Kieran Toner there. Caden Wynyard's been the danger man in the number 5. He's out there as well. Here he is at link position. They'll come back to Caden. He pops outside his man but can't take control cleanly or get the pop-on pass away. And that is a changeover. So the Hornets rucking up off their own line. Straight to the interchange area, looking for that subset. That's what they do so well. And this is where the structures just fall into place. Little takes it forward, gives a little shift off, knocked down by Roberts. Had such a commanding performance here from Mark Roberts in attack and defence for the Scorps boys. He's earned his sleep tonight, that's for sure. Little props, gets it off the Rodimer, it was, sorry, back inside. Thomas McTaggart looking to get the ball over the line. Can't do so on that occasion, so Rodimer again. Here to sweep a call. That was Little. Goes for the dive over. Roberts diving in defence. Looks like a clash of bodies there. Little just grasps at his hemi or his hip, but he's fine. And it could have been called for not squaring the roll ball there. Just a little bit casual. One and a half minutes left on the clock here as we see the Scorpions boys rolling off the line. They'll want to get another one on the scoreboard to bring some normality back to this scoreline. 7 tries to 4. The Hunter Western Hornets leading. There's Jordan Marshall-King. Good meters for Geordie. Here they come again on the back of Jonathan Palau. Takes his team forward. Jordan Marshall-King, a little short pop ball. Cuban Porter Sheen there saying that the defenders didn't get the touch. The referee disagrees, calls the touch, and the Scorps boys return. Here we'll see on the replay. There's Marshall King out of half, holds it up nicely. Yeah, the referee was right on the spot there. I think he got the call right. Cuban Porter Sheen not happy with the call, but we are back underway as the Hornets, my apologies. Dill Thompson knocked down in flight. Nathan Wong gets up into the passing lane there. Knocks the ball down, but infringement for a late pass, I believe, was the call. So they'll go back now. Scorps, last opportunity, 30 seconds just under left on the clock here. Marshall King takes his team forward. Nice release off the ground. There's Jordan again, working hard. Heavy contact. Tyler Love for the Scorpions. Not happy with the contact. Just lets these Hornets player know that he's still there. There's Jordan. We'll see a step here. Left and right, but not able to get through the defensive armour of the Hunter Western Hornets. So a great result if you're a Hornets fan. 7 tries to 4 on the Painaway scoreboard. A great start to the Men's Opens competition here on field number 1 for these teams. It was great to see the talent on display. A rising team of youngsters for the Scorpions, and of course the so well-drilled Hunter Western Hornets. A great match. We'll bring you more action thick and fast here at the Inferno National Touch League. Men's 30s action coming your way. The Brisbane Cobras set to take on the South Queensland Sharks.
We need to start moving again, Australia. Moving as though our lives depend on it. Every one of us needs to target at least 30 minutes of heart rate raising physical activity a day. Because if we don't move it, we'll lose it.
us up. Let's go. Welcome back to Coffs Harbour. It is round 1 in the NTL Men's 30s competition in the 2021 Inferno National Touch League. Ben Homer with you in commentary. Abby's alongside for the call for this one between the two Queensland sides. And we're underway, so it's the Sharks who get us started in this men's 30s clash. Abby, just tell me your thoughts on this one. Debut as well in commentary, so we should note that.
Yeah.
As the Sharks look to move it out wide. Good touch made by the Cobras. Ophir playing the ball to Ma. Now in the middle of the park with Green, and he's going to turn it back on the inside. Just ball knocked down, and it's going to be 6 to go here for the Sharks. Important bit of defence here for the Cobras to do. Was correct, and now wide. The pass has found the winger, and over in the corner goes Aaron Swan, all clear. Nice work from the Sharks there. Abby, just explain to us how this one came about.
Just a black there at the end. Pulled the 2 middles in. Thought he was going to do a quickie, but blinded out to the right for Tom Ma and score in the corner.
Yep, nice build up there from the Sharks. So the Cobras in possession with Thomas. They'll be looking to hit back straight away, and they have done that. Mitchell Higgins has gone over. Good start to this one. Whose responsibility was that, the defensive work there?
Link was a bit too far away just then.
Just allowed that space, as you said. So the Sharks get us back underway. So 2.5 minutes gone, and we're all locked up at a try apiece.
Sweeper, no.
And looking to sweep out here to the right.
Ball play on. That was a tough call there.
Nathan Jones with the ball in hand. Big step back on the inside. That ball from Luke and on to into the hands of Jordan. Good step, wasn't it, from Tux Luke, and he's over. It's a try-fest in the men's 30s here.
Nice step back just there from Tux.
And how difficult is that to defend?
Pretty difficult. Fast feet. See if they can D6 here without try.
Yeah, so D6 for those that aren't up with the lingo is defend 6. It's pretty simple to understand. Defend 6.
Ball down there.
No, that's fair enough, and they've done that. So just stem the flow of tries in this one. 2-1, the lead at the moment for the Sharks. Abby, tell us how you're going today, touch football-wise.
Oh, yeah, just managing the open men's Sharks team. Actually, I'm not playing this tournament. I'm injured, so it's nice to, you know, just be able to watch and take everyone's feedback and play a bit of men's footy for once.
Yeah, yep. And here's some space for the Cobras. Good touch made on Jared Rigby. Of course, the Sharks played in that thrilling round 1 match in the men's open against the Bulls. 10-9, tight defeat, but since those two
just lost it there in the end, but it was a really good game.
Final play here, final touch for the Cobras as Griffiths just touched on the way through. Picked up at dummy half, and he's off his Sorrell. Trying to throw it back on the inside.
Good D, quick turnaround.
Yeah, good defence from the Sharks. So you're expecting the Sharks, they'll be up there. You probably got to say it, Abby, but they'll be up there.
Yeah, definitely.
The top pointy end of the competition.
Yeah, they got some good players in their side.
Ball goes down from the Sharks side of things.
Cobras to their box, see if what they've got.
Here's the run from Hamish Jones, picked up at dummy half by Powell, and now in the arms of Dean Thomas. Pat Horgan. Here's Thomas, turning it back on the inside to Higgins, who scored the Cobras' first try. And diving low as he got there. Pat Horgan. No, he hasn't. The touch was made just in the nick of time. What were your thoughts there? Fair enough, the call?
Yeah. Close one, though. He actually put the ball down on Stevie's foot, so 50-50 call there as well. Oh.
Here come the Sharks now. And penalty going the way of the Sharks. Not getting back the required distance. And now the Sharks looking to spin it and diving low as he got there, Ofia. No, the touch made just in the nick of time. Mitch Higgins in there along with Hamish Jones. And just spilled. Ball just put down just when they didn't need it, the Sharks, and the Cobras a massive let off there, especially considering they're behind 2-1 at the moment. Driving forward is Jones. Dummy half is Powell. Just shoveled it on to Lynch. And now the wrap around this time from Nella. He's got the ball in his hands. Makes the tap. Good scoot out of dummy half, and touch is made, but there's a penalty. Player's not back on the line. 2 feet, of course, required. Corbett is going to play the ball and drop it back for Nella. Rigby, Nella. Now Corbett with the ball in his hands. Drops it back for Nella. So they're just trying to build up to something here, the Cobras. Is that another penalty? Feet in the ruck? Yep.
Sharkies are giving them what they want right now. See if they can score off the back of this one.
Turn back on the inside for the Cobras. And referee saying no touch. He's giving that the all clear for Sean Lynch and the Cobras. So we're back at 2-2. Good match this one, 7.5 in. Missed touch. Referee saying he missed it. So tight one thus far.
Good meters there by Josh.
Yeah, Sharks going to roll up the ground and heat them up. Sauntering forward is McCormack. Here he is on the ball again. Good hands, wasn't it, from Baker? Swan, McCormack, and now in the middle of the park
nice drive.
With Wizarek. Cut out ball, beats a couple. The touch was made just in the nick of time. So the Cobras now look to work it out from their own end midway through this first half. Abby, just tell us your injury. What's the
ACL?
Yeah, that's a terrible one. How long have you got left in recovery?
Long time. Nah, about 7 months.
Yeah, and just see how this is going to play out for the Cobras in the hands of Van der Vee. Now Higgins in the centre of the park. Scooped up, final play. Cobras, they're looking to get themselves in front for the first time in this one. But the touch is made.
Good defense.
Yeah, strong stuff from the Sharks. So where are you up to in your recovery?
Just started running straight lines, actually. Pretty exciting.
Yep.
But yeah, same thing every day, really. Rehab.
And every little bit of rehab helps, doesn't it?
Yes, definitely.
Harrington on the inside now to Jones. Looking to switch it back, but Higgins is up there to make the touch. Picked up by Lutet. I've got them moving backwards quite rapidly, and it's intercepted. And away go the Cobras. It's Hamish Jones with the ball in hand. Getting across very well was Luke to make the touch. Griffiths plays the ball to Taylor, and now in the arms of Corbett, looking for a teammate. Griffiths is there at dummy half. Now Nella. Into the arms of Griffiths. Taking his time to drive a dump, and Corbett. Cut out ball from Lynch. Took an arm of a Shark. Pressure is building. What are you thinking when you've got to defend a few sets on your own goal line? What's your message normally to the team?
Just be calm. Heaps of talk. Organise. Be confident.
So Nella, referee finding another penalty. No advantage. Good match of touch footy this one. 2-2. Men's 30s round 1. An all Queensland affair between South Queensland Sharks and the Brisbane Cobras. Horgan turning it on the inside for Sorrell. Now in the arms of Nella. Flings the pass to Horgan and he's over again, Sean Lynch. They've turned this one all around, the Cobras. They were down 1-0 and 2-1, now it's 3-2. Just finding some space there in between the defensive lines. Sean Lynch runs some good lines, doesn't he?
Yes.
So can the Sharks respond here? Who are they looking to here, Abby?
Probably Cody Green, I reckon. Yep, on the rooster. At the back. Nothing there, though.
They've still got some touches up their sleeve. Cody Green in number 2. And now it's spun out wide. No touch, and they're over. So Stephen Murray scoring to make it 3-3.
Nice reply there from the Sharks.
Eight minutes left in this first half. Big set of defence coming up now for the Sharks. It's the tap taken by Dean Thomas. And at dummy half was Griffiths. And now Higgins, ball in hand. Rolls it back into the middle for Griffiths. Now into the arms of Jones. Thomas, Higgins stretching out. Good touch made by Hayden Baker. Thomas and Higgins. Now Jones. Higgins back to Jones. Inside pass was there, but he looked to go himself, and the touch was made by the Sharks. As the Sharks look to roll it up the park. Short pass now into the arms of Sherwood. Here's Wixarek. Good short ball. Cut out pass is too powerful. So what are you thinking here? 3-3, 7 minutes remaining in the half. Next try pretty important before half time. How do you go about finding a try for both of these two sides, Abby?
Just stay composed. Keep grinding.
Lynch, the ball in the hands. Almost.
Finish your sets and tries will come.
All about those completions.
Yes, definitely.
Keeping possession. Here they come, the Sharks. Through the arms of Baker and wide.
Oh, nearly put his foot out then.
It was a near thing, Harrington. Now into the arms of Lutet. Beating a couple and gonna have to take it back. Just a loss of momentum there for the Sharks. Neat scoop up. Dummy turns it back on the inside this time for the speed of Luke. Big cutout pass and put down by Aaron Swan. So Sean Lynch scored a couple in this first half. Now into the arms of Rigby. Powell was in there at dummy half. Nella playing the ball. Jones, and here's the run forward from Cameron Say. A little dummy pass to himself from Ethan Sorrell.
Don't think he was meant to pass that one to himself there.
And final touch. Have you ever done that?
No.
On the old pass to yourself?
Just want to throw it to the ground.
5 minutes remaining in the first half. This is the 2021 Inferno National Touch League. So pretty tight on the Pain Away scoreboard. Remember that Pain Away is Australia's #1 joint and muscle spray and topical pain relief cream. Abby uses Pain Away all the time, don't you?
Yes.
Love the love the stuff. Here are the Sharks. What can they conjure up? Green.
Counties for Cody.
Here is Green, flat and hard, knocked down. So they've got another set here.
Need to hit holes down on this side.
You were sensing some space out to the right.
Yeah, Link's too far away. But we'll see what they got now. Sweeper for.
So Green
McCormack.
finds Harrington. There is McCormack, player you're just talking about. Harrington, well, literally threw that. It was almost like one of the Cobras players called for the ball there.
There's only one as well.
Right in the line. So Pat Horgan charging forward. Played in to Powell, and then the run from Rigby. Here it is with Thomas. Out of dummy half with the pass. Nella, and diving low was Jared Rigby. The touch was made. Well, the referee is actually going to award the try. He's calling over one of the Sharks players, who I think believes he made the touch. Referee saying, no, it's a try. 4-2, 4-3, I should say. The Cobras in front. Referee calling play on, not back on side. The try scorer Rigby. Baker to the middle of the park now for Wixarek. He's going to play it and picked up by Jones. Cut out pass, and the Sharks are over. They hit back straight away through Aaron Swan. Another try for him in this one.
Nice play by the Sharks there. Jonesy with the fake.
Oh, and he copped some treatment, didn't he, Hayden Baker? That run from the link position. Drew in the defenders, both of them coming to him. And that man scored. So Lynch just popped up into the arms of Jones. Nella. Lynch. Looking for a hat-trick in the first half is Sean Lynch. He'll scoop it up from dummy half. That's 6 touches.
Sharks need to complete their set here. Get down the field. There's only 2 minutes.
Scooped up into the arms of Jones. Out the back it comes for Harrington.
Keep running. They need to keep running. Oh, down for Green.
And James Harrington, he's going to drop it down there for Jesse Green, who's quickly out of dummy half looking for the cutout ball. And he's over for another try in this first half, Aaron Swan. Now they've quickly turned it around.
Exceptional pass by Cody Green there.
A minute remaining in this first half. And it's been a good one to watch, this one. So the Cobras in possession with Sorrell. Scooped up, diving low. Ball looked to have come free. And it has. So 5-4. The Sharks leading the Cobras as we head towards halftime. 30 seconds remaining before halftime. And has it been spilled? Well,
no.
Incorrect play the ball.
No, he was hooking.
Trying to hook the defender on the way through.
Apparently.
So Pat Horgan is going to tap and go and dive.
Oh.
And referee says you weren't onside, and he awards the try.
It's a pretty easy try on the hooter there.
So frustration right on the stroke of half-time for the Sharks. Absolutely filthy. They were saying that they made the touch. The referee said he was offside. And at half-time, we are all locked up at 5 apiece. So we'll be back in just a second. Thanks for your company, Abby.
See ya.
We'll see you soon. 5-5 at half-time in this men's 30 slash between the Sharks and the Cobras.
All Flag Signs and Banners is one of the largest grand format printers in Australia. Our aim is to work closely with our clients to help build better brands and provide eye-catching print solutions. With 30 years of local production experience and the most advanced printing technology available in the world today, we're able to produce the widest range of quality print and signage with the Australian-made certification. Whether it's billboards, a simple teardrop flag, or even event displays, there is no limit to what we can produce for our clients. Our 2,500 square metre facility can produce more than 55,000 square metres of print per day, giving us some of the shortest turnaround times in the industry. Our product range and fast turnaround times is why All Flags is the preferred supplier of many professional sporting teams in Australia. Right from the start, our focus is providing the best service for our clients, from art support to custom sign manufacturing and installation. We work closely with your business to provide your complete print and signage solutions.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah, there you go.
Well, welcome back to Coffs Harbour. It's the 2021 Inferno National Touch League. It's the men's 30s, the Sharks and the Cobras. Well, this match is a round of commentary debuts. We've got Mark Langbridge in the box. And Mark, fascinating first half between these two. Bit of feeling in it as well in this men's 30s competition. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, tight one, Ben. They've obviously gone at one another here. And as this game goes on and this age group, they get a little bit lazy at times. And that's where you'll see that seesawing, I think, from end to end. Not bad, though. Good start.
We can ensure we remain COVID safe.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how this second half plays out. 30 seconds until we're going to tap off and get back underway. It was right on half time. It was the try to the Cobras, so 5-5, 5-5.
I felt like the Cobras have just had the better of it, but we'll see what the Sharks can come back with here.
So here we go. We're just about to get started. Second half of this one.
Players and referees ready.
3, 2, 1.
It's a long wait for the hooter. There we go. We're back underway. And it's Mitch Higgins who takes the first touch. So an all-Queensland affair in this one. It's round one of the NTL men's 30s. The Cobras with the ball. And Mitch Higgins driving forward. Kirk making the touch. His hat's come off, Higgins. That's going to make things a bit more challenging for me. The number 45. So Dean Thomas getting involved. Higgins, he's going to dump it down. Thomas back to Higgins. There was space to the left. Higgins went himself. Referee checks. He says final touch. Crossfield run, looking for the switch, but just came a little bit too late from Pat Horgan. Good defensive set there from the Sharks. So Mitch Higgins is leaving his hat there on the ground. You may see it come into view just off screen.
So the Cobras work to the box now. Get their interchange on.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that defensive set, though, the Sharks, won't they? Right after half-time, not conceding. And here's a penalty going against the team with the ball, saying a touch pass there. So Cobras with the touch, and Thomas is going to float it out wide to Taylor. Ball back on the inside from Jones into the arms of Say. Sorrell just looking to draw up the link, and he just maybe got a little bit too cute.
Yeah, ball down.
So the Sharks.
They actually all didn't go to the box the last time, and so yeah, they're a little bit different, Cobras.
So normally you're looking, what, at about one set of attack and defence before you make the change. Is that fair? Or is that really only men's open at that top level? This is 30s?
Yeah, and you're dead right. It's more at that. It is at that top level, but there's no reason why these guys shouldn't do it. And a lot of even the younger ones, as in the juniors, do it now. It's the go-to play. You defend a set, and then you get off. And while your others are setting, basically, they're coming on. They've got their set plays, and away they go. So you're not losing any energy. You're really throwing it at the opposition every time. Back to you, mate.
Yeah, few changes made now by the Cobras, as Corbett, and now across to Nella. He's made the touch, so it is the final touch for Lynch, and just ran out of options there. So it remains 5-all. 17 minutes remaining in this one. This is the men's 30s in the 2021 Inferno National Touch League.
There you go, got a few on now. See what they've got in attack.
So Harrington. And now the run coming from Jones. Just scooped up nicely by Harrington. Cut out pass to the wing. And it's going to beat Stephen Murray to the ground. So crucial set of defence coming up here for the Sharks. But look at the meters. They're just eating them up, aren't they?
See, they've done the big interchange. They've all got off. They'll sweep on here now, see if they get across.
There's some space, isn't there, out to that?
Yeah, brought in that left middle.
A little jink,
try to jink him.
Step, and he's all the way through, but he's the acting half, and he couldn't find a teammate. It was Jared Rigby.
A little bit of collision over there on the far side.
These two Queensland sides very willing. Here's the thing. Now, it has been knocked down, but could he get out of the way? No way.
No. Yep.
Chris Jordan. Well, Rigby was saying he wasn't getting out of the way, but he doesn't have to. Just getting across to block the pass, and he basically just threw it into his chest. So,
okay, so he's called a knockdown. So they ran that play there, Ben, where they did sweep in. They got to that left side middle, and he was able to jink and get through.
Well, so the penalty's been awarded for holding off the ball. That was the decision from the referee. So I think, not the knockdown. So
good call.
And that was that bump that we saw just during that play. Ball in the centre of the park with Say. Shifting it to the right for Jones. This is neat play from the Cobras. Another penalty, so they're building up here, a third one. And they're going to have one have to step off for the rest of the set.
That's right. See if they play for that. Try and get that extra penalty here.
Jones, well, there was a bit of push in that. Tackle, Jones is going to dive. He slid in.
I think he's,
The perfect penguin dive.
Winner, chicken dinner there. He done well. That thing of getting down low, the big slide, the big one arm.
And it really tests out defenders who, it's unfair. I don't know. It probably is unfair to call them lazy because you've got to get down so low after doing a lot of hard defence on your line. But that's what they're trying to look for. Defenders that are lazy can't get down that low.
He just hasn't bounced off the line quick enough, has he?
How would you go getting down that low, Mark?
No chance. As short as I am.
Here's the run from Luke. And short pass, they are over.
Straight back.
Chris Jordan.
Good job, guys. That's what you want to do.
So
like you said, the Sharks have built and built, got that try, and then Cobras just hit straight back. Nice play.
Yeah, this is a real ding-dong battle, this one, between the two Queensland sides. And it's all locked up again at 6 apiece. Remembering it was 5-all at half-time. And the Sharks again on the defensive duties. The touch was made there on Nella.
These guys would know one another as well, you know, Ben, and so they'd be playing for a Queensland spot, working hard for their to get into the 30s.
Yeah, just an extra special reason. Lynch to the line. Was always going to find it hard getting through there. Two Sharks players just closing in. McCormack barreling forward, stepping off his right was Lutit. Here's Green. Out the back. And now back on the inside from Lutit to Green. Returns it that way. Picked up by Jones. Now into the arms of Baker. Jinks and steps for the touch called by Corbett. Running towards the line. The acting half is Jesse Green. Can he find a teammate? He's running out of time. Has he done well enough, or was the touch made?
Got it away.
It's a try for the Sharks. And they lead now, 7-6.
They really worked the middle over there, and then he was able to get through and just find his man.
He had to get through. Decent bump there on the way to ground. Looked to be Steve O'Keefe. We'll double check that.
See what the Sharkies can come back at.
So here come the Brisbane side, picked up by Higgins, hat back, and Dean Thomas tried to find him on the inside. Oh. The referee saying incorrect play of the ball. Gee, that's a killer, isn't it? Just under 12 minutes remaining in this one. And there's space in front of Harrington. He's gone all the way through, James Harrington. The chase is coming from Rigby. He gets the pass wide, and they are over in the corner, the Sharks. Or was the touch called? It was.
Yeah, I think the
Cameron Sherwood.
Yep, the touchies made the call.
Gee, that's tight. That is so tight in the arms of Afia. Wizarek. Touch not made on the inside, then for Ma. Touch finally made on Wizarek.
Right, we're on the 4th.
Ma just lobs it into the arms of Afia. Returns it to him, dives low, touch made by Higgins. So great scrambling defence this set from the Cobras.
Yep. See if they can defend out the last here.
And just spilled there by Wizarek with some space down that left edge.
Just put a little bit extra on that. And yeah, it was a little bit of a hope on that, I think, on the last. A return serve here so they can get over halfway, get up into the 10. Just got to do your metres. Get your team into that position. You don't have to score on all, but just get that other end of the field. Keep wearing them down.
So the touch made by Say, and that is 6 down.
They'll be happy with that.
The Sharks leading 7-6 at the moment. It's been such a Quality match of touch footy, this men's 30, round one. Both want to start on a winning note.
That's what they wanted there, Ben. They've got the changeover. They got to their end, got the changeover with the Cobras coming out of their half, and now just see if they can build that pressure again.
Cobras to the line. It would have been difficult to get through there. Griffiths.
They're really snake into that one.
Almost needed to dig a tunnel to score on that occasion.
Exactly.
As now to the line. Did he slice through well enough? He didn't, but the penalty is going Ethan Sorrell and the Cobras' way. So Sorrell with the tap, drawing them up. They're going to go again.
Lucky there.
They were up quickly, weren't they? So Sorrell this time, dropping it down.
Ooh.
And they've found some space, have they? Not quite. Cameron Say, good touch made on him.
Good scramble, yep.
Horgan, Sorrell. Dump and the split. Sorrell, touch looked to have been made there by Wizkarek.
Got off the line well enough there. They were out a little bit further, so that was a good example where he was able to get the line and get off it.
Good touch from Wizkarek. And now it is Horgan into the arms, and just a little slip from Griffiths, and that was enough just to end the momentum for the Cobras. So the Sharks looking to make some changes, you'd think here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, that should be a penalty. Player in the ruck there.
Okay, the ref's seen it their way.
Did you think that was fair? Or do you think it could have gone the other way?
I thought it could have gone the other way. He'd stepped over the mark, and then and there was a little bit of chat, maybe.
Yeah, well, maybe they are thinking what you're thinking, Mark, and that's why there was a little bit of back chat.
Yeah.
Here it was. Well, he can't disappear.
Yeah.
And I don't think he was doing anything wrong in that situation.
Exactly. So yeah, the guy came in and just shoved him, but the ref saw it that other way.
So Green playing the ball to Harrington. Green, very fleet-footed. Going to get the ball down, draw them out. Green flat and across. Doesn't quite get there. It did, but it looked to have hit the deck eventually off the hands of Cameron Sherwood. And they're going to look to go to the bench and make some changes after that run from Griffiths. And then Say took it for a run.
A little bit slow on the interchange there, getting on.
Here's Lynch. Turns it on the inside for Drennan. And now Corbett.
Covered well.
Moving it left. Nella almost through. Good touch made on the final play. That pass from Taylor. Now Lynch in the middle, turning it around the outside. And the touch.
He's called it late. Yep.
Has been called, and it's going to be a penalty the way of the Cobras, I should say, of the Sharks for that touch pass. And I tell you what, Harrington almost spotted some space down the left.
He did if he gets that one away.
So what can they conjure up here? The Sharks in possession, leading at the moment, 7-6.
Need to hold them out here. Really important. They don't let them get two on them.
Loots it. Great ball up and around the corner. Afia has got the ball down, and they're out to a 2-try lead now.
Oh, I've given them the death knell. Sorry, boys. Let's see if they can get back.
Well, you were right. They couldn't concede there, especially with just over 6 minutes remaining.
It's critical, isn't it? You know, a game of touch, it's such a physical game. You can't let that opposition, you know, put those extra numbers on you. Anyway, see if they can get them back. It goes the other way too. You can get them back pretty quick, eh?
Yeah, and this is so important. So important, this set coming up for the Cobras. He's gone right through Horgan. Referee calling that player who shooted up offside. Higgins turning it on the inside for Lynch now. Into the arms of Thomas. Fired it across to Higgins. Couldn't wriggle his way past both the defenders. Lynch just going to spiral it out to Thomas. Flat and hard, neat link up. Picked up by Horgan. Lynch, he made the wrap around Horgan, and it just took a touch. And I tell you what, if Philip Taylor had have taken it, it would have been a try for sure.
They'll get another set of 6 here, Ben.
But he'll be ruining it, won't he? Because he's thinking, all I have to do is catch this. I know it was touch. That makes things difficult, but he knows.
And you're right. Those are the critical ones. He catches that, then they're only one down and they go again. Anyway, see if they can get him back.
Or, yeah, if they can score here, it won't matter.
Play on. He's
just looped over the top. What a ball that was. And diving over was Rigby.
He's called it back, though. Yeah.
It was a terrific ball, but referee thought it went forward.
I think there was something in the ruck. Yeah, a little bobble in the ruck. Oh, was it the... Sorry.
Yeah, could have been
forward
either. Could have been either or.
Yep.
Take your pick. Now they look to explore the left-hand edge. Oh, no one with them. Hayden Baker and Aaron Swan are just going to play between themselves for the moment. Here's a charging run from Nathan Jones. So if they can score a third here, they'll put it beyond doubt, the Sharks. Wixarek to the line.
Nice little dummy play. He's trying his bag of tricks.
Well, Rigby with a touch, so just over 4 minutes remaining. These are the moments that they've really got to stand tall. The Cobras well knocked down, but it's another 6 touches for the Sharks. Baker dropping it on the turf for Jones. Baker sliding in, and that should do it for the Sharks.
Yep.
They smelt blood in the water.
They just got those last couple on, didn't they? And like you say, the Cobras just couldn't complete up this end where they needed to really just get that. They score that one there, they're one behind. Now it's a...
Isn't it funny, isn't it? Swings and roundabouts.
Exactly.
How quickly things can change. So the Cobras, Lynch almost was able to find a route to the try line. So now really it's all about for and against. He sends here for the Cobras. Just popped up diving low. Referee says final touch as Nella went down. Now they explore the short side. That little trick shot from Thomas, but not the power on that pass up and over the top. So, and it was a touch pass anyway, so it won't matter. Final 3 minutes.
Yeah, the Sharkies won't stop. They'll keep going at them, running their plays.
Harrington takes the ball to ground. Linked up with McCormack. And then Green got involved as well. Harrington, Green in there at acting half. Short pass. They're piling on the pain now.
Nice little hole run.
The Pain away scoreboard reads 10-6 in favour of the Sharks.
Winger just got caught out there a bit, not in no man's land, as they say. Needed to make a decision and he took the wrong one.
So they really have pulled away late, the Sharks, after the Cobras really took it to them. The point where it was 6 apiece. Can they grab one? Now Higgins, that pass is always going to hit the deck in front of Horgan.
Yeah, just trying to push it a bit.
A reminder that Pain Away is Australia's #1 joint and muscle spray and topical pain relief cream. So they look to spin it out to the right-hand edge with Stephen Murray. May have just copped a stray boot there, or
bit of Pain Away will fix him up.
Tell you what, you'll be on the payroll soon, Mark, with segues like that. That's
look, they'll get some onto him. He'll be straight back on. He'll be fine.
So Wixarek playing the ball to Baker, and then was in the arms of Green. Here's Wixarek, little scamper out of dummy half from Jesse Green. He's going to go all the way, and the pass found his teammate, but the touch was made.
When you're backing up like that, you can often get your arms out, and you can hit that runner before he gets the ball away. You should never turn your back, or turn your back and run, but get your inside arm out. You can make that inside touch often. There's enough metres in there just to get the person. He's so close to you, but you don't know he's there behind you.
Final touch now for the Cobras. Into the arms of Corbett. Neat wrap around. Can they grab a try for the road? No. Powell just touched late there. And you can hear the, that's the timer. And that is full time. That pass has gone a mile forward. Well, hang on. We may have one final play because it's a penalty for the touch pass. So what are the Sharks going to do here?
I think they'll be good at shaking hands.
Well, here we go.
There we go. Let's make a touch.
Oh, there we go. That is world class there. You picked that one pretty well, Mark. So full time, the Sharks, too good for the Cobras in the All Queensland affair. The Sharks 10-6 winners. Mark, thanks for your company.
Thanks, Ben.
What a great debut you made there. That was superb.
Easy with you, mate. Easy with you.
Well, we're going to have some men's 45s coming up next. Adam Collins is going to jump in. It's the Sydney Mets up against the Hornets. And that one coming up on the other side of this.
Hey guys, my name's Justin Costello. As a young kid, I've always had a passion to play touch footy, as well as becoming a qualified plumber and a tradesman. If you're unsure of what you want to do, check out myskills.gov.au and look at doing a real skill for a real career. Now don't underestimate a vocational education and training qualification. It could be what you're looking for. That's real skills for a real career.
Can't stop, won't stop, train, perform, recover. Pain Away, Australia's #1 joint and muscle spray and cream topical pain relief brand, containing arnica and naturally derived active ingredients. All day, every day, Pain Away.
Welcome back to the CX Coffs Harbour International Sports Stadium for the 2021 Inferno National Touch League. Men's 45s action coming your way. The Sydney Mets taking on the Hunter Western Hornets. And it's Adam Collins here in commentary, joined by Elise Wilson. Elise, thanks for joining us. I'm not going to ask you what you think might be happening in this game. Just tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're doing up here this year.
I'm playing in the Women's Opens Raiders team. So we had our first game this morning against Sharks.
30 seconds.
And then we had the bye in the middle of the day, so we don't play again until 6. So we're all just chilling out at the hotel, watching the live stream.
Except for you, here you are. The girls will
Yeah.
be sitting back in the comfort of the air conditioning in the motel or in the pool maybe.
Yeah.
And listening to your dulcet tones here in the commentary box.
Sure.
So we'll get the action underway. It looks like the Hunter Western Hornets will tap off. And a quick shout out to my friend David Collins. Unfortunately, just a little bit under the weather. He's hasn't been able to make it away with his team. The coach of the Sydney Mets men's 45s. I'm sure the guys will acquit themselves out there on the field for you, Dave. But all the best, a speedy recovery, mate, and we'll talk soon. The Hunter Western Hornets will get underway. The Hooter sounds in the background. It's a nice change of pace here. We've had lots of different age groups on the field in the men's 45s. The skills that are on display. There's plenty of experience out there. As the Hunter Western Hornets shifting the ball left and right. Socks pulled up,
Switch
skins
back.
on.
Oh,
Attempted cut out. The winger was up off the line there. Plenty of work to do if he had to recover, but unfortunately, or fortunately for him, the ball went to ground. And now the Mets will bring it deep from within their territory off their own line. It's Reardon with the ball, taking it forward. Nice clean dump there. The Mets boys, good transition play here over their interchange box. And on sweep, the Cavalry. That's Hisham Ishak there, taking it forward in the 69. Ahmed Daisley there with the ball in hand. He'll get the ball down.
oh, good touch.
Yeah, good, solid, very confident defence there too. He just rolls up forward, says, yep, it was easy. Give me the ball. Jamie Black in the number 9. Stalwart of the game. Jamie Black has been around a long time, a New South Wales men's opens player back in the day, up here in the 45s division now. There's plenty of experience, as I said, in both of these teams. And it's rolling forward. Up to the halfway line, you really want to get deep into enemy territory here, don't you? At least you want to, if you can't score, at least you want to give the ball away down on the opposition try line or in that zone.
Yeah, 100%. Mets just given away 6 again, though. Coach Killer.
Coach Killer, that's what we call it. Couldn't agree more.
Mets slowly walking up.
That's Les Smith there. Nice ball off the ground.
Oh,
Smith
back
off the left
inside.
foot. I think he got that one down too. Ahmed Darsley comes across in cover, not in time. So Les Smith, the big left foot. He got down low too. Good skills from Les. We'll see it here on replay. Talk us through this one, Elise.
Just a normal quickie, looks like. Stepped back in. That other middle just hesitated a bit whether to hit or not, I think.
Yeah,
a bit
you see
flat on the line.
the outside middle there, Jamie Black applauding the touch, but it wasn't in time. You could see him crying out for his, for help from that other middle, and just not in time for Ahmed. And there, Les talking it through in the sub box, saying this is what I did and this is what the defence did, and
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter. It's on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's done now. Just got to learn from it.
Cut out pass.
Good catch.
Yeah, put the body on the line, the big fella. Inferno Harb there, the big-bodied winger in the number 11 jersey for the Mets.
Hornets
Penalty.
not moving up.
So that's the first penalty. We're not moving up off the line in the 7 metres.
Oh, good slide dive. Almost.
And Nathan Martin there. He thought he'd done enough. That's good. Quick release off the ground. Needed to give that ball there. Had man in space outside him. Sorry, that's Mark Williams. My apologies. Here he is again.
Oh,
Short bar, nice pass on the outside.
Hornets link was just a little too tight there, I think. See on the replay.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the replay here, and as Elise called it, I think you're right. Just in a little bit too tight, needed to pull a bit quicker. So good control here. So when the half, he straightened up there and drew that initial middle player, so the link was in two minds. Do I need to go in? And as you said, just sold himself a little bit short, went in too hard. And that's a nice reply there, a response for the Mets. Number 18, Heath Eggleston, the man that gets on the paint away scoreboard. So we're all tied up again, 1 try apiece as the Hunter Western Hornets. A little bit of byplay in the middle, just interchange. They'll look to regroup now. Darren McSpadden.
Whoa.
In the half roll. That's
Long
a good
ball.
long ball.
Oh.
Just lost the handle on that one. I think he was going for the transition, trying to get it back inside Timothy Allen is the man on screen, the man that put it down. Could have been just trying to rush. You've got to catch it before you can do anything else with it.
For sure. I think he was going back inside to the link.
Yeah. Maybe played it a little bit too fast in the mind.
Yeah.
So good meters here. Yeah. Good momentum now. Serve again. Hisham Ishak. The ball in hand there.
Hornets not moving forward again.
There's Ahmed Darsley on screen. Important player in the middle for the Mets. As is the man with the ball, Jamie Black. Constantly talking.
Whoa.
Short ball could have been called forward. Referee says play on. There's a release for Black. Here he is with the ball in hand again. Darsley, get it down for me. Dishes off the deck. There's Black back inside.
Good try.
Yeah, Black and Darsley have been together for a long time. The boys from the Western Suburbs Magpies back in Sydney. And the combination lethal on that occasion. We see here in the replay, little dish off the deck. Black, eyes up, touch footy, draws in that link defender, just holds him in space. You see the shutdown come in despairingly from Michael Barker. Not in time, and the Mets take the lead for the first time now, 2-1. How important is that eyes up play around the acting half area to commit at least one defender in that role, and he actually drew two in then?
Yeah, huge, because that close to the line, something's going to open up. If you can get one player to turn their body in, you're guaranteed to have a hole somewhere.
And good enough there with that quick hands as well, and Daisley puts his body into the space that was needed.
Ooh.
And gets it down, plucked out of the air.
Intercept.
No touch made either. Corey McLeod turning back the years, the big winger.
See what Mets create here. They've been doing really good rucking sets.
And McLeod from the Penrith Club back in Sydney. He's been around the game a long time. One of the best finishers when he was at the top of his game here in the men's 45s now. With a good group of boys from the Sydney Mets area as we see a turnover. Simon Webster won't be happy with that little play, but there we go.
Another drop.
There's a return to serve. I think that was Jeremy Burgess for the Hunter Western Hornets putting that one down. So again, a change of pace here. The men's 45s division, the skills still evident. Just the pace of the game slows a little bit, but they are really asking some questions here. The Mets, the Hunter Western Hornets rolling back to the line. It's a good shift. Reardon into space, but a forward pass called.
Yeah. I thought he let it slide there for a second.
Yeah, it was just that delay, wasn't it, while he got himself back into position to blow the whistle.
Yeah.
2-1. The Mets leading the Hunter Western Hornets as they roll towards their sub-box, looking to get the fresh legs onto the field. The referee finds an infringement, stepped out of play, I believe.
Yeah, looks like it.
So a nice little change over here on the attacking side of halfway for the Mets, so a good opportunity.
Going for a sub.
Yeah, going for the sub, just setting up again. The interchange referee's called 7 on here. He was yelling instructions about the gate. And unfortunately, for the Mets team, it's a turnover, a penalty for an incorrect substitution. So the interchange area so vitally important. Elise, how do you find that that transition, the importance of getting players off the field before the new ones enter?
Yeah, I think it's hard. I think it's just knowing your team's subbing pattern and knowing what you're doing when you get on and where your role is, because as soon as you've got that whole team coming off, you just want to get on. It's easy to mess up and get those 7 on. But especially here at NTLs, the refs have been really knuckling down on that.
But that was a good shot, the elevated shot there to show the markings on the sub box. It is fairly clearly, marked where you can enter and leave the field from. So, as you said, it's vitally important to know your team's substitution patterns.
Yeah.
And the communication of who's on and who's off. So.
Yeah. And if you're coming off, you got to get off quick.
We have seen
dawdling.
We have seen several penalties for that same infringement throughout the weekend.
Yeah.
So already on day number 1 here, So hopefully that teams, as you said, are aware that the referees can crack down on it. NTLs, that's what it's all about. Those little 1% plays that can be costly.
Yeah.
Here we go again. Knocked down. Les Smith again, always asking questions of the defence. The number 4 for the Hunter Western Hornets. He was the try scorer. So looking to get his team across the stripe once again.
Penalty 1.
So penalty, when we talk about the penalties there, that's for not coming off the line appropriately. The referees are always talking to the players. When the ball's outside that 7 metres, they have to roll forward. You can see the ref pointing to each of the players, just telling them to move forward. If they don't move forward and they're penalised, they get 3 penalties for that infringement. And on the 3rd penalty, one of their players is removed to the sideline or to the in-goal area, and they'll defend a man down.
Good idea.
And that man will be down until a change of possession occurs too, so it's a really good advantage. And I guess that's keeping teams on their toes, and they have to listen to the referee. If they don't, they pay a consequence.
Yeah, definitely. And with the old rules, you only really played 5-on-6 if someone got force subbed or sent for time.
Yeah.
So it makes a massive difference. If you can get a set with 5 defenders, you're almost guaranteed to score.
As we see the Mets roll on now. Good penetration here. Maybe the Hunter Western Hornets just folding back in defence. Good change of pace now.
6 touch.
So that was a good indication there. The game sort of seemed to slow, just roll on, and then all of a sudden acceleration. So the whole scope of the game changes, and the defence has to switch on as well.
Yeah.
It's not, the game isn't always played at a breakneck pace. It's like a game of chess, trying to move pieces around and altering your speed and your shape or the direction you're travelling. So it's good to see it here in the men's 45s division. There's a forward pass called. So was it forward or was it late? No, it was forward. Yeah, you see the ball the way it came out of their hands there, and the sideline referee, good shot there from our Bar TV cameraman, always up with the action. The referee with the arm across the chest, just signalling to the on-field referee the pass was thrown forward, and the infringement was noted. So there's Ferb taking it forward once again. Black, could have been forward, play on. Mark call, but not awarded, play on.
Running into numbers.
That's Alan Woods with the ball, the long pass, the cutout for Jared Reardon. Doesn't come off on that occasion. Knocked down in flight by Michael Barker. He had to do that too, Elise. That was open spaces and good night for the Mets there.
For sure. Even then on the sweeper, the wrong middle actually made it, but the half recognised that sooner and picked up and took off, which was good. If they had given it to the sweeper, he would have run into numbers.
It's a good opportunity now for the Mets. Plenty of touches up their sleeve. No trail on the inside that time. Play on. He gets that one away.
Got everyone up.
Darren Roden gets the ball to Alan Woods. That's Paul Cray at half. My apologies. There he is. Cray again. Left to right. Long ball doesn't get
forward.
He's the big man throwing himself around out there.
Yeah.
South Inferno Harb. We'll see it again here on replay. Cray looks to go short and then stands up, goes that big long left to right bomb. I don't know about the forward pass call there. Looked like the hands were good for mine.
Backwards.
Yeah. But
interesting.
Referees are right there and they make the call on the run. So kudos to them. They've been good so far today. It's been excellent officiating by all of the officials here on the main games. And by all reports, they are right onto the action. So, as I said, kudos to all of our referees. That one goes to ground. Right on the painting on the field and on the scoreboard. The Painaway scoreboard, the Mets leading 2-1. And Painaway, Australia's #1 joint and muscle spray topical pain relief cream. And great supporters of Touch Football Australia as the Mets come right back into the attack now. Up to the halfway line. This is good momentum now. Let's see what they can do on the back of it. That's 2 touches gone. Reardon, great meters. 10 meters on that play. There's Daisley in the middle.
Mets have been really strong in their rucking, getting to at least halfway on second touch every time.
There's Hisham Ishak in there with Daisley. There's Jamie Black. Shane Wilson takes it in. There's Daisley again. Ahmed, little turn. Could have been in the ruck there. 6 touch. So important to know the touch count. It's a lost opportunity. Four and a half minutes remaining in the half. The Mets leading 2-1. The Hunter Western Hornets up over the halfway line. Sloppy here, a little bit clunky on that play. But they'll regroup now. Fresh legs have come onto the field.
Good running.
Patrick Doyle drives it in. That's good momentum if they can capitalise on it here. There he is, Doyle again. Acting half is Darren McSpadden. Can't crack the defensive line of the Sydney Mets. So the coach at home in his hospital bed, he'll be feeling happy with the way the boys have performed so far with the 2-1 lead. But that's solid defence there from the Mets.
Yeah.
And here they are turning defence into attack. Good momentum again up over the halfway line. Couple of touches remaining here. And a penalty. What do we call those ones, Elise? Late in the touch count.
Coach killers.
Coach killers. You can see the coach over there pulling his hair out.
Yeah.
It's exasperating the coach. I think I damage more hats than just ripping them off my head and throwing them on the ground.
Yeah.
But you really have no control over it.
Nah. Tarlo seems to damage his notebooks a bit more.
Some insight into the Raiders coaching box.
If he ever gets mad. It's a rare occasion.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, very evenly tempered, Mr. Tarlington.
He is.
Fantastic fella. Great to see him in the coaching role too, putting a lot back into the sport down there in the ACT.
For sure.
Now the Mets roll on. Another attacking opportunity. Back inside. Good skills dive. The referee right on the spot.
Hornets men looking at each other a bit confused.
Yeah, Simon Webster there. Very good play. Let's have a look at it. It's individual. The lies up. Nice ball back inside. And gets it down. Ooh, but look at pain on the Hunter defender's face there. Just a collision in back play.
Yeah. Similar play to what we saw before by Mets. Just a quickie step back, but this time on the link.
Yeah. So 3-1 now on the Painaway scoreboard. The Mets leading the Hornets. 2.5 minutes remain in the half. The Hornets will want to try and cross here if they can to maintain some contact on the scoreboard. That's Smith coming into the half roll. Dangerous now. That's a good ball. He gets over the line, looks short, and there it is.
Oh, someone's down.
I think they're both down. Again, a collision of bodies. It was all accidental. Just in the run of play. These bigger bodies, when they hit the ground hard. We see it again on replay. There's Les. Picks up one-handed, gets across the line. That's the heads-up footy. And now just finds a man in support. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, just as he rolled over. Foot contacted the hip. Didn't look good, did it?
Nah.
For the Mets player. And he limps off as well, the scorer. Ian Doherty it is. We'll keep an eye on both of those players to make sure that they're well looked after. Good medical treatment up here at Coffs Harbour. As the ball goes to ground there. Paul Cray won't be happy with that from the Mets, putting it down a very simple pass. So a minute remains on the scoreboard. The score is 3-2. The way of the Mets over the Hunter Western Hornets. Hornets well on the attack again, looking for the dive under. Referee,
sneaked under.
Yeah, the referee's right on the spot and awards the try there. So I must admit I did miss it. I had my eyes off the play there. It was just a bit of a viewing block from our commentary position. So sorry, Elise, we'll run through it here.
He switched back, and just straight under that defender's arm.
Darren McSpadden it was that switched back with David Porter. So Porter gets across the line to equalise now 3-3. So I gave a shout out about the strong defensive effort from the Mets, but that's 2 simple tries there on those switchbacks.
Great honesty by the Mets. I think it was the link that got scored on, maybe the middle.
That's what the game's all about. We talked about that with the Kennedy boys when they were in here with me. You really don't want to get a name for yourself as a cheat.
Definitely not.
The game is full of honesty, and that's a great, a great display of that out there in the Mets team. As we're just seeing whether or not a penalty is going to be blown here to call a halt to the game. It doesn't look so. I believe time has been called. So we'll go into half-time, all tied up on the Painaway scoreboard, the Sydney Mets and the Hunter Western Hornets, 3 apiece. We might take a quick break, Elise, and we'll come back for what you might think will happen in the second half.
Sounds good.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world.
We need to start moving again, Australia. Moving as though our lives depend on it. Every one of us needs to target at least 30 minutes of heart rate raising physical activity a day. Because if we don't move it, we'll lose it.
Well, welcome back to CX Coffs Harbour International Sports Stadium, where the men's 45s are all tied up. The Sydney Mets and the Hunter Western Hornets, 3 apiece. Elise, tell me a little bit about how you saw that half and who's going to take control of this match. All tied up at half-time. Where do you think the next one's going to come from?
Honestly, I reckon it's going to be pretty close. Hornets came back there by the end, and if they can keep their legs for the rest of this half, they might get over. But it'll be interesting to see. Mets seem to, in their line attack, be doing very static plays. So I think it'll just play out however the game, if it's a running game or if it's a static game, might determine. But I reckon Les Smith and Darren McSpadden from the Hornets, if they're in some good attacking plays, they might be pretty dangerous. and Jared Reardon and Jamie Black and Paul Cray for the Mets. I reckon if they're in some space, also looking dangerous, so we'll have to see.
Here we go, the second half underway. The Mets bring the ball back into play. That's your man there, Reardon, with the yellow boots and the bald head. So somebody we're not going to lose sight of anytime soon. Let's see what the Mets can do with the first opportunity after half-time. That's nice work from Alan Woods. A short ball.
He was in.
Clash
Sneaky
with the
ML.
referee and back play too.
Yeah, I reckon if he had hands to that, he would have walked over for sure.
Craig just needed to put a little bit more pace on to get himself into the right space. Wasn't able to on that occasion, but another one of the men you identified.
A little bit reactive instead of proactive there, I think.
I'll make sure he gets that message. As now the Hunter Western Hornets roll on. And again, a shout out to their coach. Back at home, not able to make the trip. Having some medical issues at the moment, and he'll be listening, and he'll pass on that information, Elise.
Just in that play.
So now the Mets roll on up to the halfway line. Reardon takes it across the stripe. McLeod gets the ball down. This is good. Woods, extra space, ball back to McLeod. Nice play. Centre it up now, and they'll have a look here. Ishak, that is. There's Daisley.
So dangerous in their rucking.
There's Jamie Black. Good setup. That one was beside the leg. Yeah, the referee was right onto it too. Not square. It's a sneaky little play from Jamie. Sometimes he gets away with it. Likes to try and get it down as fast as he can, and just lost a little bit of control and shape there. So the Hunter Western Hornets off the hook, because I think they were probing then the Mets.
Pop back.
They're working their way to the sub box. They're looking for those subsets over to the interchange area. And on come the fresh legs. Change of pace again. Good meters now. What can they do on the back of that? Momentum's so important. That's a good roll ball. One-handed pick up from the number 14. That's Rodney Johnson. Not able to crack the defensive line there of the Mets. Shane Wilson coming into effect that touch. Shuts it down. This is the final touch now for the Hornets. They need to switch on from a static play, as you said. Tap on, intercept taken, no damage done.
This will be touch zero. Well, that was touch zero.
That was touch zero there, yep. So Daisley drives up the line. There's his shack. Out to McLeod. McLeod goes down. There you go. Good meters now for the Mets. They sweep on. So good play here for the Mets. And a penalty earned on the back of that drive? No. Given away, saying that Heath Eggleston, I believe it was, in attack, too much contact in there, pushed the defender out of the way. So
He may have put a straight arm.
let's have a look at it here. That's a harsh penalty for mine, but the referee is the sole judge of fact on the field, and he saw it the way he did and called it, and the play goes on. So the Hunter Western Hornets, opportunity on the halfway line. Good aggressive defence now from the Mets, pushing up.
See what they set up here.
See the referee telling them to roll forward. The ball's outside the 7. Now it's inside.
Another set.
Wow.
This will be good from Hornets. I don't think we've seen too many repeat sets for them.
And penalty number 1 in this roll here for that infringement of not rolling forward. I thought they'd done enough.
Dragging them out.
Yeah.
It's going to take one.
Up they go again. They make the line. Now they have to roll forward. That's 2 touches. There's Les Smith in the middle. Like a chess master, just moving the pieces around. There he is, a split, a jump out play, little flick pass.
Through
That's
his
good
legs.
skills. Oh, and
The
he celebrates the big
celebration.
man. That is Michael Barker getting the ball out to Timothy Allen. Let's have a look at it on replay, because that deserves some extra attention. You see Smith here. As I said, the chess master moving the pieces around. This is a good ball. See the split play in behind, little block play, and then through the legs.
Oh.
You'd pay money to
Straight
see
to the
that again.
chest.
Perfect pass. Hits the chest of Timothy Allen. Wow. So 4-3 now. The Hornets lead on the Pain Away scoreboard. And the Mets, can they reply here? That was forward. Referee straight onto it too. They can't question that one. You may look around there, sir, but the referee has blown the whistle. Get on with the job. A bit of body contact in there as well. We see Ferb go down. He gets straight back to his feet. A bit clunky on that transition play. They regroup now. Up over the halfway line. Good ball back inside. Gets control. Need to settle it down now. This is the last touch for the Hornets. Can they move the ball around? The attempted flick pass again.
6 again.
Tough call, that one for mine. I think the ball was actually thrown into him as he come in to effect a touch, but the referee again calls it, and that's the way we go.
Let's see.
Yeah. 50-50 call. Referee got it right.
Not too much argument about it either.
Well, there was the shake of the head, but these guys, you know, they don't argue too much, and they just get on with it. So they're behind on the scoreboard. They don't want to give away too many, and penalty after penalty isn't what you want on your own defensive line. So nice play there. Solid again in defence. That's Woods out there in the link position, making that touch.
Got both middles out there.
Short ball just goes to ground. Jason Toby there in the number 13. Just puts that one down. Reardon takes us forward. There's McLeod. This is good from Woods as well. Back to McLeod. We've seen that a few times today. Extra metres. Daisley into half. Hisham Ishak now. Gets the ball down. Daisley into half. It's Shane Wilson. Jamie Black. Black into half. Long ball out to the winger. McLeod.
Oh, he's caught it. Has he caught it forward?
That's all he could have called it forward. Let's have a look at it here.
At the line.
Geez, again, the hands for mine were backwards. McLeod really made the most of it. You don't see Corey drop those.
Interesting.
It's easy for us to call it on the monitor, but, you know, at game pace there, and the referees are on the spot, so a good call. Once again, we'll go with them every time. And the Mets have a little bit of work to do here. The Hunter Western Hornets back on the attack. Good. Smith. Smith with a cutout pass. Looked like nothing was happening then, and Smith was able to pop that one away. That was the last touch. Now they have to come deep within their own territory. Daisley takes them forward. They need to straighten up here. That's good. Good meters. Ishak, same thing. He doesn't need to shift, just needs to go direct. So where we break down a little bit there. There was 2 good settles, and now they have to regroup. They've been able to make some meters there. But again, just looking at the defensive patterns here of the Hornets, they're rolling back, giving the space away. This is the last one.
Oh.
He's actually dived over the dead ball line. He's gone too far. They were well and truly across the stripe.
Yeah. That's gotta hurt.
And then gives a penalty away for not returning the ball to the mark. That's, I mean, the referee, if you have a look where the referee was standing, he was back on the dead ball line.
Yeah.
I think he actually thought as well earlier on, and then he realised where he was standing and stopped.
Bit of confusion.
But he looked to have folded back to the line as almost as if that was the try line himself. So interesting play there. The Sydney Mets, a real opportunity.
Could be a game changer.
I think you're right. That's exactly how I describe it, a game changer, because that was potentially, it was definitely the equaliser.
Yeah.
And would have given them some ascendancy the way the game is at the moment.
Yeah. That's all right. Work that a little bit harder and get it back.
Here's Smith again. Again, the puppet master. Pulling the strings, left foot step.
Directing people which hole to hit.
And then penalised again himself for not returning the ball. But he doesn't care. He's still chipping his teammate. You need to do this. You should have done that.
Literally biting his tongue there.
Yeah, he's a great man, Les Smith. He puts a lot back into the junior development up there in the Hunter Western region. A fantastic family. They've been involved in the sport for a long time. And it's great to see the work he's doing. But passion, that's what it's all about out there in this men's 100%. 45s. That's Paul Cray now. Working with Darren Roden.
Oh, he was
Nice
in.
long ball.
He's down.
That's your man, Jared Reardon. So you picked him at half-time. Cray as well involved, the other man you mentioned.
Yeah.
There he is. That's Cray there.
This bloke
Good
that ran
strike
the ML
dump.
was in.
Alan Woods. That's a beautiful ball from Alan Woods.
Great
And Reardon
hole.
gets the ball to ground. So a really good structured play there from the Sydney Mets to tie us up again. 4-all on the Painaway scoreboard. Tied up with 9.5 minutes left in the game. It could go down to the wire. Coach David Collins will be sitting at home in his hospital bed. Just take a deep breath, mate. The boys will carry and lift here for you. Back inside.
Good
Just as I
switchback.
say that, the switchback play, as you called it. Talk us through this one, Elise, as we have a look at the replay.
So I think the other middle just held his space really well, the Hornets middle. What was it here?
Straightened
yeah,
up.
number 14 holding his space there. Sees the other defender doesn't cover. Switch back
That
every
switch back.
time.
And unfortunately, at the speed they were travelling there, it's tough for that man, as you see, to change the direction. As he
Yeah.
did, his feet just came away from underneath him.
Yeah, shoulders were turned in. His other defender was not there. It was a good read by the attackers.
So they retake the lead, the Hornets. 5-4 on the Painaway scoreboard. The Mets back in the middle of the field now. Black barking instructions. It's Daisley and Black. They were a lethal combination earlier. What can they do here? Is the combination going to fire again? Oh, the attempted intercept. Darren McSpadden.
He was away if he had it.
Yeah. Geez, you've been all over this game. Another one of the men you identified at half-time. Little pop-up. That could have been good night. McSpadden, a known speedster. There's the Mets. Here's Black again. Short,
Oh,
goes
that link
longer.
again.
I think he got the touch affected then. Nice shutdown defence.
Oh, the refs are chatting.
Your Shaq not happy, but I'm sure the touch was made.
Yeah, it was a good link hole too.
Yeah, nice play all round there, both attack and defence, really
Yeah.
putting it on the line. And that time, the defence was come away in front. There's Black again, goes short. Looking for the offside player. Play on was the call, but no. The second man made the touch. Confusion reigns supreme there. We see Black going across the line. He heard the play on call, but the second man came in to effect the touch, was onside. So Jamie Black caught in half. As now the Hornets drive down towards their own interchange area, looking to get the fresh legs on. Here they come. Fresh numbers. Good shift here. There's Smith. He drives it in. This will be the last touch, I believe. There's Smith again. No winger outside him. He looked up. There was no man there. This is good drive. Ferb, that is now. Nice meters. Doesn't need to pass it back inside. Take the second phase now. Good meters up over the halfway line. 2 touches. This is where they want to be, the Mets. So Toomey goes into half. Sweeper coming around.
Step back
Goes
in,
back to Toomey.
short.
Toomey can't get that one away.
Good defence.
Toomey again. Long ball to the winger. Ferb. Needs to get that big body down. Catches it, but that's the last touch affected. Tight game here, 5-4. We're all tied up at half-time. The Hornets came out, took the early lead. The Mets strike back, and then the Hornets gain the ascendancy with another try. These are good meters as well, working to their substitution area. A hard touch affected, and a penalty given. So a real relieving penalty there, coming out of your own territory to get another set of 6. To the halfway line they go.
Effectively a tap off.
Yeah, it's exactly right. It allows, you know, some momentum here, a little bit of set piece potentially. Rodney Johnson taking it into the line. That's Patrick Doyle there. He'll drive down now. Oh no, steps back out off the left. Not much doing.
The Mets going to get a penalty there? Yeah, retreating. Dropping too early.
Interesting. We're not out there to hear the communication. You might be able to pick it up in the effects mic. You can hear the referees talking to the players. And on the screen, you can see the referee pointing, but there, a changeover. So a loss of possession in the roll ball. It's those simple things, like you just take your mind off the game a little bit, think, oh, this is easy, and then all of a sudden, you lose possession. Good meters again here. Ferb, he's been dangerous. He's been busy at least, the big fella, taking the yards forward, the meter eater of the Sydney Mets team. There's Woods. He's been good. I think that was down. I'm going to say that one was down. Referee doesn't agree. Wow.
See the replay.
Let's have a look at it here.
Inside the 7.
Forward pass anyway, but let's go.
Oh.
Again, the number 16 coming in, calling the touch. Matthew Stanton it was. Alan Woods, you can see gesturing. He believes he got the ball down. I've got to say, by, in hindsight and by the replay, I'd have to agree. But the game's underway. The Sydney Mets not successful with that challenge. And the Hunter Western Hornets get another penalty up on the halfway line.
It's dangerous. Oh, bringing it forward again even.
Yeah. 4 minutes remaining, or just under 4 minutes remaining. So the Mets need to stand strong here in defence if they are to come back into this game. The Hunter Western Hornets have control. And you can see they've slowed the play down. McSpadden, experience. While ever they have possession, the Mets cannot score. McSpadden again, the change of pace now. A little short ball back inside. Alan Woods was there, but the referee on the spot points and says the ball was down first. So that's a real turnaround from one end to the other on the back of a couple of penalties. And the Hunter Western Hornets we see here.
Step back again.
Yep, the step back inside. And the ball was down on that occasion. Referee gets that call right. And that is costly from one end to the other. 6-4 now, the Hornets out by 2 with 3 minutes remaining. Task ahead of the Mets boys now. It's a good start.
Mets need to score this set.
They have to score this set, you're right, 100%. Elise, and you'd know as a player out there how important that is and how much you try to lift your team in these circumstances.
Yeah.
Short ball.
Phase. Oh, he doesn't quite get there in time.
Yeah, Jamie Black just takes a little knock to the head there too. This is the set. 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. They have to score this set and then get the ball back quickly. They can't delay the play here. This one's so important. The dish off the ground. Black knocks it. Oh, McSpadden it was again. That's his second one.
He's laughing.
The smile on his face. If he's saying this late in the game, I didn't want to go the distance anyway.
Yeah, he's slowing up the game. Good for Hornets.
He's stalking around there too. Just look at the way he's walking, holding himself proud.
He must love defence.
That's a good ball. Oh, the big fella gets in the way. The referee calls the penalty for not being onside.
What penalty number is that? They'd have to be close to 3.
I'm not sure. I'm just enjoying the sight of big Richard Chippendale there as he brings the ball back into play. He got the big paw up and knocked it down for himself and said, thank you. But I think, if I'm honest, Richard didn't want to go the distance either. The Mets, they're just eating up the clock now. That's not what they wanted. Zach McLeod, doesn't get that one down either. See the referee with a hand across the chest, signalling a forward pass. So Black, not the happiest of Mets players out there. I think that's his second or a third penalty for a forward pass. And then somebody's had a chat to the referee as well, so they get an extra 10 metres. I think it might have been Jamie. He's not known for his silence. And that occasion gives away the 10 metres. So the Hunter Western Hornets, I think I'm fairly confident here, will take this match out.
Yeah.
Whether it's 6-4 or 7-4 remains to be seen. You can hear still the shouts from the sideline. You've got to go forward. There's Smith. Back inside to McSpadden. They're the two danger players. I don't know about you, Elise. I'd like to see another ball through the legs. Something like that to bring the crowds back.
Oh,
Well, that will be all she wrote. It's too much, too big a job here for the Mets to come back in 10 seconds. So I'm going to go out on a limb and call this game over.
Yes.
The siren goes in the background. Unfortunately for Coach David Collins, the Sydney Mets go down here in this men's 45 fixture. Final scoreline of 6-4. The Hornets defeating the Mets on the Painaway scoreboard. Elise, a wrap-up. What do you think of the men's 45s division there?
That was a pretty good game, I think. It definitely kept the pace the whole time. No one slowed up. Very entertaining, I think. That ball through the legs was the highlight.
Yeah, awesome. We'll hope to see more of that in all of the divisions. And I believe you might be on here a little bit later on the main game.
Tomorrow morning, I believe. At some time.
We look forward to calling you out there in that match, and all the best as your 6:10 game this evening.
Thank you.
So good luck with that one. Thanks for joining us in commentary, Elise, and I look forward to having you up back in the commentary position throughout the tournament.
Thanks.
So that's a wrap on that men's 45s game. The next game coming your way is in the men's 30s. The South Queensland Sharks taking on the Sydney Scorpions. Outstanding match. Get ready for that one.
Welcome back to Coffs Harbour. This is the 2021 Inferno National Touch League. And right now, we have got some men's 30s action between the South Queensland Sharks and the Sydney Scorpions. So a Queensland versus New South Wales affair. And we're looking forward to this one. Ben Homer with you in commentary alongside Mark Langbridge. You're back again, Mark.
Well, this should be a good game, Ben. These two teams will really go at one another. well, young and fast, so it'll be interesting. 30 so young, isn't it?
Yeah, well, for you, I'm not quite there yet.
I had to add that in.
No, that's fair enough. That is fair enough. So we're about to get started. It'll be the Queenslanders who get us underway in this men's 30s match, round 1. And back in the opening match, it was the Scorpions who beat the Hornets 14-2 in their match. The Sharks beat the Cobras 10-6. So 2 unbeaten sides in that particular competition. There's only 4 in the men's 30s in the NTL this year, so they'll get a good look at each other before they head into the finals, no doubt. And they may get an early try. Not quite.
Just got to him.
And the touch made there on Wixarek. Of course, Mark, we were watching the Sharks and the Cobras in action about an hour and a half ago, so they've had pretty tight back-to-back matches in the men's 30s competition.
Yeah. It'll be really interesting just to see how the Sharks against... Sorry, I was just watching that move there. Yeah, against these guys here. Scorps are always strong, and yeah, we'll just wait and see. They've gone at one another here a little bit, just nothing too adventurous.
Yeah, so we got a good look at the Sharks in that opening match, and they did well just to pull away from the Cobras late on, because it was pretty tight up to that point. So you really do sense this is going to be a tight one, and getting on the outside and jinking back on the inside was Luke. In the middle of the park, it's with Jordan, and he hands it on to Lutet.
Like you say, the Sharks really, you know, they've got a good resolve. They'll dig in. But, yeah, Scorps.
Green wide and into the arms of Tux Luke, and that is 6 down. So we'll see what the Scorps have got.
Complete their set, get to the other end. Get their sweep off the box and see whether they... Yep, they're all going off.
And the Scorps from the Northern Beaches area, Mark?
Get to the middle latch, yep. And work the middles over here. That's right, middle beaches and Northern Beaches and
here's the ball wide to the winger. He's going to walk it over the line. Robert Narkla, opening try in the men's 30s, round 2.
There we go. And the Hornsby area, of course.
So very strong catchment. They've got the Scorps, and they're over early on in this one. Just 2.5 gone.
See how the Sharks reply, eh?
Robert Narkla in the corner. There he is. Are we happy with that one? So McCormack playing it to Harrington. To the middle of the park with Jordan. Returns it to Harrington. Happy to just let them come forward. Harrington looking for the switch. Finds it. Now Ofia. Jinking off the right and the left. There's some space. Not quite the speed for Ma to be able to slide in between the gaps.
They've gone back to the middle for a reset.
And now there is some space. Diving, and, well, he went to go to ground and the ball was flung out the back by Ofia. It's going to be no try at the end of it, and the Scorps will play the ball. Touch pass going against Ofia. I thought he was going to dive out, but then look at this. Little flick pass. Was tricky, but touch pass called.
Don't want to get carried away too much with the Scorps too early, but they're always got such a good defensive structure, and they just, you know, frustrate you if you don't hold your composure. So it'll be interesting for the Sharks to talk about that in their box, I think, if they're going to match them. They'll just, you know, hold you and not, you know, again, frustrate you, and you've just got to be composed.
And was there a little knee in there? I think that's a good common sense decision from the referee.
Yeah,
that's a great decision. Just to say, yeah, let's just play it. I think that was fair enough. There was a knee in there. Maybe you've lost control, you know.
But it wasn't too hard to cause a penalty sort of thing. Yeah.
Yep. Doesn't have one, half of the other. As here is Green. And a dummy half, O'Keefe. Just handing it off to Wixarek. He's playing it to Jones. Looking for an option. He finds Wixarek. Taking it to the line. Scamper out of dummy half. Green, short, lovely ball onto Jones, and they reply, the Sharks.
That was nice, wasn't it? Nice little sharp, short pass. Just got around him there and in through the gap.
It's beautiful to watch, isn't it? Good hole running.
And just some vision there. Could have gone wide, but he slotted him nicely.
There's no better feeling, is there, in touch footy than hitting a hole and scoring. It's a pretty good feeling, isn't it?
Exactly. And releasing that pass properly, and you're right, and the guy hits the hole and you just go, oh, that
Beautiful.
paid off. That was good.
So Tim Barton with the run previously. And now Bishop into the middle of the park with Kennedy. Goes to ground.
Just bobbled it.
And this will be a penalty, will it?
Yeah. Good call.
Just kicking the ball away.
Oh, he's giving time. It's professional foul. Here we go.
So Kennedy sent for time. He was up here in the commentary box, did a terrific job during the men's open, and well, is that fair? Or is that a bit harsh?
You know, it's a professional, I suppose, and you know, the rule of law. You know, that's the way they call it. But yeah.
So Morris Kennedy's just going to have to stand off for a period. So down to 5. Great opportunity for the Queenslanders, the Sharks. Can they use the numbers to their advantage?
Yeah. See if they can move them around and get that space.
Here's Lutit dumping it down Green, looking for an option. Finds Lutit. As he linked back with Green, he just maybe was in a few minds. He's going to get a penalty though.
Yeah. Get another set.
They don't want to give away.
Jesus, it'd be good if they could get to 4, couldn't they? 6 on 4. Run another couple of penalties.
And Weeksarek, has he found a way through? He has.
He's giving him the advantage rather than get the penalty. He's gone, no, I'm giving the try.
Well, you remember that show on Channel 9, it's probably 10 years ago now, called Hole in the Wall, where they used to have to try and angle their bodies through a hole in a wall. Well, that was exactly like Weeksarek there.
He was given the twist, wasn't he?
It was beautiful stuff. I don't think it lasted long. It might have lasted about 2 seasons, and then they got rid of it. I didn't mind it. It's like you had to crane your body to whatever the wall that was coming at you, and if you didn't and the wall hit you, you'd just be knocked into a pool of water.
Jesus, I don't know if I might have watched it once, and then that was it. That's why it's blanked out. Sorry for that.
That's fine. Here's the run from Webby. Bishop. So Jonathan Webby in there at dummy half, returns it to Bishop. Now John Kennedy on the ball. His brother's still off the park, and now, well, I think there's an argument there for the Scorpions.
Yeah, the Sharks, he was at his hands all over.
And you can understand why John Kennedy's frustrated, because he sees his brother get time kicking the ball away, and of course, probably not time there, but at least a penalty.
Yeah, he had his arms in there. That's a good strong hold, basically, but yeah, it goes close to a penalty. Let's have, or do we get another look at it? No, that's okay.
So here we go, and still he's off the park. Morris Kennedy, it's taking quite a while.
I think this end of this set.
It's normally about 3 sets, isn't it, each way? Is that fair?
Yeah, exactly. So this should be.
It's a big
They'll
influence.
let them attack here, and then it should be a changeover. I think they've gone to 3.
So Afia returned it to
Geez,
Ma.
they had numbers on the left then.
And they spin it out wide.
Sometimes your body shape just points you back in instead of back outside.
So going to the line and diving out is Harrington. It's another try. So being down to 5 has really hurt the Scorpions, and they're down 3-1 now. And just got clarification on that from Luke, the expert on refereeing. He's a level 6 referee. He's doing the ground announcing, doing an awesome job. It's 2 sets each team for a sin bin, and that has really had an impact on the Scorpions, because the Sharks have made them pay in the 2 sets they've had.
Has he got him back on? They back to the 6?
Well, he's not. In this would have to be longer than a couple of sets.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll keep following that. This is his brother John with the ball. Kennedy trying to really slide out there, but the touch made by Weeksarek.
as I talked about the Scorps defence, and there, like you said, though, with the 5 on 6, it's opened them up a little bit. They get back to their 6s and they can strike back.
There's plenty of space on the pitch as it is with 6, and you go down to 5, it makes it even more difficult. Frustration mounting here. Will Kennedy be allowed on? He is now. And you know what? He's not even going to, well, he's going to come back on the pitch now. Morris Kennedy. He's running all the way to the other side of the ground. And finally he's there. You can see in the link position. So the Sharks doing it nicely at the moment, midway through this first half. Crabbing across the ground with Baker. Pass back on the inside now to Harrington. Here is Wixarek. Scampering out of dummy half is Jones. On the inside, Harrington went without it.
Get into the box. You get them new fresh guys on. No, just the one, sorry.
They're only behind by 2 at the moment. Plenty of time.
Yep.
Tachi, and here's a good run, and it's well taken by Bishop. The hat went flying, not the ball. Referee saying that was a hard touch, so penalty to the Scorpions. Great opportunity now for Bishop and the Sydney Scorpions to
see what they can do in this set of 6, eh?
Yeah, get themselves back within striking distance. Kennedy with the play the ball. Here is John Kennedy. Good touch from Wixarek. So Webby, Kennedy. 2 Kennedys linking up.
Nice.
Bishop overlap. Lovely football. Lovely work.
Little goose step just got him, dragged him in just enough, didn't it?
Well, Robert Narkler's loving this one. He's got 2 tries already, and he hasn't had to do too much for both of them. But let's be honest, he makes it look easy. Got in position, and he just strolls over.
Just dragged him in enough. Well, there you go. They've hit back one. Now they're only 1 behind, eh? 6 on 6.
And when it's been 6 on 6, they've, you may have even say, potentially looked better. The better side, because 2 of the tries scored by the Sharks came when the Scorps were down to 5.
Yeah.
So Ophir and Harrington linking up. Ophir diving out. The touch was made. Can hear plenty of conversation out there.
I was going to say you can hear them talking to one another, yelling.
And Ophir short. Harrington, and was it touched on the way through? He's saying it was. Referee saying it wasn't, and his opinion is the only one that matters.
And I think he got it right. It was on the arm. He got him on the arm as a touch, not the heart on the ball.
Yep, fair enough. Good call. So Berryman with that run, and he left the park. Now they look to swing it. Kennedy to Kennedy. Returns it to Kennedy.
Oy.
And there is another penalty for a hard touch. So they're really hurting themselves here with some ill discipline, the Sharks.
It wasn't necessary, that little push there, really, was it? You know.
So Morris and John Kennedy.
You're offering the referee to give a penalty and really hurt your side.
So Kyle Joyce, what can the Kennedys plot up here? They so creative. Touches made on Kyle Joyce. And now quick work. Bishop. This is Morris Kennedy to John. It is the 5th.
That was a beautiful ball and a good defence by the Sharkies.
They're great to watch, these two, aren't they?
Yeah, nice little flick out.
So Bishop, final play here.
Sharkies credit, they shut him down.
Kennedy, Bishop couldn't get there in time, just thwarted there by Tux Luke. And he's going to have a spell.
You're all having a blow.
Yeah, he deserves it, William Bishop.
Said no rush, let's get back and reset.
So it's round 2 in the Inferno 2021 National Touch League. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Ben Homer and Mark Langbridge with you for the call of this one. And it is the South Queensland Sharks up against the Sydney Scorpions. Both sides won their round 1 clashes. who's going to remain undefeated after this one. Green looking for the inside ball. Thought there was good evasive skills there from Hayden Baker, but he was touched on the way through.
This age group, you're getting a little bit older. You know, you're not in the opens anymore, but they still run and run. They're great athletes.
Well, is there another strong touch? Well, this is a problem now, and a referee is forced subbing.
So there you go. He hasn't gone for time. He felt that was not a deliberate, but enough for a forced sub.
And probably fair enough because they'd been building up. That's 3 hard touches now from the Sharks, so good decision from the officials. Jonathan Bailey with the ball in hand. Webby at dummy half finds Kennedy. That's Morris. Here he is again. Kennedy jinking left and right. Now Bailey. He's doing the same. He's going to take the touch. Kennedy, cut out ball. And here it is, a first half hat trick for Robert Narkla. Has a few words to the referee as well.
Beautiful ball. Yeah, he certainly got the skills.
So he says, I'll score a try. Just have a little conversation on the way through to the official. That was interesting, to say the least. And we're back level.
Yes. See, they can hit back, can't they, the Scorps? They got very dangerous with the Kennedys. But you saw the way they just brought the wrapper around and just dragged everybody in, left the winger open. Nice touch.
So 6 to go here for the Sharks.
Again, they just need to be composed. Just work the Scorps over. It's only 3-3 still.
So Wixarek, back across to the left. Green. It's plonked into the arms of Jesse Green. Now Wixarek. Green. This is building nicely. Oh, the touch made on Sherwood.
Foot in the air.
Gee, that would have been great to check back on the replay. We'll get a still of him in the air there. So Green looks to explore short side, comes back open side instead. Flick out the back, taken by Sherwood. He's going to fling it all the way to the other side of the ground. How good's this? Just before half time, both sides giving the ball some air. So the Sharks in possession with Jones, and that will do us. A bit of a disappointing end to the set after such a fantastic couple of plays.
Again, they just...
Oh, gee, good touch, wasn't it,
yeah.
from Narkla?
Oh, going back to that, yeah.
So he scored 3, and he saved 1 there. And there he is at dummy half. Was there... Oh, referee said he lost the ball. Was there a bit in the touch that forced the ball free? 50-51 goes the way of the Sharks.
Yeah.
Harrington was the man who played the ball. Loots it. And here's the run from Murray. Played to Harrington. Drops into the arms of Lutet. Look to be building nicely here. Harrington to the line. Neat ball around the corner. Cut out pass from Afia. Out to Sherwood. Returns it inside to Marr. Now Ophir. Can he find some space? Couldn't on that occasion. Lutet. And here's the ball. And it's intercepted. And he's away, Webby. But the referee says you're offside. Jonathan, come back.
So he was letting the play on there, obviously. And
might see if we can get a look at that. I don't know if we quite have a wide enough angle on the replay.
He was gone for all money.
So here we go. Top work from the Bar TV boys who have...
he mustn't have made the line. I couldn't quite see that there on the replay. But anyway, we'll play on.
Well, there was some space out to the right. Instead, he tracks back to the left, Marr. And now Afia in the shadows of half-time. Neat link up in the middle of the park. Afia, well, he was going to dive for the line, and the referee is giving the penalty. Touch pass.
Geez, they're getting a little bit scrappy here, going at one another. They're a couple little fiery pushes, a few words going on between them.
Big couple of touches coming up. There's space down the right-hand flank for the Sharks.
He's unassumingly dangerous, isn't he? The big fella.
Yeah, James Harrington now just knocked into the arms of Athea. Passes to himself. That was a terrific knockdown from Kennedy, because if he didn't get his arms to it, they'd a 2-on-1 there, the Sharks. And at halftime, it means we head to the break. Both sides locked up, the Sharks and the Scorpions, at 3-3 on the Pain Away scoreboard. We'll be back in just a second with the second half.
The world sporting landscape has changed forever. This is the new normal. New logo, new sizing, new templates, new range. But for the same great quality and service you've always expected and demanded, visit the team at Inferno. Inferno. It's comforting to know some things you can always rely on.
Yeah, how about that for a tune? Who let the dogs out at Coffs Harbour? This is the 2021 Inferno National Touch League, and we've got round 2 in the men's 30s in action right in front of us, and it is a cracking match. It's the Sharks against the Scorpions. The Sharks from South Queensland, the Scorpions from Sydney, both won their opening matches pretty convincingly. The Sharks beat the Cobras 10-6. The Hornets went down against the Scorpions 14-2.
30 seconds.
Good luck to the doggies in the NRL, eh?
Yeah, the Doggies in action actually on Friday against the Newcastle Knights down there in the Hunter. So the Scorpions to get us underway in the second half. That's Harry Berryman with the ball at his feet. So will it be the Scorpions or the Sharks to continue their unbeaten run in the men's 30s competition in the NTL? We will have to wait and see. The next 20 minutes are going to tell us a lot, especially in terms of how both of these two sides shape up as contenders. Could this be potential final in the men's 30s? It's looking that way at the moment. Kennedy onto Berryman. Kennedy picks it up. He tries to find his brother. The touch was made, though.
With that innate sort of knowledge of each other, they run those trick plays really well, don't they?
It's beautiful, isn't it? Just sleight of hands, know the run that's coming.
Yep.
Berryman, Kennedy, cut out ball. It gets there slowly. And the bat back to Bishop was well smothered by the Sharks defence. The run forward from Jones. He's going to run off the park. Green.
There you go.
Here's the forward run from Ofia. Back in possession now. Luke. Good run, but just too tight there. The angle from Chris Jordan.
Made their meters, but just nothing on the end there. Bit simple. Sharks to the other end, I think. Scores.
And what can they conjure up here? A few are going to head to the sideline. Back to the middle of the park it comes. Here's a jink and a step from Tachi. A pass in front of Barton. Here's a good run. And the cutout ball from Webby out to the corner.
Nice.
Referee says all clear. That's beautiful work from the Scorpions, and they get over the line first in the second half.
Sharkies need to be better than that if they want to match it with these guys. Just not active enough, hard enough in the middle sort of thing, so everyone was in.
Heath Cooper, the try scorer. And once again, it's that left wing. It's where all the tries have come for the Scorpions. Robert Narkler in the first half. He's now on the right wing for the Scorpions, but in the first he was on the left, and he scored a hat-trick. So maybe Heath's in for a few tries, and the Sharks are in immediately. Little celebration there. He gave him a tap on the way through because the Scorps were calling the touch, and it was Josh McCormack. I tell you what, that is tight, isn't it? That is so tight.
Yeah. He was right on the ref, but they're really wrong. You only ask him. But, yeah.
And the hand was up from Jonathan Webby.
You would think the Sharks got the better of that. So they're back in it.
So 4-4. And you might not be able to see, obviously, from the stream, but there are some dark clouds out to the west. So we could get something a little interesting later on. Maybe a storm, maybe some heavy rain. We'll wait and see. Kennedy to the line. Touch was made. That could make things very interesting because the forecast for today was meant to be pretty rainy, but it's held off for much of the day, which has been great news. Hopefully it does so for the rest of the night. Bishop plays it. Kennedy, cut out ball up and over the top, and the pass back on the inside from Heath Cooper was put down by Kyle Joyce, but the referee is saying that it was touched on the way through.
Got a hand on it.
Kennedy. That's John to Morris. And it all goes awry.
A little bit of miscommunication there. They're not too worried about it, I think. They'll reset.
I almost wasn't expecting it there, Harrington. He was ready to go off for a breather.
Yeah.
Swung back across from Sherwood and into the arms of Green, dumping it down, looking for a teammate and finding him just with the little unload. Wixarek. Green, Wixarek out of dummy half. He does have Jones to his left. He uses him, and the touch was made. Good covering defence there from the Scorpions.
Jeez, he spun him around, didn't he? Had him in 6s and 7s, and they just couldn't finish that off. Well, they won't go away, the Sharkies, will they? They're, the Scorps got out 2 in front, and they've 2 in front. Anyway, no, 1. They've pegged them back.
Yep, 4 all. It was 3 all at half time. There's some space just opening up through the middle there for Berryman. Popped up off the turf from Narkla, going down quickly. And here's the run and the cutout ball from Webby to the winger. And he cuts back and he throws an intercept. And I tell you what, Nathan Jones, he had the ball in his hand and he was thinking, what am I going to do? I don't quite have the speed to go the length of the field. It was fascinating, and they ran him down pretty easily. So the ball in his hand, in the hand of Chris Jordan, linking up with Lutet, returns it to Jordan. Does have Offia to his left. He's going to go into dummy half now, Offia. Lutet and knocked down. So another 6 touches for the Sharks. Lutet looks for the teammate, Offia, and then swiftly in there was Jordan, sliding in Lutet. The touch looked to have been made by Tachi. In the hands of Offia now. Match just slowing down slightly after the frantic start, as you'd expect, and the penalty referee saying that not walking up off the line, the winger on the far side.
And this is where there's composure with the Sharks. They do this reasonably well. They'll play for these penalties. If you're not moving forward, it's the penalty.
Oh, he's 4 subs.
Oh, there you go.
Bit of back chat.
Bit of chat.
So they're going to have to make that quickly. They're down to 5 again. Are they going to get stung? Because it happened in the first half. They conceded 2 tries down to 5. So ill discipline hurting the Scorpions at the moment.
You don't win those conversations.
And jinking a step. Oh, that is magnificent from Hayden Baker. Oh, pole vault at the end.
Yeah, he's done 6 foot in the air, hasn't he?
How good's that?
He didn't want to do it by halves.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. It's an 8 or 9.5 from the Russian judge. Yeah.
So they're back in front. Get that one on the highlights reel. Hayden Baker knew he was on the live stream there, I'm pretty sure. So he went up and over. So they look to hit back now, the Scorpions. Ball in the arms of William Bishop. Kennedy in there. Kennedy returns it to his brother. Mark's getting phone calls mid-commentary. You must be popular, Mark.
There's things in play.
Is the run of Luke. He's heading to the sideline now.
Maybe they want me on their back field somewhere, just to have a run. It won't last long, so it's better if I don't go.
Well, they might want you to start cooking the barbecue. You've got that on your plate tonight. So
we've got a big crew in the house tonight, 20 or more. So there'll be lots of snags.
William Bishop is going to play the ball to Narkla. Already a hat-trick for Rob Narkla, all in the first half. Kennedy to Kennedy. John to Morris. Returns it to John. Touch was made. They just haven't been able to sneak through, but you sense with tiring bodies they may do so in the next 10, 11 minutes or so. Kennedy to Kennedy.
They can't stop playing, though, the Scorps. They've still got to move them around.
And there's the switch. Well, it was coming. Oh, tell you what. That shows his personality, doesn't it? Morris Kennedy taking things right to the extremities.
Cool as a cucumber. I'll just get an inch out from the line.
He's such a cool customer, isn't he? Have a look at this.
Oh.
We had him on commentary earlier today. What a great bloke. There you go, little wink. He'll be happy with that. 5-5 on the Pain Away scoreboard. Remembering that Pain Away is Australia's #1 joint and muscle spray and topical pain relief cream. So get on it if you haven't. Jones linking up with Green. Round the back. Weeksarek. Touch was called by Tachi. So Weeksarek to Jones to Green now. Drawing out the Scorpions. There's a little hole there for Jones. Green's going to go for a scamper. Jones fires the pass. Weeksarek has put it down. This match really on a knife's edge. 10 minutes remaining. Still no closer to knowing who is going to continue their unbeaten run in the men's 30s competition in this 2021 Inferno National Touch League. Bishop barreling his way forward. Webby and Bishop now just having a conversation. What are they plotting here? Bishop's going to go, take it down. Webby, he's through. Flick pass, and it was spilled. It may have been a touch on the way through. What's the call from the referee?
He's picked up a bit of an injury here too, maybe.
It's a good effort, wasn't it?
It was. Just didn't get there.
Yeah, ref calling it just a ball down. Looking for some space was Luke. Now Jones on the inside. He's going to take it to ground. Sherwood in there. And the touch made on Weeksarek. Baker scored that spectacular try moments ago. Returning it to Lutit. Going for a charge. Offia goes short side, spilled by Chris Jordan. What can the Scorpions come up with now? Deep in their own half, looking to use it, finding Kennedy.
So much talent from both sides. Ben, they're just great with the ball, both sides, and they're going at one another here.
It's been awesome to watch, hasn't it, this one?
It is, when it's so tight like this, and the Scorps' little trick plays, and then the Sharks with their turning people inside out.
So the Kennedy boys link up, almost through and in the gap, but the touch made. Good defence again. And every little moment in this match, in the final 8 minutes, is amplified further and further. And is this a knock-on? No, the referee has said there is a penalty. He looked like he was going to call the knock-on, but...
Yeah, I think he's gone for the slap-down type of call.
So they'll be within attacking range at the back end of this set. The Sharks from South Queensland. Baker plays it on to McCormack. So Baker in possession at the moment. He has Harrington just standing behind him. So plays it. And Baker with a short pass. McCormack unable to slide through. Another set. Another minute ticks by.
We got through. What do we got to go?
Got 7 minutes remaining. And there's some space out here for Kennedy. Let's have a look at... Oh, and he's found his brother, and the ball fortuitously has ricocheted back into his hand and into his grasp, but not into a Sharks player. I don't know how he managed that.
He'll take that one.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. They've got one their way, you sense. The Scorps. John Kennedy dumping it off. Berryman cut out. They're over. What a finish to the set.
Yep, all clear.
Heath Cooper with his second try in the second half. Again, it's the left wing which is causing headaches for the Sharks and causing celebration for the Scorpions. They have just hammered them down there left, the right side of...
He's got that great pass, hasn't he, on him, that right to left pass like that. He just bullets it out.
And maybe they'll be a bit frustrated being on this live stream because we've picked it up. That left-hand edge for the Scorpions. So damaging. They're in front here. Haven't been in front too often in this one. And Harrington touched on the way through. They'll get another 6 here. They will get another 6. 6 minutes remaining. It's all about 6 at the moment.
See how their heart rate is. They get through it.
Harrington, Jones, and the touch made. Just an apology. Harrington's just going to take his time. Rolling it back. Jones. Now Wixerick. Jones back to Wixerick to Jones. And just as he was about to get it in that left hand, it just came free. And that's always the danger of holding it in one hand.
That little quick return play. And he, went for that one hand out. Don't know that he would have got there, but a good effort.
Rolling up the field nicely, but just had the momentum slowed by that touch from Wixerick. Just held off, player went past the mark, and it just slowed them momentarily. Bishop's there picking it up at dummy half. Webby, Bishop has them moving backwards, and the Scorpions take a 2-try lead now. Bishop and Webby linking up, and it was a lethal combination. 7-5, they've pulled away the Scorpions.
That is so hard to defend. Sorry, when they've just got those guys in there doing that all the time, every time coming at you, you're working so hard backwards, aren't you? And then, bang, they just slip one around, and if everyone's not in, you're gone.
Yeah, they're heading towards an unbeaten start to this Inferno National Touch League in 2021 in the men's 30s competition. That's unless the Sharks can fight back. Is there a penalty in there? No. Just an incorrect play of the ball. You thought there was a boot in there?
Oh, yeah, a little bit of a push, and, he was coming in hard angle, but the ref saw it as sloppy play of the ball. Could have gone either way.
Yeah, so the Scorps, I think, just going their way at the moment as Kennedy plays it. Kennedy boys linking up. Also out there now is Josh Phillips in the middle. And he's got the ball in his hand now. Lobbing it out to Kennedy. This is John Kennedy. Now Tim Barton taking it down. Kennedy. This is Morris. Player, was he offside? No. Referee said he was onside. So half court in possession. Actually, change of decision here.
So he mustn't have been.
He mustn't have been dummy half.
Yeah, it wasn't the last.
So here is John Kennedy. Little switch to Morris. Flat pass. Bishop, bat around. Oh, that would have been a spectacular try, but the referee says, and probably correctly, that the ball was, there was a touch pass.
Yeah.
Fair enough, that call. Dilutes it. Just going to play it. Turned on the inside as they look to make some changes. Chris Jordan taking it down and taking himself off.
They're really enjoying their game, their footy, the Scorps, that sort of stuff. That they're ad-libbing, they're loving it.
And knocked down, so they'll get another 6 touches. So 2.5, just less than 2.5 minutes remaining. If the Sharks are good enough, they can get this one back on level terms.
Yep.
But the pressure is on them. So dump down around the outside. He really went down low early, didn't he? Tucks Luke. He dove pretty early. He's enjoying it out there though. McCormack, Ophir. Still Ophir, almost all the way. Ma back to McCormack. Almost in behind is Luke. Ma takes it down. McCormack turned on the inside off here. Penalty goes the way of the Sharks.
It's not moving forward. Or
looks as though the way he's signalling. What's a forced sub? So professional foul. He was saying he was called out of it and still went up and tried to affect the touch. So they're down to, well, they're not down to 5. They'll retain 6 with the forced sub. So ball played and spun out wide and just looked a little frustrated there, did Ma. Just not on the same page as Luke. Luke to McCormack. Plays the ball, off here, cut out pass. Good defensive work though from Robert Narkler. Wasn't giving them any space.
Held their positions there. Yeah, that's what I mean. They just frustrate well. They found their rhythm. in defence, the Scorps.
And they are going to head into round 3 with 2 wins from 2.
I don't think you're going to beat the Scorps with a static sort of play like that. They're so good defensively, very talented, as the attack is as well, but you've got to move them.
So the Scorpions start with 2 wins from 2 in the men's 30s competition in the National Touch League.
Well done, both teams. I think, Scorps will obviously go away with that win, but Sharks, they'll go away and talk about it, work on what they've got to do.
And defensively, you'd be thinking the Sharks will be talking a lot about their right-hand edge, the left-hand edge for the Scorpions, where they scored a lot of their tries. And because there's only 4 teams in this competition, you sense they are going to see each other quite a bit, these 2 sides. Mark, thanks for your company.
Thanks, Ben.
And coming up very shortly with Adam Collins and Lee Drennan, it's going to be the men's 45s. It's the Cobras and the Mets coming soon. We'll catch you soon in Coffs.
The world's sporting landscape has changed forever. This is the new normal. New logo, new sizing, new templates, new range. But for the same great quality and service you've always expected and demanded, visit the team at Inferno. Inferno. It's comforting to know some things you can always rely on.
Welcome back to the CX Coffs Harbour International Stadium for a men's 45 fixture here on field number 1. The Brisbane Cobras taking on the Sydney Mets. Sydney Mets went down the earlier fixture. I'm not sure how the Cobras boys have gone, but this should be an entertaining game once again. New South Wales taking on Queensland here. Plenty of rivalry, and it should be a very entertaining match. The Mets get the first opportunity here in the fixture. Here they are on the attack. Little late switch inside. Nice start for the Sydney Mets team. Simon Webster, the number 14, getting that one. Let's have a look how it played out. Toomey goes into half, but steps away. Late switch inside. So Toomey was setting up to go into half, and I believe that is, let's have a look at the number there. Quite pick it up as he makes his way off the field, but we know that Simon Webster was a try scorer on the back of the late switch. So the Mets take the early lead, 1-0 on the Painaway scoreboard. As again, now the Brisbane Cobras set to come back into the attack. Matthew Barclay pointing there, looking for an infringement. Doesn't get the call. That's Barclay again with the ball in hand. So they drive into the line. Barclay, late switch. Doesn't come off that on that occasion for the Cobras. The ball was touched in flight, but not deemed to be knocked down by the referee there. Mark Williams it was, getting his hand into the action. The Broncos defenders up out of the line. The passive defender now coming forward, putting some pressure on. Stumble and a fall there. The referee blows a penalty. Confusion out there. Ball back into play now. Simon Webster, the try scorer. That's Corey McLeod working the dummy half area. Ishak. That's Black at half. Ahmed Darsley, that is. Wilson into half. Quick ball off the ground to Black. Black at pace. Tries to get a short ball away once again to Shane Wilson. Doesn't pay off on that occasion. So the Broncos will come off their own 7-metre line. The transition play. Looking to make their way to the sub-box to get the fresh legs onto the field. They've done well here. That's good penetration. Up over the halfway line they go after 3 touches. They slow the play down now. Sean Chapman with the ball in hand. He drives in at half. Craig Matters. Matters, what can he do? Short ball, finds space. A touch affected. Craig Ashley Nicola there. Thought he had received the pass and got the ball to ground. Craig Matters wearing the number 5. Great to see Matters back out on the field. Australian Men's Open's representative previously. Plenty of skills, great speed and elite fitness. Craig Matters, he will be a man to watch in the Broncos outfit. McLeod takes one over the sideline. A little bit of confusion there. There were 3 men in what should have been space for 1. And McLeod takes the ball across the sideline, and the Broncos with a great opportunity to launch an attacking platform here. Into the 7-metre line they roll. They slow the play down and regroup. That's Matters. Comes back. Can't release on that occasion. At half, Sean Chapman. Back to Matters. Matters gets the ball under the pass there. Touched in flight. 6 more called. So Matters and Chapman work together now in the middle of the field. Long ball, bad pass there. That one goes to ground. Ashley Sinnott. It's an error, unforced error there for the Cobras. Been joined in commentary once again. Great to have a co-commentator on board. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, Adam. How are you? Mark.
Mark, great to have you on board, mate. I heard you in earlier commentary, so thanks for stepping in. Men's 45s game here. The Mets up 1-0 at the moment. You have any insight into these teams?
Not these young blokes, mate. No, got a couple of boys in the. I've got 2 boys in the Hornet Opens, but no. So it'll be good to see how these old blokes go at each other.
Yeah, plenty of rivalry out there. As I've said earlier, the New South Wales Queensland's always a good starting point for the rivalry. As we see Matters take the ball forward. No, that wasn't Matters. My apology. So here we go now. The Broncos well on the attack. 20 out. Little dummy there. Extra metres now in behind the line. This is important. 24 goes from half. Matthew Barclay shut down defence, but the referee was communicating there, telling him he was offside. Play on was called. No advantage for the Mets, so a penalty to the Cobras.
Great little ball work in the middle there.
Yeah, just that quick passing, and they were able to get him behind the line, and it was scramble there for the Mets. Another penalty, this time for contact in the play the ball area. Yeah, the 2 boys that you talk about in the Hornets, not many people might know them. I think Langbridge something.
Yeah, you got Alex and Daniel. Yeah.
Anybody that's watching these games certainly know who those young men are. As we see the Cobras on the attack, a quick release. Yeah, the Langbridge name synonymous with the sport of touch football, mate.
Thanks, mate. Lucky their mother can play.
The old Shirley Shorty, as we know and love her. Stalwart of the game. It's good to see the whole family involved.
The boys get to the other end now. Again, that game doesn't change much, does it? Yet get to your other end, and then see if you can get a penalty and have another clean set. Here they go.
It is just about those repeat sets, isn't it? Ending the game down on the opposition.
Exactly.
Down the opposition end. That's the key. If you can't score every time, at least you want to end your sets down there and make the team work off the line.
Spot on.
And that's what the boys are going to plan to do here. And we've talked about it throughout the matches too. It's a game of pace changes. It's not played at breakneck speed from start to finish. It's like a game of chess, moving people around. Exactly what they did then.
Yep. There you go. They played for that penalty, got a repeat set, and get a result on the end of it. Exactly right.
Big Corey McLeod, the finisher.
Like you say, you're not trying to score off every. It's great if you do, but you just want to get it to the other end every time as a minimum.
That's right. And they were able to do so on that occasion, so they extend their lead now, the Sydney Mets. You see the pass there. That could have been forward from the ruck. It was called play on, and there it was, the big release left to right from Jamie Black.
A little bit of luck, yeah.
Very well finished by Corey McLeod. I've called him the finisher. He's been around the game a long time, and there aren't many wingers in the game that are better than Corey as far as finishing goes. And he's not afraid to tell you all about it either, Corey. Yeah, play on called there.
There you go.
Jamie Black it was just caught short of the line, I believe. The referee called play through.
Good honesty call by the looks of it. He must have. He didn't go on with it.
Oh no, I think he knows he's been around the game long enough. You never win those arguments.
No, that's right. That's good.
So now the Mets are 2-1, leading on the Pain Away scoreboard.
Cobras will be happy that they've struck back there. Just keep themselves in the game.
They've got to stay in the game. I've talked about it with Ben, our co-commentator there earlier on. That 2-0 lead for mine when I was coaching, I used to hate it because your team would sort of stop a little bit in their run. And when the opposition score against you, then they're on the ascendancy and you've got to lift. You've got to come back. So I used to like to tell my teams, don't relax at 2-0. You've got to push yourselves.
Yeah, you're spot on. And you'll see these guys get that extra breath of wind, won't they? Yeah, they've got a try on now at 2-0. They're a little bit down, but now they've got one back, and so the Cobras will lift. They'll get that enthusiasm. Exactly what you said.
Yeah, just losing possession there. Unfortunately, it didn't look like much was on. He was just taking the ball into the ruck, but just lost handle in the collision, and an intercept taken by Jared Reardon. So now opportunity on the halfway line. It's almost like a tap off again for them. So they'll reset the Mets. That's Reardon driving in. McLeod just pointing him where he wants to go. Make it easy to get into dummy half. It's a game of metres. Nice drive here.
Just setting for a little trick play. Get everyone in motion.
Yeah, Mark Williams there in the middle in the 81. That's a nice little step back inside. Nice ball.
Slotted.
Simon Webster again finds himself on the end, but plenty of work to do there. It was a great pass, but Simon Webster in motion nice lines or angles that we look at.
Yep.
And we'll have a look again here. We'll get the replay. Just see who the man was that was able to find him in space. The Bar TV boys working extra hard here. Nice ball off the ground. That's a great pass from the acting half position.
So the Cobra guy still looking outward and he didn't have his body shape right, did he?
Yeah.
Couldn't get in.
Doesn't take much. It is a game of centimetres in there. Just the wrong shoulder dropped or the feet turned the wrong way, as you said.
Yep.
There's no chance of recovery.
The guy's gone.
So this is a nice ball too. Shut down defence there from number 12, Richard Halverson, coming off the wing for the Mets to make that touch. So we see Ashley Sinnott driving into the line. The ball attempted over the top from Craig McCarron, that time plucked out of the air by Corey McLeod. So he's scoring them, saving them.
Not a good option on the end.
It was kind of a nothing pass really on that occasion.
Wasn't it? They just killed it.
Some good meters here for the Mets, dropping the ball back inside now. Fresh legs coming on into attacking position. Geez, that is shades of the Hornets team there, mate, the way they did that interchange play.
Well, they do that real power sweep on, don't they? And it's the modern game with a lot of the teams. And the speed and that skill set on the back of it with the ball plays.
Collision in the roll ball there, and bodies on the deck. And the referee blows the penalty the way of the Sydney Mets team.
See what these boys can set up and see how they can get defended on.
So this is Black now with the ball. Ahmed Darsley, Western Suburbs teammates back in Sydney. Ball back inside. They've played together for a long time. The ball off the deck there from Black. Too close to the line. The referee's going to call something here.
Where's he going?
Not retreating. Advantage couldn't be played because the onside player had affected the earlier touch.
So the Mets just happy here to slow it a little bit. Get them out off their line.
Isham Ishak on the wraparound. Daisley doesn't use him. Goes for the dive over. Doesn't get there on that occasion. So again,
it often feels like you're going 100 mile an hour when you're trying that stuff, and it's really, the wrong option there.
Yeah.
Just got to get it composed, bring it back out like that. Nice.
Yeah, that word there, composure, mate, so important.
It is, isn't it?
And these boys, more than anybody, should have known or should have learnt composure by this age group. But old dogs, new tricks, I guess, sometimes. Yeah. There's Black again, goes long.
Oh,
jeez.
Just couldn't get his man.
Went longer than he needed to.
Yeah, you're right.
It's part of it too, that heads-up footy that we talk about there. He was always going to throw that long bomb. If he was able to pull it back a little bit, by seeing what was in front of him, he could have hit that short runner.
It was a bit of a no-man's one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I've either got to direct it into that, that channel, or I'm going real hard long. He just not enough on it.
This is good momentum here for the Broncos. We see Sean Chapman driving into the line there. It's Chapman gets the ball back this time to Craig Matters.
3-1, like we were talking earlier. It's important that they hit back here, the Cobras.
Matters into half. Looked to go long, dropped it short. Lost possession there for the Broncos. These danger signs whenever Matters gets around that ruck area in the 15. Keep an eye on him for all of the Cobra supporters. Good meters here. The referee's going to say that man was onside. Back you go. Jamie Black not happy with that. He has to go all the way back.
He's not rushing either.
It's one thing you couldn't accuse Jamie of ever being.
Yeah.
Never in a hurry, Jamie. There's a free beer on offer. So now they go, the Mets, over the halfway line. That's Alan Woods. Gets a good ball out to Reardon. Reardon down for McLeod. Paul Cray in the middle there with the ball now. He gets it down. That's Woods. He was dangerous earlier on. Long pass out to the left-hand side, looking for the tap ball back inside. But you need to catch him before you think about the next part of the play. And I think in his mind he'd already caught it.
Yeah.
Composure. Patience.
Completion, patience. We've got plenty of the cliches, haven't we?
It's easy up here in the commentary position as we see the Broncos roll up over the halfway line now. That's Richter. Richter drops the ball back inside to Ash Sinnott. Sinnott gets it away. There's Richter again, but the referee's found an infringement there.
Must have hit the ground.
Millimetres in it.
Looked all right from here. obviously not.
Doesn't matter what we think.
That's right.
The men in the magenta out there with the whistle in hand in this game, the men, and of course the men and the women right throughout. All of our officiating have done an exceptional job this today already at this tournament. And it's great to see them all out there.
Exactly. The old story, we can't have a game without them. And, hats off to them. Oh,
yeah, nice ball.
Nice ball.
Just held that up nicely then, drew that link defender in. The middles were coming out, but not in time. That link defender, do I go in, do I stay out, what do I do here? And unfortunately for him, he was caught short.
Yep, not enough talk early was there, and to just shift across and all that sort of thing. So that was a little bit too easy.
We see it here in slow motion.
So he was linked making that touch and just couldn't make. Oh, sorry, he was middle.
He was the middle that broke, and he needed to really push hard out. That link was caught in that. Do I go in? Do I stay out?
Yeah.
And nicely done by the Mets player too, just to drop onto his outside shoulder and put himself in that space.
Yeah.
Yeah, good try there by the Mets now, leading 4-1 on the Painaway scoreboard. 6 more touched in flight here. They need to get this wide early. They're able to do so. You hear the cries of forward there. The referee on the sideline doesn't agree. And that is try number 2 for the Cobras. And a little sign to the crowd
love
there.
heart to someone, yeah.
Hey, that's nice from Paul Knight. A little bit of love signal to the box or to the spectators up here in the grandstand.
And look, that's a line ball, so there's nothing wrong with that.
No, absolutely.
Good on them. Good hit back.
Just looking at their hands too, mate. I think the hands were directing it backwards, and that's all that matters.
Yep.
There's a couple of calls earlier matches where you've got to go with the referee. They're making the call in that split second.
That's right. Yep.
And as we see the players, they get on with it. They might complain once and then just go, yep. Okay.
That's right. They're having a go.
So now the Mets roll into the line. Black again. Daisley, that's a nice late switch from Daisley. Black needed to pop out here on the outside of the link there to give his man some space.
See if the Cobras can work a little bit harder here in defence and keep them out. That inside talk, I suppose, is what needed in that previous try to keep that link out so he doesn't come in.
Yeah, just 2.5 minutes remaining in the half here. That looked forward. That definitely was.
Yep.
And the referees are right onto it. You see him coming into position. So a penalty for one of the 2 forward passes that we spotted there, Mark. And up come the Cobras. Looking to get over that halfway line early. They've been able to do that. So this is a good opportunity now. They need to come on the back of that momentum. Here come the fresh legs, sweeping into that attacking position. Matters in half. Here he goes. Matters goes to the left-hand side, opens up.
Oh,
yeah,
nice
beautifully
play.
done.
Yeah, well done. Okay, so it goes back the other way now. The Mets just didn't defend that well up the middle, did they? And he was able to get through.
I will point out again, Mark, the 2-try buffer. Not good when you're that defending team trying to defend that lead.
Yeah.
So Matters.
They just sort of clocked off a bit, you think. Now they're back to just a 1.
Yeah, nice try there for the Cobras. Down by 1 now on the Painaway scoreboard. Painaway, Australia's #1 joint and muscle spray and topical pain relief cream. We thank them for coming on board here at Touch Football Australia and looking after our athletes. We see Woods now. Woods just holds it up nicely for Reardon.
Great football.
That's the composure and the patience you're talking about there. Just holding it, not rushing stuff.
Yeah.
Having a look at the game as it appeared in front of him. You can see him here. He looks up at the defensive line, knows which player he's going to commit.
Yep.
And Reardon does the job.
Holds his straight line and just unloads a beautiful little pass. Very nice.
Yeah, out to 5-3. The 2-try buffer once again. A minute remaining. A shout out to the coach, David Collins, who is a bit unwell back in Sydney. Wasn't able to make the trip up here to look after his team. He'll be happy with the halftime score here. But he saw a lead slip away in the earlier game, so he'll be willing his men on. And shout out to you, Dave. All the best. Popped up.
He's got it.
He's looking for the speed man. It's one of those things, Mark, you take that intercept, you look up and you go, I've got 65 metres in front of me here. Do I really want to go the distance?
Where's the other guy? Exactly.
30 seconds in the half. 60 metres in front of you, I'm going to look for the next phase, I think.
Yeah.
But he's done well there. They'll maintain possession. And we await the sound of the hooter. Last attacking opportunity here for the Mets. There's the siren in the background. And that's all she wrote for the half. And we'll see the halftime score there. The Mets 5, the Cobras 3. Back to you for the second half. We'll get Mark's thoughts on the second half just after the halftime break. Stick around.
Indomie, flavor favored by the world. So here we are back for the second half of the men's 45s fixture. 5-3, the Sydney Mets over the Brisbane Cobras on the Plain Away scoreboard as we await the second half commencement. Mark, how have you seen that game there? Does the scoreboard reflect how it's appeared out there on the field for you?
For me, yes, it does. You know, the Mets are obviously quite strong. It'll just be really, these first 5 or 10 minutes here will be really interesting to see if the Cobras can lift, and they need to hit back now. But yeah, I think it's a fair reflection. You know, again, Mets have got some of those little trick plays in the middle there, and they score off those. But again, let's just see if Cobras can get a couple on them early.
Yeah, we'll look for the Brisbane Cobras here. Adam Page, Craig Matters, still Talon. They'll be players that'll want to step up for the Cobras. And they'll get the first opportunity here in the half as they bring the ball back into play now. That's Chapman. He's been dangerous too around the ruck area. The man at half now picks up Matters on the sweep, comes back to the... No, looks to come back, doesn't. Dishes off to Matters. That's good defensive pressure there by the Mets. Nice short ball. Matters goes long, finds a man, but goes
that was
down.
Important catch.
That was, geez, that could be costly in the general scheme of things, even though it's in the opening 30 seconds of the half.
If they hit there, that's just a nice one, isn't it? You know, you're back right in the game.
Let's have a look at it here. The little pop-out play, then Matters goes long, perfectly done.
Little bit too much on it, but it was not bad. It was catchable, wasn't it?
Corey McLeod, the winger, had found him, and he just gave up and looked as the ball went over. He conceded that one. And he must have sighed a relief there as the ball went to ground. So now the Mets, from one end to the other, they bring the ball back into play.
These early games, it's not the grand final, it's not the be all and end all, but you like to play well and get those little things right.
Well, it sets you up, doesn't it, for the rest of the tournament? You get those small things right, and it really sets you up.
Yeah. Yeah. Here they go again.
So, coming out of their sub area, their interchange area now, back into the middle of the field to set up left and right options. Sweeper comes back around, takes us forward. That's good momentum for Jason Campbell. Turns the ball back inside.
Yep.
So that middle third of the field that they're working in here sets you up for left and right options, as I said there. That's nice.
Ball. Nice. There you go. You're right. That's exactly what they've done. Went to the left, dragged them back into the middle, and then all the way out.
It's kind of easy when the play's dragged to one side of the field. You can readjust defensively, but there when you've got the ball in play in the middle, both sides have to tuck.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we see there. I think he's a little bit lucky there. We saw number 24, Matthew Barclay. When he went through, it looked like he actually initiated the touch on the defender. I've seen referees call that back.
Yeah.
So
he must have just been outside the line, maybe. Yeah, again, you're right. And he got the benefit of the doubt there.
And that's all that matters. So off they go. Jamie Black takes the ball forward for the Mets. I think that's his shack in the half roll there. Gets it to Daisley. Daisley back to Black now. Sweeper coming around. It's Shane Wilson. Nice touch. Shutdown defence from the Cobras there. Picked up a bit of a quad injury too, just giving it a bit of a rub. He's limping around. Says the ref, I'm okay. Daisley, big body arm of Daisley there in the middle. Black into half. Oh, forward pass, Jamie.
It's a lot of traffic in there.
Forward pass, throws your hands up. I don't know what happened then, sir.
I hit someone on the stomach.
Yeah, Ahmed. Interesting, I coached Ahmed way back in the under-20s, and here he is running around in the men's 45s.
Oh, yeah.
But he's been that size from around about the age of 18, 19.
He was a big boy.
He was a big boy, and a lovely fella too, Ahmed. One of the great characters of the game.
Well, it's the old story. It's a game you can play for a long time, isn't it? And great to see him out here.
It's great to see him still out there plugging away.
And doing a great job.
It's Chapman for the Broncos, and that's Matters there. Goes off his left, finds Chapman, gets a good dump down, strike dump. The winger had come way in there, and I don't know what was going on. That's beautiful play from the Broncos.
Yeah, the other side winger scored that one. He's made up for his mate on the other side.
And we're all tied up here, mate.
Yeah, there you go.
So there's Matters again off the left foot. That's a good dump from Chapman. Bodies in motion everywhere.
Nice.
Just trying to work out. I'm going to call that Adam Page scoring out wide.
See, so there you go. They have hit back. It's game on.
5-5 on the Painaway scoreboard.
See if the Mets can lift now. They feel like they were probably cruising. We'll go out there with 2 up. We're going all right. So now they've really got to rip in.
Paul Craig there gets it towards the nice. They're going to come back for the forward pass.
Yeah. It's lost their way a little bit.
Yeah, it's one of those calls there. Could have gone the other way there. The reversal for, what it was ostensibly foul play with that hard shove to the face. But the referee called the forward pass the first infringement, so the penalty goes away of the Cobras, and they roll forward now up over the halfway line. Good field position again, centering up the play. Drop the ball back inside for those extra couple of metres. 2 men are now up out of the defensive line. That's well done from the number 24 there, Matthew Barclay.
And they get that repeat set on the back of a penalty.
Man in the play, yeah, in his way a bit.
Gets into the ruck area, so a penalty, repeat set of 6, 10 metres out. Danger signs here for the Sydney Mets. Cobras have been on the rise here early in the second half. Made the most of 2 of their 3 opportunities and tied up the ball game.
Mets have hardly had the ball in the second half, have they? Haven't not in the right position anyway.
That's the key, mate. Every time they've had it, they've been coming off their own line. They haven't really had many, true attacking opportunities.
Yeah, just handed it over or haven't got up here and just mounted a bit of pressure. Let's see what they can do here.
So, yeah, job to do for the Mets boys. They had the lead throughout the game, and we're all tied up at 5-all on the Pain Away scoreboard. There's Woods. Bit clunky now, this set. This will be the final touch, or 6 more call. Claimed anyway. I don't believe it was called by the referees. So down.
A bit of push and shove.
The referee's going to call that player out too. That is Craig McCarran for the Cobras. Just being called out and given a period of time, Mark.
Geez, I don't know. He must be just trying to simmer it down or calm it down a little bit. Didn't think there was that much in it because it was a little bit both ways there.
Yeah, the referee saw it the way he called it. Mark Williams will take the tap. Setting up now the Mets. The numbers advantage here, 6 on 5. 7 out. Working hard defensively, the Cobras. Short ball, that's nice.
Yeah, numbers. Yeah.
Craig, is it Shane Wilson? My apologies there. He's the man that gets the ball across the line. Let's look at it here in replay. Strike dump. Big Mark Williams goes, hits the short hole. Nice lines there by Shane Wilson. So they'll go back out to that 1-try lead. The Mets leading 6-5 now.
And he milked the penalty there, Mark, so he's created everything.
Happy days. So they still have that numbers advantage. It's all about sets of 6 now with the sin bin. This is Matters. You see, Matters gets a ball in hand and just draws players in.
Wanting that, milk, trying for that penalty as well, isn't he? If they're not moving forward, but trying to draw them in first, of course. And if they're not coming in, well, the penalty will often come.
Because of the skill set that he has too, it's like your boys. When your boys get the ball in hand, players hold off for them. They come in, they try to squeeze them up, but they also hold off and just give them space. And it's that danger with players like that that are so skillful, you just don't know which way to go.
Exactly, and he's obviously very good at that, and he nearly got away with another slotting the guy through there, just to not quite finished off. Yeah, you're right, he's very skillful.
So now the Mets will bring it off their own line once again, but as you said, the numbers advantage, so this is a better opportunity for them. They shift it wide early. Going to their interchange area, looking for that subset to get the fresh legs on. And with 12 minutes remaining, those fresh legs are vitally important. As we see Ishak there, that's a good transition pace. He goes forward, gets extra metres. Daisley goes out of half, steps out now, throws the ball outside to Wilson, and that's the set of 6.
Not too bad. They defended him, didn't let him get to their line.
They probably would have liked that set again there. I don't think any of them were aware that it was the last touch, so they were probably setting up for one more.
Yep.
So it's vitally important that players out there know where they are in the touch count.
Yep.
So they'll need to keep the Cobras up at this end of the paddock here.
Tight game. They both, they both want it at the moment, don't they? They're really going at one another.
It's been a fantastic game. This is enterprising for the Cobras.
Late pass.
Matthew Barclay in the 24 for the Cobras, Mark. He's been impressive. That's him with the ball in hand now.
Yep.
He's made lots of extra metres there.
Bringing him out.
It's a good release as well.
Okay, he was happy with we'll leave it in on this side and let them work their way out.
We don't have a number 13 on the run sheet for the Cobras either, so I can't call that fella. Apologies to his family that are watching at home. We don't have his number on the sheet, so I do apologise. We can try and find out who it is. But the Mets, they roll on up to the halfway line. On they come now.
If they got him strike.
Jared Reardon's dangerous. Alan Woods with the ball in hand. He's been enterprising. There's a nice little pass to Reardon. Yeah, Woods is always dangerous with the ball in hand. Australian 40s or 45s representative at the last World Cup.
Yeah, he is dangerous, isn't he?
There is again that transition, the late switch back out for Paul Cray. Cray will die with the ball for the last touch of the set.
A roll to the box. A little bit of fatigue, they'll be feeling it.
Yeah, late in the game here on the first day of the Inferno National Touch League. The boys are looking for that sub. It is all about just getting off the field before you tire so badly that you can't go.
Really keep that, so you can keep that energy up, and that's what they've just exactly what they've done, isn't it? Yeah, they've got that energy back out onto the field and thrown it back at them.
Yeah. So Matters again asking questions, just throws the ball knowing that the advantages go his way. The offside players had affected.
He's a real general out there. He's pointing and talking, and
mate, you can't buy experience in Coles, and that's what he has in spades.
Spot on.
So
well
here he goes now. You can see him there, just the puppet master tucked in behind the ruck. But he needs the execution for it to come off. There he is now. Oh,
so close to the line. Yeah.
He wanted that short release, but couldn't get it away. Drawing them up off the line again. The referee's telling them to go forward. They're inside the 7 metres. There he is short. Alan Woods gets the big paw in the way, knocks it down. The referee said you were treated. I'm not sure what was going on there.
So there's the first penalty.
Yep.
See whether they go for the penalties or they keep really trying to poke hard.
There's Chapman. Matters back inside. Oh, he just needed to straighten up there.
Is he all right? Yep, no, he's okay. Yeah, he double jinked himself, I think.
He should have zagged.
Exactly.
That first step it created all the space in the world, and only had a couple of metres to go.
6 again. There they go again.
And another penalty, so penalty number 2. And we know there, with the 7 metre zone now, if a team concedes 3 consecutive penalties in their own 7 metre zone, a player is stood off to the side of the field, and a change of possession until a change of possession occurs.
Oh, they must have had the third. Was that a third? Have they sent?
Yeah, they've called the third.
Yep, that was the third one. So there you go, he's off.
Geez, that looked like off the mark to me. But the play on is called by the referees.
Squaring up a little bit, boys. A little bit going on in the back play.
Yeah. Get on with the game, lads.
Yep, what's going on here?
We see the replay there, the long bomb out to the right-hand edge. Again, I think that's Adam Page. It is quite difficult to see those numbers. It's the furthest corner possible from our our commentary position.
We're locked up, 6-all.
6-all again on the Pain Away scoreboard, mate. 7 minutes remaining.
The Mets haven't come out much in this second half, have they? They've just gone back a bit into their shell.
Seems to be a bit of confusion out there about, I'm not sure if it's numbers.
Let's see. Surely they can.
But they need to regroup here and just forget what went on. That play is over, and the Mets need to get that composure back that you talked about. So important.
That's the trick to the game, any game, isn't it? You can't let little things bug you. You just got to keep back into it and be professional.
Like it was a minute ago, but it's ancient history.
That's right.
You can't change history.
Can't dwell on it. No. And that's really defines, really good players, doesn't it? The way they can just recover from any incident, get on with it. Ref makes a decision, doesn't matter.
So now Black takes him onto the left-hand side. The defence was up to that. That's a nice touch there. Jason Ryder, it is for the Cobras. Up to the task. He earns his team a penalty now as well. There's Ryder, takes his team up to the halfway line. 5.5 minutes remaining on the Pain Away scoreboard. We're tied up at 6-all. The Cobras scored the last one, and they're looking to come back into the game now. There's Matters. So he's back on the field in attacking position.
Geez, they roll up the field easily, don't they? They're getting the meters. They just seem to do it. Whether it's a Mets thing, they don't want to press too hard in this game, these round games? I don't know.
This is Craig's game, but this static play that they're really setting themselves up for, this is all about Matters now. Look to pop it right, drops it short left. Nice attempt to dive over there.
See how the Cobras are getting into that position, you know, relatively easy, you know, and I think the Mets, if they really want to challenge them, they need to
cut that space down, get up and
make it harder for them to get there.
Absolutely.
Easier said than done. It's like I say, it's easy for me.
In the air-conditioned commentary position that we're in.
Yeah.
This is better for the Mets now, rolling forward, good momentum.
Oh, yes, let's
Big
play
Mark
on.
Williams been dangerous, as has Shane Wilson there. Nice long ball out to Corey McLeod. Can he get the ball down?
No, it's a touch pass back in there.
Touch pass back into the, way back over there.
Yeah.
Corey thought he had another one. Let's have a look at it.
Touch.
Yeah. Matters gets the touch on Wilson, I believe it was. I would have called that down too for Corey.
Yeah,
he won't be
exactly.
happy with that. He'll be having words with Mr. Wilson all the way back over. So the Cobras once again on the attack. Over the halfway line, they roll on. Change of speed now.
There's the
Picked up
last
from half.
there.
Good pick up.
That's good.
Yeah, great defence by the Sydney Mets boys.
See, that was good. Got him on the outside there.
Yeah, Mark Williams comes in and shuts it down nicely. This is good position for them now.
10 or 12 metres out instead of letting them attack on the line.
Might have somebody over there listening to your commentary, mate, and taking the tip. Well, Dave Collins could be at
He
home
must have
sending
heard.
messages to the box.
That's right. Oh, the smart man.
So here we go, Reardon. This is better. Good metres now.
Oh, they're trying to bait the big fella.
Cray with the ball in hand. That was a no man's land pass, that one.
See, they're doing it well, Mets. See, they Cobras. Yeah, they not letting the Mets get down there. And again, they're the Mets just can't get that extra penalty or a penalty to give them another set.
Yeah, to give that repeat set. Yeah, absolutely. It's a tough gig in a single set to get down there and actually get yourself into a good attacking position with any real touch count up your sleeve.
Yeah.
As we see the Cobras roll on, they might have one more after this one. Will they need it? That's the question. Shutdown comes in. That one just going to ground. That was danger signs for the Mets there. They had to scramble. Big Corey McLeod coming in at pace off his wing. But again, we look at it. It comes from nowhere. Nothing doing here, and then just a little ball on the outside. The shutdown has to come into play, and unfortunately, the number 13, who we can't identify, which is probably his...
Rider. Now, it takes the tap, sorry. Yeah. He's been good.
Yeah, absolutely has that man right there, Craig Ashley Nicola. Ryder with the ball now in hand. Oh, he just drops it there. I'll give him the commentator's curse.
We'll just start talking about him. Sorry, Jase.
So 2 minutes left on the paint away clock. As they get in behind the defensive line here, but they're on their own side of halfway, so it's still plenty of metres to make. That was Paul Cray, almost like he was on a cliff edge walking down the sideline there. Managed to stay in, so they'll get an opportunity now. That's Black. That's Daisley now with the ball. Change of pace, accelerates into the line. Can't get it away, so this is the last touch. It'll be a static play. Shane Wilson into half.
They do the old shift over to the left, over to their box, or not worried? No, they're going to
not
attack.
Don't worry about it. They're still going to attack.
Yeah.
I guess, a minute and a half left. It's
you may
getting to your box isn't really what you're looking for. You want to get over the line.
Exactly. Now, it's been a game of two halves.
Yeah, it definitely has. I've put the mock on the Mets boys again about protecting that lead. They haven't been able to do so. So with a minute to go.
Here it is, yeah.
6-all Matters, ball in hand, danger signs.
Might get one shot back if... See if Cobras can score here. And he fires the ball.
And they got caught short.
Yeah. Wow.
So,
geez, they've turned it around, haven't they, in the second half?
So let's have a look who it is here with the ball in hand. Matters gets it down back inside. He just steps away. Looked like he was going to roll it. That's Ash Sinnott, and Ash Sinnott fires it out. Beautiful pass to Steel Talon. He was one of the boys I talked about at half-time, could be one of the deciding players. You know, I'm not talking myself up there, but thank you,
you
Steele.
picked it well done. That's why you get the big bucks.
Yeah, oh, big bucks. Somebody mentioned bucks.
The love. Oh, Mets.
It's just a mad scramble now. It really is, that composure.
Wee.
Yeah, a little bit of fun for volunteer. The boys, you know, they love the game. They play it with the right intent, the right spirit.
That's right.
And you know, there might be a few body checks or collisions out there. You see the referee getting involved now. So that's an end of the game.
Good sportsmanship,
there. Yeah, the Brisbane Cobras, they came right back and defeated the Mets on the Painaway scoreboard, 7 tries to 6.
Two down at half time and turned it right around.
Yeah, big turnaround there by the Cobras boys. You know, it was a great team effort. We talked about the importance of Craig Matters, but guys like Sean Chapman, we called Jason Ryder, Adam Page, only a few clutch moments there, and my friend there, Ash Sinnott as well. And we also, you know, the young bloke, Steele Talon. Thank you, Steele, for making me look good.
Like, so Ash Sinnott on that last run there, just that little dummy down and jinked back out. Great work.
So a great end for the Cobras, 7-6 over Mets 45s. Thanks for joining me, Mark. Hopefully we'll get you back into the commentary position a few times
throughout
the tournament.
Thanks.
And, next game coming your way, the Women's Open. South West Queensland Swans taking on the Brisbane Cobras. Women's Open.
We need to start moving again, Australia. Moving as though our lives depend on it. Every one of us needs to target at least 30 minutes of heart rate raising physical activity a day. Because if we don't move it, we'll lose it.
Back in action here at the CX Coffs Harbour International Sports Stadium. The Women's Opens fixture coming your way. Southwest Queensland Swans taking on the Brisbane Cobras. My name is Adam Collins, joined in commentary by Lee Drennan. Lee, how's this one going to go, mate? Two really well-matched teams. I believe the Cobras girls won 10-0 in their earlier match, and the Swans really did a great number on their opponent as well earlier on. So this should be a fantastic game.
I was just making a comment to you, actually, Adam, about just looking down at these team lists. Two things that impressed me. One, the numbers seem to be correct, which is great news.
It's always good for commentators.
Been rare.
Jada
Trick play off the tap here. And the second thing is that there's some magnificent touch football players in amongst both these team lists. So looking forward to it a great deal. I would have loved to do a bit more research and be aware of how their other results have gone today. But I think it'll be a belter fixture here in the afternoon, late afternoon actually.
The Swans might be 2 from 2. I know the Cobras had the earlier round 1 bye. And as I said, they won their match quite convincingly. So a fantastic game. I can say, as we see My go over, that's Brooke English. She'll get the opening try of the game. Nice motion there for the Cobras. We see one of the My girls go over. We'll just have a look at the replay to see which one it was.
It's Lisa that goes through from half.
You might be right there. And English just finds herself in space.
I believe there was a defender that was called offside as well, which obviously opened that hole quite significantly for... It is Lisa.
You're right. Nice pick up, one-handed by Lisa. The offside play, as you said, called early. So play on is the call, and English gets the ball across the line to open the scoring.
The Swans' last tap-off, they ran sort of a little trick play, a little tap-off move that I think we spoke about this morning, potentially. Myself and Ben, actually, Adam. I don't think you were present for that. That's a nice pass.
Nice pass.
And the referee is saying ball down first. It's a serious pass.
So Grace Griffin coming across in cover. The touch was affected, but as you said, the referee says Charlie Barker got that one down to the ground quicker than the touch was called. Let's have a look here. Chizolka, that's a nice ball right to left. And the referee was right on the spot, got the call right.
I think that's fair.
Yeah, my word it was. So we're tied up 1-1 here on the Plainaway scoreboard.
It's a good finish for Charlie Barker too, because it didn't actually go in the hands perfectly. She almost had to rearrange it quickly to make sure that she got it down. So.
Yeah, definitely did well there, as we see Meg Muir pick up the ball from the half position. That's her with the ball in hand now.
Sweeper play here.
Sweeper play. You call that Sammy Hopkin.
Proper footwork, Sammy Hopkin. That makes sense.
Fast feet, Sammy. You know what?
And that's a nice
Hopkin again.
Hopkin
just opened up, didn't it? Just acceleration. You can't buy speed, mate.
Well, the thing is that was actually such a good hole because the defender was in a reasonably good spot to make this touch. You can actually see, as I think it's Kat Stevens that takes off from half here. You can see this defender is in, like it's a good read. And just the hole from Sammy Hopkin is that good that she's back in behind her feet and it makes it impossible for that touch to be affected.
Yeah, Riley Spain, I think it was out of half there, that set that up nicely. As we see now, Jada Ferguson with the ball in hand. She was impressive in the earlier fixture I saw this morning. Yeah. But that was danger signs there. Jada Ferguson and Ash Carney on the right-hand edge.
That's a pair to watch for the rest of this game, that's for sure.
Nice metres there for Emma Sykes driving forward, as does Lisa My once again. Short ball back to My. That's English. Gets it to My, back to English. A little bit of interplay in the middle. Sykes. Speed again.
Great pass. Great holes. It wasn't actually their best set there. They got a little bit disjointed in the end, but still able to put them under some pressure. The Swans at the back end of that set.
This is good too here now.
Excellent.
Extra metres there. Nice release from Jada Ferguson. Finds the unmarked winger who gets, probably 15, 20 metres there.
Yeah, they're going to get a great crack at the end of this set in really good field position, if they can hold the ball, obviously.
There's Barker. Chizolka Barker, another combination that's quite lethal. English up out of the line to make the touch.
It's that left to right
pass. That's dangerous, isn't it?
Ooh.
Good defensive read there, pressure.
Dead play on the last touch, though. It's just not what you're after, so there'll need to be some magic.
But sometimes that static play, as a defender, you sort of relax a little bit, think nothing's on, and then all of a sudden it can turn on a dime, as we see.
That's exactly right. Rebecca Maimai, though, reasonably difficult person to beat one-on-one.
Oh, absolutely. So we see Sonali gained there, driving, good metres earned for the Cobras.
It's an excellent roll, isn't it, into this last touch here.
Nice release. Quick hands from Taylor Sykes there as well.
There's an appeal for 6 to go, but that's met with a massive stiff arm from the referee.
Bella Bauer just getting the ball to Sykes, and Sykes tried to get the quick ball away. There were some claims for 6 more. The referee.
Been impressed with the pace of this game, though, to start, Adam. It's end-to-end, and both teams getting plenty of cracks at the line.
I think we've got another interchange discretion.
Is that the 7?
Indiscretion, yes, 7 on over there in that box. I think it might have been you earlier that said we don't see many of them.
That was me.
I can tell you,
7 since then.
Since you've said that, I think every game's had at least one.
Well, maybe it just came up in the referee's meeting pre-tournament. Just keep an eye out for it.
But as I said in commentary too, with one of our other co-commentators, we had an elevated shot of the sub-box. It's very clearly marked.
Yeah.
And the players, there's really no excuse. They know what they have to do.
Yeah.
And the referees are onto it. So, great stuff. As we see Bauer,
that one will be 6 to go, I think. In fact, it's a penalty offside.
Emma Sykes on screen. You can see there, just looking up. As you mentioned in the run-on, mate, there's so many danger players in both of these outfits. If you look across that Cobras line here, we've got Meg Muir there, Emma Sykes in the half now, Sammy Hopkin. It's just a wealth of talent.
Yeah, and I could be wrong, but I think
Hopkin comes back off the right foot, doesn't get there that time. Nice shutdown defence.
I feel like the Cobras side last year was fairly competitive, and they've definitely thrown a couple of big names into this side now. Certainly the girl with the ball at the moment didn't play last year, Kat Stevens.
Nice long ball this time out to number 10, Naomi Parslow there. Plucks it out of the air, but good shutdown defence from the Swans. Really stepping up to the mark here. There's Emma Sykes, a change of speed that she has. Very quick off the mark. Now Riley Spain, the number 12 for the Cobras.
Okay.
This is good now for the Swans, and unfortunately, just as I talk about how well they were coming off their line, the ball goes to ground.
I'll tell you what is the worst feeling in the world is you can see the 3 Swans players having to run onto the field now for the sub-box when you have not been the people to turn the ball over and you have to come in and try and defend. Yeah. And the people that did turn the ball over, they still run off to the sub-box. That's one of the worst feelings in touch football, I think.
So there's Lisa Mai there. Touch, English goes into half. Lisa with the ball, taking it forward.
So number 17 is Grace Griffin.
Yeah, gets it down. She'll get to half early. Nice release off the ground.
That's very well defended.
Needed to keep the ball going there.
Oh, and she's got some toe. As Brooke English out of half. That switch was on too. The pass just missed the mark.
Just missed the mark. A little bit late, I think, on the switch. That's English you can see on screen there.
And she is rapid. So she will definitely put some people on high alert, I think, for the rest of this game when she takes off from acting half.
Now, the Cobras need to step up here in defence. The Swans girls. This is good. Good direct pattern there. Ferguson, been impressive throughout the day, as has Jazolka. That's a good one-handed pick-up.
That'll be 6 to go.
6 more.
This Jazolka has had a serious opening 8.5 minutes.
Jazolka and Ferguson both on screen there.
Dangerous every time she's been near the ball.
Amelia Chadburn, number 22.
Just sort of wasted a couple of touches there, the Swans, though, without gaining any metres. Trying to get to the 7 now. That's where the Cobras have been quite good to keep them a long way out from the line, but Zelka will get a crack on that left to right pass. It's so good.
Just turned English inside out there in the middle, and the shutdown had to come in, but a little bit disjointed in their recovery. Let's have a look at it here on replay. You see English, she breaks short, gets turned around. She can't recover there. Not sure what Lisa Mai was doing in that position.
Well, she's trying to get up into the lane. So we talk quite a bit about almost hedging your bets. So trying to make sure that if the middle takes it, you can touch them, and that if they try and pass to the link, you can be in the lane and chop the ball off. But the pass was just too good. It just threaded the needle.
Yeah, beautiful try there for the Swans. Tie us up 2-2 on the Plain Away scoreboard. It's a great game so far. Just all the talent on show really standing up as we see Sonali gain. She turns it back inside. That's Taylor Sykes there. Gained again. Ball to Taylor Sykes. A good dive, but great shutdown. Ash Carney coming in from the link position to shut it down. So great skills on display in both attack and defence from these teams.
The other thing too, just about that, about about Chizelka and these left to right passes that she's thrown, is that's not particularly common to see in touch football. There's so many people that can pass really well one side of their body, and it's generally their right to left a lot of the time. I feel like that would be far more common.
Danger, good space, good pace as well.
She just took off that time.
A nice touch there by Bella Bauer. She shuts down the opportunity there. Chizelka sees the space.
And Swans are using her as a bit of an attacking weapon. They can see that she's running hot at the moment. It obviously sort of subbed on specifically in an attacking set there. She only just went off the set before, but they were keen to get her back on running into the line.
Emma Sykes, so pretty to watch when she has the ball in hand. That change of pace that she has. Not many people can turn on a dime the way she does.
Oh, through the legs. Tunnel.
Play on. Great catch out wide. Chelsea Cummins there. So razzle dazzle.
I think Lisa Maimai would be disappointed with her whole runners from that last crack at the line there. She sort of shaping the pass the whole time, almost begging for someone to hit a hole for her.
So important.
Well, it is that work off the ball, isn't it? Like, I mean, obviously the pass has to be good to pinpoint your runner, but if there's no one working off the ball for you...
Forward from mine. Play on.
Won't look great.
Yeah, you're 100% right there, mate.
This is another good crack.
These young girls will pick that up as they gain experience playing at this level as well, the importance of that by play off the ball.
That's right. And you're just never out of the game, are you? Even the person that splits, when they roll the ball, they can often be the first person to come back and hit a hole. And it's what you love about the game. You don't just sort of run and then your job's over. You're always involved.
Nice meters there for Meg Muir too. This is better from the Cobras. Right into the defensive line there.
See Rebecca Maimai out of half now. That's
long
a good ball.
Onto the outside. Beautifully positioned, the young winger. Naomi Parslow that was, but let's have a look at that on replay. The silky smooth skills.
I think we talked about this earlier this morning as well. The ability of the winger, and just probably on that point that we made about the ball work, the people off the ball having to work, you can see that she gets that ball at full tilt without having to stop. And if it's that split second of stopping and having to restart again, then the winger gets across in cover defence. It's just everything clicked for that play. Wonderful pass and great finishing skills.
Yeah, absolutely right there, mate. And we look forward to more of that action from the Cobras, but now it's all about the Southwest Queensland Swans. We can see Chizelka there. There's Ferguson on the sweep. Ferguson with ball in hand now, goes back onto the inside. Great shutdown defence.
Rebecca Maimai.
Rebecca Maimai in English coming across in the middle. It's a good touch. Coming up off the line there. These are good meters as well. Important meters off your own line to get those initial momentum.
They'd be really happy with their ability there to make sure that there was no hit back after they put a try on to Cobras.
Absolutely. So 2 touches remaining in the count here. Good opportunity. That's Isabella Bauer. Here she goes from half. Dangerous here.
That's an awesome line. And the bat on.
Quick hands, good release.
That's all clear.
Yeah, my word, it's all clear. Beautiful release. And that young lady, Chelsea Cummins, is a great finisher for such a young lady.
Just keep your eye on here, the ability of the link. I'm not sure who it was, but the line from Bella Bauer is awesome. The bat on, but then this sort of finishing.
Tap on, I believe it's Taylor Sykes. Taylor Sykes with a tap on.
On to Lisa Maimai.
And then the composure from Lisa Maimai not to rush the second pass.
Well, she had her back to the defensive line too. She was actually facing the wrong way and delivered it very well. But you're exactly right. She sort of knew how much time she had, used every second of it.
So they're out to a 4-2 lead now, the Cobras over the Swans. And as you said before, the importance of turning, being solid in defence now that you've just scored one, you need to turn the attack away on this opportunity, but they give a penalty.
Yeah, well, I tell you, they've run a link sweeper there too, Swans.
Oh, that was down as well.
This one will be,
Taylor Sykes just to the line, losing a footing right at the most inopportune moment.
I think it's an excellent line from the sweeper here as well, because it sort of takes her, straightens her up and then kicks out to her outside and makes it really, really tough. The number 6 there is Emily Ward.
Yeah, beautiful execution there by Emily Ward. Just the way, as you said, the way she swept up and then just held that line perfectly.
Because as soon as she went straight towards the line, it just made the defender pause, have to go straight as well, and then to be able to kick back to her outside. I watched Corey Russell do it a couple of times earlier in the day. It's really like a split second
Emma
thing.
Sykes now, good footwork, Emma Sykes.
Really good.
And that's a great dive from Meg Muir.
Muir to score.
turns the game.
That's that hit back, isn't it? Again,
Have a look here again.
Away.
The foot speed of Sykes there, that little left and right, and then that beautifully timed and delivered pass. Meg Muir, there aren't many better in the game for diving over the way she does. She hit that line perfectly.
It gets the defensive shape in serious trouble when you, as a middle, plan on competing and plan on sort of running with that half, but just the footwork was just too good. And then it means that your link and your other middle are just too far away to be able to make an impact on that play, which is why it looks like such an easy try in the end, but it's courtesy of the footwork from the acting half, and again, that's good too.
Yeah, that was Jada Ferguson. Great touch from, I think it might be Isabella Bauer.
I thought it was Meg Muir maybe, but I could be wrong as well.
No, it's Bella Bauer. There she is. You could be... Yep, you're right, mate. Sorry, my apologies to you.
That's okay. It's not often that happens. You won't hear that very much.
But it was a great touch just the same.
Correct.
As Grace Griffin gives off to Brooke English. Brooke English turns it back inside to Griffin.
Awesome.
This is good meters now.
Here.
Forward pass could have been, but play on was called there. Offside player.
The lead-up work there, you could tell that was going to be a try from the third touch. The lead-up was just so good in terms of getting people onto the field. You can see the balls drop back on the inside. They've got both middles up in the same line in the touch. And then
that was so far forward.
Yeah, that's a forward pass, unfortunately. But can't get them all right, can you?
I think English just lost the footing as she went down to get the ball there, and just it was that momentum that forced the ball forward. The referee called play on, so it's a nice play from my heads up. You've got to play what the referee calls.
Correct.
And it's on the scoreboard now.
Glancing up at the paint away scoreboard there, Adam, it's out to 6-3.
It's a bit of a blowout now, but the Swans girls, they're up to the task, as you see Chizolka with the ball, and Ash Carney. Any team with Ash Carney in it. I really like the look of Demi Ashurst as well, the number 1 for the Swans.
Oh, they're a chance here. Winger way out of position.
Amelia Chadburn. Ball back in the hands of Carney now. There's a late switch.
It's a great switch.
That's beautifully done.
Oh,
very well executed. Can the defender come across?
Yeah.
She does in time too.
She's the middle there, Rebecca Maimai, that's made that touch on the wing.
But how good were the skills of both outfits there? That cover defence, just mad scramble. With the hands from the Swans girls. Demi Ashurst, integral in that movement.
It's just that last pass was like slightly too loopy, but just again because of the defence,
gave
so
the time,
good.
yeah.
Just gave the time for Rebecca Maimai to chase, and the chase is so impressive because if you sort of for 1 second think that your job's done, like we
Sykes
talked
dangerous
about
out of half, mate. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's worth interrupting for. It's
forward pass there. They got that one.
Forward, that one.
Just about to call it.
Jeez.
But
Cobras are starting to look very slick here, and by the way, just every time that they've got down there with some momentum, they haven't stopped and pulled out of touches. They're just running straight into something.
Yeah, playing what's in front of them, waiting for the calls from the referees, just staying composed and sticking with their patterns, just running through the program.
I think their hole hitting too has been a real key feature.
It's lifted since you talked about, you know, the situation with Rebecca earlier on.
Yeah, obviously mic'd up, I think. Yeah. There's a turnover here too. This could be another one of your favourite.
Yeah,
it is.
Another 7 on.
Holy. I don't know who would actually. I'd love to find out. I'm sure we wouldn't be that hard to find out. Like who? It must be the sideline referee that's tipping.
Yeah, absolutely.
The field referee.
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah. It's always the sideline referee who's, generally speaking, they're on that. You know, they're on that sideline right on the spot.
Yeah.
And we heard it earlier. The referee actually saying to the players as they interchange, ensure the gate, make sure you're through the gate, and then. Back here, boys, you didn't listen.
Well, just from a player's perspective, because we run subsets to the box that tries to get 5 people off at the same time, as we see another wonderful hole from Cobras.
Yeah.
Who scored that one?
That was Bella Bauer.
That
I'm
is
pretty
Bella
confident
Bauer,
on that one.
Yep,
so we see it here. So Sykes goes into half again. She's dangerous with the ball in hand. and she just holds up perfectly. And Bella
Again,
with a
you
nice.
see that hold though, because the read is there. The Swans defender is there. It's a matter of 5 centimetres that she's missing by, and that's the difference. Just the quality of the holes that Cobras are hitting means that even defenders that are making correct decisions are still getting beaten.
Good read from Bella Bauer on that occasion. So Zahuta goes in the background.
Sammy Hopkins with an intercept.
And you hear the whistle blown in the background. The referee calls half-time. So on the Painaway scoreboard here at the end of the first half, the Cobras with a commanding 7-3 lead. We'll come back for the second half, and I'll get your opinion on what we're going to see in the second half then. But stick around. So we've got the second half coming your way in this thrilling Women's Opens fixture.
Hey guys, my name's Justin Costello. As a young kid, I've always had a passion to play touch footy, as well as becoming a qualified plumber and a tradesman. If you're unsure of what you want to do, check out myskills.gov.au and look at doing a real skill for a real career. Now don't underestimate a vocational education and training qualification. It could be what you're looking for. That's real skills for a real career.
So here we are back at the CX Coffs Harbour International Sports Stadium for the second half of the Women's Opens match at the Inferno National Touch League between the Brisbane Cobras and the Southwest Queensland Swans. Mate, 7-3 on the Painaway scoreboard. What do you think is going to come our way in the second half here, Lee?
Well, I would be slightly concerned if I was the Swans, to be honest. I just and not really out of them playing poorly, just out of the Cobras being very slick in that first half. That would be the concern as we see.
Set piece here, we see My sweep around. English hitting the hole short, going to the winger.
It would have been an interesting halftime chat. I don't actually think, Adam, that the Swans have been particularly poor in that
not at
first
all.
half.
Not at all, actually. The girls have acquitted themselves quite well in attack and defence.
That's right.
But as you said, it's just it's a game of millimetres, and Brisbane are capitalising on, what extra millimetres they have going their way.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. So it'll be interesting to see. Obviously, the Swans will be probably heartened by the fact that they've scored some really nice tries and that they've actually been very close to making some great defensive reads, but just been that one step short. But the quality of the opposition here in the Cobras has looked very impressive. So they'll have a tough task second half, trying to run them down.
Yeah, Izzy Reid caught with the last touch there. A young Swans outfit too, but they have been impressive. We see a good early shift to the interchange area for the Cobras. They've been slick in that part of the field as well. That's Bauer with the ball in hand now. She scored the last try of the first half. Grace Griffin.
So it was just quite a slow roll the ball on the last touch there,
Yeah.
which gave the Swans time to set and then not have to collapse and give them numbers, which is where they've been so good at just picking holes, and those passes been so effective with picking the right option.
That's Barker taking the metres for a team there. Scored in the first half. This is Chizolka. She's been important and will be throughout the second half here. Carney tucks into acting half. Danger signs there. She's an excellent exponent of that position on that occasion, the shutdown defence.
Yeah, I think she was probably the same as what we talked about in the first half, just sort of looking for some more
runners.
from her ball runners.
Yeah. Nice shift here. That's good. Good release. Sykes gets it back inside Griffin. Up the field now.
Well,
and here
got no players, or they were late to get on there, Cobras.
Straight into position here. Look at just the way they go. Straight across the field into attacking position. Good momentum. Hopkins out of half. She looks up. Defender had the back turn. Sonali Gain looked to come inside.
Yeah, I think if Sonali had her time again, she would probably not look to switch there, because I think Sammy Hopkins had actually done her defender on the outside there.
But then when she saw Sonali dropping in, she had to throw that ball over the shoulder, thinking, but then Sonali with a late change of mind.
Confused her ball runner as well, yeah. Confused the ball player, sorry, I should say.
But the attack now from the Swans. Here we go. Jada Ferguson. I've mentioned her in the run, as has Demi Asher. She's been fantastic, young Demi. This is her with the ball in hand now. Good foot speed, as has Ferguson. Ferguson goes off the left foot, gets the ball to the right-hand side. Chizolka coming through on that one, not able to take the ball. As we see now, changeover. That's Ferguson on screen. Keep an eye on number 8 for the Swans. Has been impressive in both the matches we've had here on field number 1.
Well, that was excellent footwork from her, and then just the line speed I was about to comment on from the Swans. It's actually forced a turnover.
Yeah, Meg Muir forced it in a rush pass.
That's right. They were getting up off the line very quickly there. They were well set.
As you said, the halftime break, they would have regained some composure, and the coach could have said, just keep doing what you're doing. You're not playing bad, as you pointed out. And have faith in our patterns, have faith in our processes, and it'll come our way.
That's right.
And that's what's happened so far. They've put that defensive pressure on, forced the error there.
Well, that's why I think it's always very interesting to watch how teams come out of halftime, because there's often, as a coaching staff, they might pick out either a player that they feel like they can target some attacking moves at, or certainly a mode of defence, that the way that a team might be defending, that they feel like there's a couple of attacking players they've got that'll be effective.
Oh, takes that one. Well done.
That's Lisa Maimon. She is the queen of intercepts.
What an athlete, but
very, very impressive. She plays netball as well at a particularly high level, so just able to pluck those intercept passes so frequently.
Hopkins sweeps on nicely, gets that ball outside to Meg Muir. Meg Muir with the ball in hand now. That's a good release. It's Rebecca Mai there on that occasion. She'll take the extra metres now. Good metres. Grace Griffin into half. Griffin goes to the link position, just not able to find the runner. Brooke English there.
The thing that the Swans have done now is that they're actually limiting the cracks that they're getting at the line, though. And you can see, like, when the last play the ball is 20 metres out from the line, most teams can defend from there. It's easy to run down teams.
Absolutely.
As opposed to being right on top of the 7 metre line. Although
that's a poor turnover there now. This is danger signs here.
They'll certainly get a go at the 7 metre line by the end of this set. Such is the field position they're in.
But they need to execute here well, the Broncos. They can't rush anything. They need to stay composed.
Broncos?
Sorry, the Broncos, the Cobras. I'm just stuck in the
flashback there.
Brisbane mode, yeah. My apologies. We'll go with the Cobras. My apologies to the Cobras family out there.
Yeah,
you included, Lee.
Yeah, no, there'll be some passionate people out there that aren't impressed.
I'll throw myself on the sword.
Oh, well, that, I think, has to be play on. No,
I'm not sure. Maybe because she lost it forward into the Swans player.
Yeah. Cat Stevens obviously doesn't agree.
Let's have a look at it. Yeah, no, I'm not sure about that one either.
It's just unusual to see a ball down when the ball didn't hit the ground. But the correct ruling, potentially, obviously, if it is lost forward and into another player. Happy to go with that.
We don't really have knock-ons in the game.
Well, we don't, do we? That's the thing.
But anyway,
quite weird.
Hey, we're not going to dwell on it. The referee's made the call. The game's back underway.
Well, that's great.
And both teams are just getting on with it. So what are we dwelling on it for, Lee?
We need something to talk about, don't we?
No, we're going to talk about the action here.
There's been a lot to talk about, although you'd rather not speak about that. That's very uncharacteristic. It's Rebecca Maimai that's coming out of her own line and just really dropped it cold.
So we're talking about the opportunities now. A penalty. Penalty number 1 in these circumstances. So the Swans with an opportunity here. That's Millie Neville.
This is a sensational opportunity.
Ashurst. See Jada Ferguson sweeping. Gives off that's Ferguson off the left foot. She's going to get there. Oh no, Brooke English makes the touch.
Brooke English there. You could see that the touch was actually made on probably the middle that they didn't want it to be made on there.
Absolutely.
The sweeper, but she was still very clinical with her finishing skills that she went close there. They're close to the line, I think. Probably too close.
Shut down there for Sykes. This is the last touch. One-on-one situation against Emma Sykes. You're going to, I just take the easy option there. I would.
Oh, she's got good footwork too, Asha.
She's been impressive.
Earlier. Sort of had that crack from half earlier in the set there that earned them a repeat.
It's metres from Taylor Sykes. This is good from Rebecca Maimai as well.
This is just out of nowhere.
Taylor Sykes, I just talked about a foot speed, and there she goes. Beautiful space. Looked up and saw just grass in front of her.
Well, Lisa Maimai was happy to actually run with the ball from half. You can see she picks it up on halfway.
There's another one of those little touches on the way through there
right.
too.
Could have been called too.
Unfortunately, the scramble defence just unable to combine there.
It's just such an unorganised line, wasn't it? Because it came from halfway, where you're not really setting up any line defence structure. They were just sort of at 6s and 7s there.
The smile on the face of Taylor Sykes says it all. She's very happy with the result.
She was quite surprised probably by the park opening up like that for her.
But just have a look at the Swans girls. They're not giving up. They're really taking the game to the Broncos.
No, the calibre of the game has been incredible, and I think the Swans could consider themselves a bit stiff to be down by as many as they are.
It's nice from Carney. Carney now. That's Barker there. She's going to work with Carney. Switch back inside. Jazolka.
Great pass.
Nice release
again.
out left to right again.
It's Jazolka. That left to right pass is as good as I've seen.
Carla Sankey on the end of that, but just fantastic teamwork. Let's have a look.
It's a good switch.
Late
it's a really good switch. But then that ball there, that you can see again, the winger just shot probably a fraction of a second too late.
Shout out to Emily Ward too, the catch and release.
Yeah.
Out to young Carla Sankey to score in the corner. But just beautiful teamwork right across. The whole setup of that play, we saw the last couple of movements there, but it was 1 or 2 roll balls where they really loaded up and just set up the defence perfectly.
Absolutely. I think that's the thing. You look at tries like that from the Swans and geez, this is a good side. They're just coming up against a very good opposition as well.
Yeah, nice touch there too as well from Millie Neville.
Offside.
Has she been called play through?
Yeah.
So Sammy Hopkins just showing some experience there, playing what's in front of her, waiting for the referee's call. She gets it her way. So the scoreboard now, Painaway scoreboard here at the Coffs Harbour International Sports Stadium. Cobras now 9, the Swans 4. So we see it on replay here. Nice ball from Meg Muir. Picks up Sammy. Yeah, the player called offside.
Yeah. Comfortably made the touch. Obviously called offside, just that step short.
So that's her second of the match as well for Samantha.
Is it?
We're back live with the action now. The Swans. Nice release from Ashurst.
Oh,
that's
that's
outside
great.
to Emily Ward. She's been dangerous as well, Emily Ward.
It's the last play, though, with nothing on here. So this will.
But there's never
test
nothing on with
them.
it when Sinead has the ball in hand.
Fantastic. That is very good feet. It's just, again, it shows how hard it is to attack a line that's set.
This is good meters too here for the Cobras. Sonali coming onto position now. They need to get numbers out there. There's English loading up. And the Sykes need to get into half there. Just the slow play ball.
Well, that's two sets in a row where it sort of just...
No, didn't need to throw that one.
Well, I think it was fifth and last, in fact. But it just highlights the importance of, like you just talked about, having that fifth touch be a quick roll the ball and a quick roll with really good half work on the back of it. If it's a dead touch or the defensive line's got a lot of time to get set, it makes attacking so much harder. You see the teams that do it really well, they can really drive into that last touch and it makes it incredibly hard to defend.
Yeah, 100% correct there. That was just an individual dummy.
That's a great line. She just held the ball off long enough.
Yeah, we'll see it again in replay, but it was just... I think it might be back my mind, is it there? There's English making the touch.
Charlie Barker from half here, is it?
Yep.
And you can see just, she dummied 4 times.
But Rebecca Maimai never actually looked up at the play with the ball in hand. She was always looking at the next, looking off. I mean, the most dangerous player in any game is the one with the ball in the hand.
Yeah. It would be interesting to know, you obviously can't hear from here, you'd love to know what the chat was like between the two middle defenders there, and if she was being told to go or if she was being told to stay and to hit or to help. Oh, that's a good shooter out of the line.
Yeah, nicely done there, the Swans girls.
Yeah.
They've stepped up here. 9-5, they're behind on the scoreboard, but again, the scoreline isn't an indication of how they're attacking this game.
I think that was Ash Carney there. She actually just sniped. You can see she's trying to get up off the line in that far link, just almost snipe the middle players before they've had a chance to even look at what's going on around them.
Away.
Exactly.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's something we didn't see them do in the first half, so that's obviously a change that they've made.
So again, aggressive defence here from the Cobras as well, coming up out of the line. They need to just consolidate that. That's good defence there from number 13. Chelsea Cummins coming off a wing.
Got a nice roll on here, though, Adam.
Yeah, they have on the back of that one.
It's one touch too many, I think. This will be the last.
This will be the last here. Ward.
I don't know if they must have used one too many touches getting to the sub-box. It's generally, that should probably have only been their 4th, so that they do get that really good half run at the end. Yeah.
So Sonali gained there now. That's good meters for Sonali.
So you can see that's sort of the equivalent.
Yep.
That'll be the 4th touch, and then this
Meg
5th
Muir
one.
down for Sammy Hopkins again. Danger signs. Sammy Hopkins off the left foot. Goes short. Intercept taken. Jada Ferguson.
Jada Ferguson was in the best position ever there.
She read that beautifully. And luckily for the Cobras, Meg Muir were able to get the touch just as she caught it.
Yeah, which she would have been tough to chase down too, I think, going the other direction.
Yeah.
There.
It's a big call to turn around and go the length like that. She had the momentum.
Generally, that's the time I find that my shoelaces are undone or tight hamstring.
This is good too. Chizelka.
I think that does
What a
touch.
great touch, Meg Muir.
Yeah, full stretch.
Had to make it too, just quietly.
Well, she was almost through. She's put them under a huge amount of pressure there, but Meg Muir got fully horizontal and now actually doing some really good work coming out of her own line as well. She will have earned her rest by the time she gets to the sub-box here.
Yeah, Izzy Reid there, good defensive pressure.
6 to go.
The passing lane knocks that one down, yeah. So the Cobras will reset.
And they've already got all their players on now, so we should just see a full attacking set of 6 here.
Sykes there, Rebecca Maimai in half. Sykes dangerous. That's English. Sykes wants it over to Rebecca Maimai again.
You can see the link trying to get up there and make the touch.
There's Lisa into half now. Off to Brooke English. Brooke will straighten it up, hold up there, and go down for Sykes. Sykes goes from half. Dangers. Oh, not able to get the ball. That was a little bit no man's land, that pass.
Nah, I think she was having the best of both worlds there.
Yeah.
Poked her head through the line, but definitely needed to pass it. The defenders had covered her. And just needed to either sort of hit the link or probably, to be fair, actually did need to reach the winger, which would have been hard from the position she was in.
Sykes from half, I think she needs to go. She needs to, bend the line and get in behind the defence.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Probably if your first instinct there is to break the line and to get through.
Yep.
I think
head down.
Yeah.
Just get through the line, then look up.
Because they stood off her. They gave her some time to pass it. It's a lovely little wrap around there to take some extra metres. Probably another 10 metres there for Rebecca Maimai.
I don't know what it is, Lee, in the women's game, but I mean, I've coached both men's and women's, and I find the women are probably a little bit less selfish, so they don't like to put their head down and go. Like, they think they've got a role to play, and it's to assist the team.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
But some people have just got to put their heads down and go for it.
Yeah, even Bella Bauer there, I think you'd love to just see. She sort of caught and passed. I think she was actually in more space than she realised. You'd love to see when it's that sort of fifth and last touch anyway. It's a turnover anyway. You'd just love to see them put their head down and have a crack at the line. Some of the finishing skills that we've seen already in this game, if you can get a really good low dive in, then you just never know. Like, we've seen some great defensive reads and still attackers get past them.
So this is good from the Swans here. Once again, mounting pressure. Charlie Barker gets the ball away. The attempt to tap on.
Ferguson.
Yeah, Ferguson it was. Just probing, always asking questions, the Swans girls. Behind on the scoreboard by 4. As I'm reminded, the paint away scoreboard.
Yes, that's right.
Look at the big paint away on the screen there.
Well, I think that's the thing, is that the Cobras would be so impressed with how they've gone defensively. And it's not, you can have games where you don't let that many tries in, but potentially what's been thrown at you hasn't been of the greatest standard. This has not been the case in this game at all.
No, the Swans have really asked questions, and the Cobras, have been up to it. And as you said, they'd be happy with the defence. Only 5 on the board, but people would look at 5 and go, oh, geez, they've let 5 tries in. But potentially there was probably 15 tries that they've stopped.
I think against a weaker opposition, the Swans would have put on 12 tries by now with some of the attack that they've run. So, no, I think they'd be reasonably happy with 5, especially after obviously scoring 9 themselves as well, so that helps.
As it does, we see Chizolka ultra impressive in this fixture.
It's a turnover.
They're
the ones that hurt there. And they're the ones that they haven't actually made very many of as well. They've spent a lot of time getting the ball down the other end. That one, it can be a little bit difficult if you're the winger trying to look after that subbing pattern. If you don't get voice from your middles and you're not sure who it's meant to go to.
Good pressure again up out of the line. That's Emily Ward.
Oh, they've done well. They're hunting. They're just swarming.
This is great defence from the Swans girls. Again,
Ward's
up
up
out of the line.
again.
Ward, aggressive.
I think they've made 4 touches here with them making 3 metres. They're still going to get a crack, though, on the 5th and last. It's a nice line.
Short hole for Brooke English. Puts that one down. Good pressure. Chizolka.
Yeah, that's a great read.
Cut it down.
She was just in to jam that last pass.
Possibly there, the right play from Maimai was to cut English out.
Yeah.
And to hit the link.
Yeah, she went the short ball, didn't she?
But again, take nothing away from that defence there, Chizolka.
She forced a great piece of defensive play from Chizolka.
It's Carney, Ashurst. Back to Carney. Picking up Barker, I think it is on the sweep there.
That's good
Doesn't
feed
go
again.
that way.
Great feed.
Dangerous
Switching
here.
back.
Switch.
Oh, that's a good switch too. They're going to go 6 to go here, I think.
There they are, you're right.
There was 3 switches on 2 different sides of the field there, and sort of the first 2 weren't as effective, and then the last one really would have caused a significant shutdown.
Young Zoe McLaughlin into 14 and tucked herself into position nicely there. That ball touched in flight. McLaughlin was in space. She did really well. And as you said, those couple of switches really set her up. Here she is with the ball in hand, gets it away. McLaughlin from half just loses the handle there, doesn't touch it, so it's play on.
Just that will annoy Ash Carney a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. She's done all the work.
She was in great position.
This is good.
Wanted the ball in her hand.
McLaughlin just looked up, trying to find Charlie Barker. Wasn't able to do so. This is good from the Cobras in transition now.
It's a huge 1-2 play from Kat Stevens there. It was the person that took the intercept and then took the next drive, which made 12 metres as well. So we might see a little injury on the sideline there.
Yeah, keep an eye on that. She looks looks to be okay. So 30 seconds left on the clock. Cobras will get one more opportunity. The Swans may as well off their own line. This is Grace Griffin out of half, gets the ball away.
It's a wonderful hole.
A big finish. Bella Bauer has been impressive, hitting the hole right at the right time there.
I think we talked about this earlier, Adam, about the importance of one hole hitting, but Bella Bauer is actually the person that rolls the ball.
Let's have a look at Griffin here. So that thing about getting through the line or to the line, the way she did before she looked up.
She just had two defenders that committed because they worried about her breaking the line. Those two defenders collapse on you, and then really impressive by Bella Bauer too to be the person to drive the ball and make her first step sideways to hit a hole.
So the second time the Cobras have made 10 tries in a match. They won the early game, as I said, I believe 10-0 and 10-5 against a really impressive Swans outfit. So day number one has been good to the Brisbane Cobras in the Women's Opens division. Mate, just give us a quick wrap-up on the game. What do you think of that one?
I'll be interested to see. I think that they're two incredibly strong sides. Obviously, the Cobras far too good in the end there, but I'm just not convinced that scoreline is the peak of the Swans' powers. I think that they could come back. It'd be interesting to keep an eye on their results for the next couple of games. That's for sure.
We look forward to the Women's Opens action, but we have one more game here, the Men's Open, the Central Queensland Bulls taking on the Sydney Mets. That action will come your way in 4.5 minutes' time.
Can't stop, won't stop, train, perform, recover. Pain Away, Australia's #1 joint and muscle spray and cream topical pain relief brand, containing arnica and naturally derived active ingredients. All day, every day, Pain Away.
So it's the final match of the day at Coffs Harbour, and it's a men's open action to finish it all off. It's the Central Queensland Bulls up against the Sydney Mets. Ben Homer in commentary with Mark Tibble for this final match, Mark, and two sides who haven't lost today. So this should be a fascinating one to finish it all off.
This is an absolute treat to finish the day, Benny, so it's a pleasure to join you in here, mate. Looking forward to it.
It'll be the Queenslanders who are going to tap us off. They beat the Sharks in that first match that you called with Adam Collins, Mark, 10-9. What a cracking match that was. And then they beat the Scorps 7-1. And the Mets had a bye round one and then beat the Suns 10-4 in round two.
Yeah, so the Bulls and the Mets, both two pre-tournament favourite teams. And the Bulls, that Sharks-Bulls game to start the day was a ripper, and I'm sure this will be very similar.
Players and referees, 30 seconds.
So the Bulls coached by Mitchell Smith, the Mets by Michael Musa. And as I said, it will be the Bulls who will get us underway in the final match of day one of the 2021 Inferno National Touch League.
The Mets missing a big-name player in Luke Kane, who's sitting out with an eye injury, unfortunately.
Yeah, so there you go. So that's going to be a big loss for them, and it's the Central Queensland Bulls who get us underway in this one. They move it quickly into the arms of Damon Moore. Just going to try and draw them out. He finds Crow. So Moore and Crow linking up through the middle. Little dummy step. He's through. The bat on is a decent one, but just up and over the head of Malcolm Kenny. Touch past the decision from the referee.
Yeah, Jaden Ashby makes the touch there. The scooper almost sneaks through, but good defense first up from the Mets.
So here come the Mets, just going to work it out from their own end. In the zebra colours. And they're driving forward nicely. The cutout, well, the pass out the back has just been put down and unable to be handled there by Scott Buckley.
Both teams known for their really fast, direct style.
Well, they've called that forward, I believe. I thought they did well enough to at least make it seem like the pass went backwards. They got in a bit of a pickle, but the referee said no, it's a forward pass. Maybe a harsh one, but here's Bornellum. And now on to Buckley. Buckley jinking and stepping. Moffat is in there at dummy half. So Buckley, Moffat. Now chiming in is Quaylo, and out the back they are in.
Moffat.
They are in.
Hello, darling. He's well known for that. He's been doing that since he was a young man, Josh Moffat. Comes around on the sweep, goes to dive. He's always a threat and just pops it up to Adam Bumellam, number 3 there. Yeah, to score.
Adam Bumellam, pretty happy with that. That's silky stuff from the Mets to start us off in this one. So that's a taste of what we're going to get over the next 40 minutes, or less than 40 minutes now, as Cridlin took the touch. He's dumping it down. Cutout ball wide, and I tell you what, there was so much space out there. Malcolm Kenny was on the wing, but if that ball went to the link, it would have been a 2-on-1 situation, you would have thought, and an easy try. But in the end, went for the cutout ball, and the Mets get away with it.
Yeah, Damon Moore, number 5, that threw that left to right pass there. He had an absolute ripper game in that first one against Sharks. He'll be a player to watch out for again for the Bulls. Australian players all over the park here, Ben.
So going to be a cracker, as we've touched on already. Driving forward is Barron on the inside, looking for Moffat. Moffat taking the dump. Jay Barron finds Josh Moffat, who set up that first try onto Moffat, and now the cutout ball to the wing. A good touch made by Malcolm Kenny. So there looked to be an opening down the left edge for James Shute.
Yeah, Luke Moffat down for his brother on that right to left 32. Long play there. Both from the Central Coast Dolphins. I've got to give them a shout out. It's my home club too.
Plenty of family connections in the competition today, isn't there? As well, it's basically thrown that pass straight to the Mets there, Jardel Bob.
There is, and the two Bob brothers, Jardel and Jamin, are two of the prominent ones. But yeah, it's nice to see the family connections all through the tournament.
So we've got the Bobs and the Moffats in this one. The Bobs from the Bulls, the Moffats from the Mets.
That's
How about
right.
that? That's nice alliteration.
That's
As
right.
they drive forward, and the cutout pass is put down. It didn't really matter in the end because it was the final touch. So that Adam Bumellam try. The difference between the two sides at the moment inside the opening 5 minutes. As they take it to the interchange box.
Ooh.
And that pass just too far in front of Kenny. Just gave him too much work to do.
Good flow from the Bulls out of the box. They'll be disappointed to drop that one. And they're giving the Mets quite a bit of attacking ball in their own half too.
So touch taken by Ashby. They move it to the middle with Jake Gretsch, who's now out there. Good speed. This from the Mets, and a good touch, last-ditch touch on Chris Williams, who was very nearly through.
Holding them out 1-0, even though they've had plenty of attack, the Mets, so the Bulls will be happy about that.
The Queenslanders coming at them here now with Jack Leonard. What can the Bulls deliver? Gee, they've made some easy meters in this set. The touch has been called on Cridland. He thought he was away.
I think they might have penalised them for 7 on.
I tell you what, this has been cracked down upon. Have you noticed it more so, Mark, in this tournament than previous? Because we've seen it happen a few times today.
Well, in the game earlier, it must be something I did notice the Bulls get done for it then. It must be something the refs are really trying to take a look at.
I've been told the referees on the sideline, the touchies you'd call them, but obviously they're interchangeable, have been really keeping a close eye on that. So there's another penalty on halfway, that decision. You would have seen as Jay Barron goes for the dump. Little pop-up from Moffat to Moffat. And the referee says, let's have another 6, because it was knocked down by the Bulls.
It's nice to see Josh and Luke out there together. Josh is always very demanding of his little brother, always shouting directions at him, but he's helped make him the player he is today too.
Well, there they are, two Moffats linking up. It was Josh who took the touch. Here's the dump from Luke, and Josh
that's ball down.
Found the pass, but yeah, as you said, Mark, put down. So the Bulls, well, that was very close to forward. That pass looked as though the hands were almost going in a forward direction. They've got away with it though, the Bulls. They'll make a few changes on the way through. Here they come into the middle of the park. Stepping away is Lachlan Crowe. Here's the run from Griffin. Penalty is going to go the way of the Bulls.
They win the penalty.
Not back the required distance, the Mets. So this is a good opportunity. Probably their best of the match so far.
Yeah, really good opportunity to tie it up here.
Griffin just dribbling it forward a couple of steps. Good swift movement. Diving low is Griffin. The referee says the touch was made. He did dive early there. Enough time for them to get down and initiate the touch. There's Bob. Crowe's firing out of dummy half. And the touch was made on Jardel Bob. Crowe back in on the act. Now Bob. The pass from Griffin. On to Bob. Quick play the ball. There's space in behind. And somehow the Bulls haven't been able to find the equaliser.
Dave Zanetti sneaks through from half. Luke Moffat, the saver, should have put his arms up, and he just doesn't find someone to finish. Unusual mistake there not to finish that one off.
Space down the far side of the ground for the Mets. They bring it back to the centre, this time with Soteropoulos. Gretchen on the act as well. Now Coelho straight through the middle. Back to Bemellum. There's space in behind. And I tell you what, the Bulls couldn't take their chance down the other end, and Chris Williams makes them pay for that.
Oh, man. The Rooster. Early release back to Chris Williams, and he just smokes the saver. He's very well known for his pace, and he puts it on full display there. Good play from the Mets.
Just went through the gears, didn't he? Slipped right through. The Bulls are well and truly in this, but it's just inside at the attacking end. They're not doing enough to finish off their chances. They're creating plenty, so penalty goes their way. This will help.
Yeah, I think it was either the right middle or right link just penalised for offside. Maybe he was deemed early.
So taking the dump there was Barnes.
Nice, Lockie. Lockie Rayner Badia at length there with the intercept.
I'll adjust that number on our sheet because I think Lockie's wearing 13, is he? 14 on our team list. So we'll get that sorted as Ashby rushes forward. Centre of the park now with Moffat. Turn back on the inside for Quaylo, and now Moffat showing a clean pair of heels. Back on the inside, Quaylo, great hands, beautiful football, and Scott Buckley just couldn't quite reach it on the dive.
Good fingertip footy from the Mets. Moffat to Quaylo. Quaylo pops it up. Adam Boomalem, oh, he just couldn't find someone at the end there. Scott Buckley just in front of him. Jack Buckley still running around so well.
Ball's rushing down the field now with Griffin. Kenny was in there at dummy half, and now Cridland taking the dump. Steps to the left as Griffin fires the pass out to the open side. Jinking back with Stanhope. Stanhope, he thought he was there.
He arched the back there and almost got away with it.
He thought he was there, didn't he? Just, he was pretty devastated, you could see by his reaction. Pop nap now for Buckley. So they move it to the interchange area. Chris Williams scored the try earlier with that electric pace. Now Jay Barron to the line. Moffat popping it up. Williams back to Moffat. Pass out to the wing, and it dies with Masache.
Yeah, it was good setup from the Mets. They tried the early release rooster again, but they were just a little bit further from the line, and the Bulls answered with some good defense.
Referee got the Mets there for a heavy touch, so Stanhope's going to take the tap. The way they've moved it up the ground has been impressive. It actually reminds me of playing a game of golf where you drive really well and can't putt, and that's the issue for the Bulls at the moment.
It's a good analogy. It is.
So Jardel Bob dumping it on the turf. Lachlan Crowe is on the inside. He dumps it quickly, and it was a poor play, the ball, but it was caused by the fact that there was a bit in the touch just around the ruck. The Mets, so the penalty going the way of the Bulls. Lachlan Crowe with the tap. And this has been where they've had the most difficulty. There's a quick dump and split, diving for the line. Touch has been called on Jardel Bob.
I think Jay Barron working really well in defense so far the whole game. Number 11 for the Mets.
So dumping is Bob. There's a long cutout pass from Moore to Zanet, and he took it well, but the touch was made. So Damon Moore, the ball in his hand, the dump from Crowe. Moore going himself. He can throw a great ball on the inside. Gee, they did well there, the Bulls, and the scrambling defence was up to the task.
The attack and the defense is fantastic here, Benny.
Yeah, Maya Soteropoulos with the knockdown. Now the dive from Crowe. Has he got there? The referees say yes, he has. And for all their attacking pressure, they've finally got a reward now, the Central Queensland Bulls.
Yeah, Jardel Bob on the sweep. He's just so hard to stop with that huge dive he's got, reaching out with the right hand. He won the game against the Sharks, doing something very similar this morning, actually.
Yes, top work from Bob. So 2-1, the Mets leading. As we've spoken about today, so important now this set for the Bulls to defend after scoring a try and getting themselves back within striking distance. This is Josh Moffat with the ball in his hands.
I wouldn't be surprised if they set Josh up for a sweeper again here. Something similar.
And Moffat diving low, did go a long way out. Good touch from James and Bob. Buckley, the cutout ball, and that may even find its way onto the other field. Would have been a good pass for someone maybe running along those advertising hoardings on the far side, but over the head of teammates. So this first half has really flown by. Only 6 minutes away from the break. Not back the distance. So another penalty for the Bulls here. They've got a few in this first half.
They have in this last sort of 10 minutes. The penalties have started to go their way a little bit, which is helping the momentum swing back their way.
So Hegarty taking the dump there, just gets popped up to James and Bob. They move it to the middle with Merriman.
That's a good call from the ref. I think the physicality was fine. Jaden Ashby was holding his space, didn't put too much force into the touch as a defender. And, yeah, the attackers just kind of lost the ball in a tough contest.
Bulls didn't seem too disappointed with that call. Not too much chat there as Ashby. Well,
he gets it back straight away. Jamin Bob, sneaky. Ball down before the touch was made.
Yeah, the no touch, little sneaky one there from the Bulls. So what can they conjure up now, the Bulls, as we head towards half-time? Bob, little link up, cut out pass, Griffin put it down, or attempted cut out pass, and it was fired pretty hard at Griffin.
Coaches and players at this level are incredibly disappointed if you're giving the ball away on first or second touch like that.
Well, it looked as though there was a knock on. There was, spotted by the referee. There's a hat down as well in the middle of the park. It's been collected, so the Bulls again with a good start to the set. Right on halfway, basically, the first touch. It's popped up to Griffin. He takes the dump. Bob wide to Leonard. He's looking for the inside pass and said, Assay. Here's Cridland and into the arms of Moore. That's Damon Moore on the inside to Cridland. He's trying to link up here with Moore. He's going to be in that dummy half. Pops it up. Cridland goes low. Cridland is touched just.
Fingertip stuff. Adam Bumalam gets a sharp stepping Justin Cridland on the dive there. Great call from the ref. Good positioning.
Mark that one down. Try scored by Bumalam 1. Try saved 1 as well. Here come the Mets through Moffat to Moffat. And the passes have gone forward. Is that the call? 6 up, I should say.
I wonder if there's a person named Bob Moffat watching. He'd be a happy man with his name featuring so prominently.
I'll tell you what, there probably would be. I'm almost certain there would be a Bob Moffat somewhere in this, in the country or the world.
Sounds like a touch person.
Have to be. As Crow pops it up. Bob, he's in again, is he?
He scored that, pretty sure.
I'm certain he has. The referee is as well. So that's a couple for Jardel Bob.
Very sharp once again. Gets the open side quickie. Out to his left, just diving. Reaches out. Second one of the game like that, and I'm sure he's scored a few others through the day.
So the Bulls are back in it, and it's really been caused by obviously their ability to finish off the opportunities that they've been granted, because the Mets have just been so ill-disciplined and they've dropped a lot of ball as they look to hit back now. Ashby cut out ball. That is a tremendous ball out to Maya Soteropoulos, who goes over in the corner. The instant reply. 3-2 to the Mets.
Ripper right to left ball. TJ Ashby on the sweep, turns around right to left, hits the winger, and great hands to finish.
So Maya Soteropoulos, that is the best name that I've called today. To Ripper as Jamin Bob takes it forward. Leonard, and now the cutout ball from the other side of the ground spilled by Braden Hegarty. Referee giving the penalty though, not back. 2 feet on the line. Is there a boot that's just been flung off the pitch?
Perhaps, I hope so.
Someone just trying to spot. It would have to be a... I'll have a look if someone is missing a boot. In the meantime, here they come, the Bulls. This is Bob, and that is Jamin Bob. Leonard is there at dummy half. Bob goes to ground. Leonard, and now Griffin.
Australian winger Madalitsu Masashi been unreal the whole game. Great defensive stops.
They're coming out to Masashi's side there. Bob back into the middle. Leonard picking it up. Griffin, cut out ball. Did that hit Masashi on the head? I think it did. It was a Falcon. He had no idea about it.
He was looking the right way.
Here it is. I think it's going thump.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful. Top of the crown. He won't mind that with a stop just before half time. 40 seconds left.
So Masashi, the drive forward. Ashby, who set up that try to put the Mets ahead before the break.
That's 3. This is 5 and last, actually.
And Moffat looking for the wing, and it just bounces over the head of James Shute. Bit too powerful the pass. So inside the final 10 seconds of the first half. This is round 3 of the Men's Open. Two sides that have not lost today. That was silky down the right, but it did hit the deck, unfortunately, for the Bulls because there was some space building. So final play of the first half. And that is it. Moffat was content to head to half-time with the Mets in front. It was that try to Maya Soteropoulos set up by TJ Ashby right on the stroke of half-time. The Mets leading the Bulls 3-2. We'll be back with the thoughts of Mark Tipple in just a second.
The world sporting landscape has changed forever. This is the new normal. New logo, new sizing, new templates, new range. But for the same great quality and service you've always expected and demanded, visit the team at Inferno. Inferno. It's comforting to know some things you can always rely on.
Can't stop, won't stop, train, perform, recover. Pain Away, Australia's #1 joint and muscle spray and cream topical pain relief brand, containing arnica and naturally derived active ingredients. All day, every day, Pain Away.
So the final 20 minutes of action tonight in day one of the 2021 Inferno National Touch League, live from Coffs Harbour, and we've got a really intriguing match to finish the day. It's the Central Queensland Bulls up against the Sydney Mets. Both these sides have not lost today. The Mets winning in round 2 against the Suns 10-4 after a bye in round 1. The Bulls, they beat the Sharks and the Scorps 10-9 and then 7-1.
And referees ready.
So the Mets will tap us off, looking to build on their lead of 3-2 at the moment. Can they do so in this first set? This is a big defensive set, isn't it, Mark, for the Bulls?
Yeah, this is huge. If the Mets go 2 up, it'll be a huge advantage for the rest of the game.
And Moffat out of dummy half. Ashby. Good defence, wasn't it, to smother the pass.
That had Jack Buckley written all over it, that play. Very complicated. Sweepers and hole runners going everywhere.
So Damon Moore with that knockdown. So impressed, weren't we, in the first half from Ashby's performance. There's his pass that time. Not too many options, and it was taken by Robinson. So here he is, TJ Ashby. Set up the go-ahead try. Buckley, and now Ashby, cut out ball. There's the Australian winger. He says, I got it down, Masashi.
Wow, equally great defense from Braden Hegarty. Another Australian junior winger.
He was in the air as well. He would have been in the air when he made the touch. That is a quality touch, isn't it?
As good as it gets in terms of wing play.
Oh, and they've spilt it with the line wide open. The Mets, you may have just missed that, but, well, you're probably not going to miss much because basically the line was wide open and the Mets should have scored.
Josh Moffat on the sweep with a nice little sinker ball over the top.
There it is.
TJ Ashby, eyes on the line. He'll be gutted about that one.
Of course, we just talked up TJ, and of course that seems to happen pretty regularly as Damon Moore. Back it comes for Griffin. Flowing down the park with Kelso, and now Bob. This is Jamin Bob on the inside. Finds Leonard. Bob picks it up, goes left, goes right.
Ooh.
Touch was made.
TJ Ashby makes up for it and gets the stop there. Jamin Bob, I'd say he's one of the funnest players to watch with his footwork.
Certainly enjoying watching him in this one tonight. Touch made there as the Mets driving forward with Jay Barron. Penalty, not back the required distance. The Bulls.
What we found in the first half is whoever was giving away the penalties in their own half were really being punished for it, both sides. It'll be interesting to see if they can capitalise here.
Space in behind. Diving over was Chris Williams. The touch has been called. He did score in a similar way in the first half, and it was just sliding defence across, and he almost slipped between. He was saying got the ball down. Gee, was tight. He's quick. And now jinking and stepping is Barron after receiving the pass from Jake Gretsch. So again, the big period coming up for the Bulls. Gretsch, little flick out the back, that time from shoot, not to a teammate.
The athleticism of these guys is crazy. It makes you happy that you're up here not getting your ankles broken, doesn't it, Ben?
100%. 100%. Just so quick off the mark. It's down to the corner they come. Jamin Bob, little pop up. And the run from Moore.
I wouldn't be surprised if Damon Moore steps up and starts putting on a couple tries here. He's been quiet for his standards so far. And, yeah, I'd expect him to put on a couple and get the Bulls back into this one.
So Marinin just spilling that, and down come the Mets. In front at the moment, the Sydney side. Griffin, I should say Quayler, was getting it down, and the ball is just going to sit in front of Maya Soropoulos, who did score in the first half, but the pass made it a little difficult for him there.
Yeah, which was pretty lucky because the CQ Bulls winger had slipped over in defence, so gets away with one.
So the Bulls trying to get themselves back into this one. There's the pass. Well, it was a difficult one for the diving Hegarty, but he did well to clutch it in. And down it goes again.
Ball down just near halfway. The Bulls will be disappointed. It was a little bit clunky coming out of their own half, which you wouldn't expect from them, but they'll make up for it, I'm sure.
Yeah, just a bit frustrating the start to the second half, hasn't it, as Quaylo gets it down and goes off. Masashi was there at dummy half, dumping it down Gretsch. Little short ball from Ashby. Here he goes, Ashby on towards Moffat. And 6 to go the call, so they'll get another 6 touches to see what they can come up with, the Mets.
Yeah, that's really big, and this is an important set for both teams here. Anytime you go 2 up in a game, 2 tries up, it gives you just a bit of breathing space.
It's in the arms of Moffat. Dump and split. Ashby back to Moffat. Ashby really trying to draw them to the edge of that 7-metre zone. Gretsch. There, it was open and he got the pass to Moffat. Sleight of hand from Ashby. You thought for a moment he was going to dive himself, and then Moffat just hitting that hole perfectly. They just weren't sliding back across, were they?
Yeah, nice. Jaden Ashby to his Penrith teammate Jake Gretsch on the sweep. Gives it back to Ashby, and Ashby finds Moffat for the try.
I don't know, we didn't have the wide shot there, so it's probably difficult to blame the defence because you've got the link there who's in 2 minds. Is it going to come out the back and they're going to hurt us with Masashi? Or are we going to, are they going to go short? And in the end, he, as you said, basically had his ankle snapped. He was trying to go left and right and all the one way, and the Bulls are going to hit back immediately through Malcolm Kenny. Try has been awarded, so basically those 2 tries just cancel each other out, and we've got the same scoreline we did it, well, the same difference between the sides that we had at half-time.
Yeah, this was a funny one. Damon Moore on an ML play, the link goes to grab, it slips between his hands backwards, and then Mal Kenny scores in the corner there.
Fair enough, looked like it went backwards.
We mentioned his name though, Damon Moore. I wouldn't be surprised to see the ball in his hands a lot in these last 15 minutes.
So Moffat to Moffat, then onto the, then on back to Barron, and now Buckley with it in his arms. Here is Luke Moffat. Buckley inside. Was it spilled? Yes, it was by Scott Buckley. Would have been interesting had he held on to it.
Good little play there. Open side quickie. Dish
just
back.
was up high on that left shoulder, wasn't he? Just couldn't bring it down. It was awkward to bring down.
Jack Buckley, special mention to him. Not only he's well known for being a fantastic player, but he's also mentored and coached a lot of the boys in the Mets team, either through New South Wales CHS teams that have gone on to win at national youth level, or Penrith and Mets teams as well. So, yeah, it's awesome to see him playing alongside a lot of guys he's helped grow as players.
Siropoulos playing it to Moffat. They just got the penalty there for off the mark. The Bulls again giving away the ball while in possession. Buckley finding the pass wide to Ashby. Back to Scott Buckley. He's trying to isolate that link. Ashby back to Buckley, and Masashi not quite on his wing, so couldn't take advantage.
Yeah, nothing really on there for the Mets. It was just really well defended. Plenty of Bulls defenders in that right corner.
So the Bulls trying to move it towards the interchange zone. And they're going to make some changes. Moore, forward he goes. Assay, and here's the run of Cridland. Scamper out of dummy half from Stanhope, and the touch has been made.
Yeah, nice defense from Josh Moffat at link there. Cuts the play off.
So the Mets with that 1 try advantage at the moment. We're almost into the final 10 minutes of the day's play here at Coffs Harbour. And that pass looked forward. Referee's happy to move with it. And the touch was made, as it just looked like Barron was going to slip through. It was a suspect pass, wasn't it, in the lead up? Referee's going to come back for the touch pass.
The Mets going back to a Rooster early release for Chris Williams again. They're so good at finding things that work and sticking to them. So because they scored in the first half, they've done it another couple times. Hasn't quite worked, but they'll keep trying.
So popped up there for Leonard. And now the run of Zanet. Cut out ball. It's going to bounce in front of Bailey Assay. Just can't quite get things into a groove in their second half, can they, the Bulls? Matt's doing well in defence.
Yeah, we saw something very similar this morning against the Sharks as well. It was kind of this time of the game, 10 minutes left. I think they were one down or even, and they just kind of came back. So it'll be interesting to see if they can do the same.
How's their fitness late in the game? Moffat to Moffat. And here's the run from Josh Moffat.
He's tried to put some Jamin Bob footwork on Jamin Bob. And Bobby is up to the task there indeed.
And Bob said, I'm the only man that can do a bob.
I'd like to see him cut his hair into a bob. That would be cute and suit him.
Well, make it easier for commentators as well. We know exactly what we're looking out for. Here's Lachlan Crow on the inside. Here's Bob to Crow. Bob's going to pick it up. Could be space out wide if they're good enough. And the bat-on was just behind the winger, who couldn't handle it.
Unlucky there for the Bulls. The length the tap-on was on, it would have been really interesting if Hegarty had held on to that one.
So down it goes. No touch, the call. No touch was the call, and now he hasn't looked up, and there's space in behind, and Harry Griffin has been made to pay, and it is Liam Robinson who goes over in the corner. That is an absolute killer.
It's gonna hurt Harry Griffin, and it makes the Mets very happy. So he hasn't made the touch, but the ref can't see that himself. And Justin Costello steams away and burns him as he's talking to the ref down the sideline.
And that's why it's so important to play the whistle, isn't it?
Always, and that gives Mets the 2-try buffer again, which is what they're after. Bit of breathing space.
So, as we were saying earlier, two sides who haven't lost today, going head-to-head in the final match of the evening. Cridlin with the ball in his hands for the Bulls. And the Bulls, well, they've got away with one there. You sense Damon Moore and the Bulls because the penalty's gone their way.
Must have been on a sneaky little foot in there or something that the ref saw that we didn't.
So they're moving up now. The Mets. Moore onto Cridland. Thought it was a game of rugby league for a minute there. The amount of bodies he got his way through.
Lachlan Rayner-Badior, that length there, gets done for coming up early and being called offside. I've seen him do it a lot growing up, and he's just faster than what you think he might be.
Popped up to Cridland, diving low again. He still had the ball tucked under the wing. It would have been difficult to reach out for him. So Cridland dropping it into the arms of David Zanet. Goes to ground. Moore popped up. Cridland back to Moore. Just too far behind him.
Good one-hand grab from Damon Moore there. Throwing everything at the Mets here. This is an important set. They'll want to get within one. Down for Zanetti.
Zanetti with the short pass. And was it knocked down? The referee just wanting to double-check that and deciding that no, it went down from the Bulls, and it's just going to be a Mets ball on the edge of that 7-yard zone. Or 7-metre zone, I should say. You could see that ball went to ground, so the Mets will bring it out from their own end.
Just really well defended from the Mets there. That was huge. Less than 7 minutes left in the game. Rooster early release.
Yeah, back
there
into the middle. Williams, well, it was knocked down, but it was a player that wasn't looking in Jacob Merriment. Bit unlucky there, Chris Williams.
Once again, they're just going to the strengths of every player on the team, getting Chris Williams in the right spot at that right link and getting him wrapping around and testing the Bulls in defense with their speed.
So Bob and Leonard linking up, cut out ball, bats on,
finish.
Big moment for the Bulls,
Lovely.
and they get there. Bailey Assay diving over in the corner, and they're right back into it with less than 6 minutes to play now. 5-4.
That's how to do it. Jamin Bob, open side quickie, hits the link with the tap on, and Assay just finishes, is outside the reach of Chris Williams. Great footy.
Chris Williams on the full stretch dive, and he may have just hurt his neck there. A bit of whiplash for Bailey Assay. He'll be a little sore tomorrow, you sense, but he'll be pretty pleased at the moment, and even more happy if they can get themselves back level. But at the moment, they've got some defensive work to do.
This will be interesting and fun to watch what the Mets have conjured up here. They've got something planned with the two Moffat boys and Jack Buckley, no doubt.
So Buckley, the touch he pulled out. Moffat.
Oh.
And the pass just thrown and intercepted. Now there's space because they're all at sea at the moment, the Mets. There was space opening up there for Bob. And it's just going to break down because he went over the mark. Picks it up, Bob, short and away to Leonard. Leonard plays it to Bob. Returns it to Leonard. Here he is, Jamin Bob. Down he goes. Up off the turf to Griffin. Batted on by Bob. Surely it went forward. The assistant or the referee on the far side says all clear and we're locked up.
When you need your big name players to stand up, the ones that go a long way do so at the right time. Harry Griffin.
Did that go
to
forward?
Jamin Bob. We'll say it's a tap back because they've called it backwards, and Mal Kenny scores to tie it up.
Well,
with less than 4 minutes to go.
Well, we're up here. The referee was right in line, so happy to go with his call. So just like you were saying, Mark, as was the case earlier today, the Bulls just turned it on in the last 10 minutes against the Sharks, got the win, 10-9. They're doing a similar thing here. They were down 5-3. It's now 5-all. What a turnaround.
It's just so hard to rule them out of any game.
Robinson and the pass back on the inside from Ashby, just put down by Moffat. Well, is there an issue here?
Even when things seem to not be going their way, they can hang in there. And then when it counts in the big moments, they seem to be getting the results. As Josh Moffat goes off with a little facial injury. Matching Luke Kane, I think, with that eye injury over there.
Here they come, rolling it up the ground. Zanetti was the one to take the drive there. Now it's with Hegarty. Popped up for Cridland. They're full of momentum, full of confidence at the moment. Cridland to ground. And it's spilled just at the key moment there by Jamin Bob.
He'll be disappointed with that. So generally, each set takes about 30 seconds. So both teams are going to get 2 or 3 sets each, roughly, if things go according to plan.
Yeah, so Jamin Bob, just with a bit of extra physicality in the touch there, he'd be frustrated with the mistake, and then he gives away the penalty, so just compounds it. Buckley goes down.
That second touch there, so they've got a bit to play with here.
Williams was there. Now Moffat, he's back out there, recovered from that minor injury. Shoveled on to Moffat, back into the middle, dumping a step from Vermellum, and it's broken down for the Mets. So it remains 5-all.
Either I got the count wrong or the ref did there, but he called 6th touch when the Mets thought they had one more.
2 minutes remaining. Can either side find a winner now?
This time of the game, if I'm coaching, I'm generally screaming no repeats, no penalties, because you just don't want to give them another crack here on the line.
Space now, and was it touch? Well, there is a repeat.
It's a repeat. That's clutch from the Bulls.
That's the thing, there's a limited amount of opportunities with the ball left, and now the Bulls have just got another one, so reduces the chances for the Mets to score, the opportunities that they will get. Leonard popping it up, returned from Jardel Bob.
Jardel Bob looking for that open side quickie again. So that's how he dusted the Sharks earlier today. He knows what he's good at.
Leonard to Bob, swinging it out, and almost getting through was David Zanetti. Moving deeper into this touch count now. Bob and Leonard. Leonard looked short side, thought about open side, then went back to the short side. Going to take the touch. Damon Moore, cut out ball! And the Bulls may have snatched it late, have they? It's Malcolm Kenny with his hat trick. It's more important than that. It's a winner, potentially, for the Bulls.
Down on the 32 long for Damon Moore. It's getting predictable just how good these guys are at the right moment stepping up. That's huge.
James Stewart was calling the touch. So here we go. They're going to have to plot something. Gretchen Buckley in the middle. They've got to come up with a plan, and they've got to come up with it in 15 seconds. They're going to get one play, it seems. They're setting up for one play.
And see the Bulls.
It's spilled, penalty. So they're going to get, hang on a second, is there going to be more repercussions? Will there be a player removed here? Oh, this is very interesting. So it's 6 against 5 for the final play of the match. Cridland's gone. He's been given time.
6 on 5.
So Buckley turns it to Gretch. Is he through? The touch has been called, and the Bulls win a dramatic one to end day one of the Inferno National Touch League. How good was that? Here it is. Here's the touch.
Oh, wow. Great touch from number 12, Tallis Stanhope, to just get Jake Gretch, and what a way to finish. The Bulls have come away with another clutch win against a tournament favourite. That's huge. What a great game, Ben.
So they're up 5-3, the Mets, and the Bulls finish 6-5, and it's that final 10 minutes again. They just have something special, maybe fitness, maybe just belief, and that was so impressive. Mark, thanks so much for your company today. Wonderful work from yourself, and I'll catch you tomorrow.
Thanks, Benny. That was good fun. Cheers.
So the Bulls rounding out day one with victory, an unbeaten day one for them. They beat the Sharks, the Scorps, and then the Mets to finish it all off. So thanks so much for your company today in day one for the 2021 Inferno National Touch League. From myself, Ben Homer, up here in Coffs Harbour. We'll catch you tomorrow for day two, bright and early from 9 a.m. when the All Abilities competition begins. The Scorpions taking on the Cobras. So until then, and on behalf of Adam Collins as well, who did a fantastic job today, it's good evening. Enjoy the rest of your night.